safety,
Yeah.
but this is very vulnerable, right? This is very vulnerable before they reach that point.
It's
Unless this is like Yobel, like crazy Yobel, like mid lane
mid
Kog'Maw.
lane, yeah.
They did it. It didn't really get buffed. Like the E got that buffed, but it's not really what's gating Kog'Maw, right?
Yeah,
We'll
he's
see.
very squishy, and also the meta does not allow him to, like what we're seeing right now. Leo and Nautilus is
Yeah.
gonna get picked off, and with that, it's gonna be easier for them to bully out this Kog'Maw. So this is gonna be hard for Snake, but if he survives the early to mid game, it will wreak havoc later on Asian Baby Boys.
So they play to the LG Hydra strength, which is positional, strategic maneuvers around the map. They don't have the rise. Okay, maybe Yobel can still roam on his own. It's not a team. It's not a team teleport, but
Mhm.
it's still a lot of global pressure here. Like imagine getting Hextech Ultimatum, and then he comes in with a gold card. There's no escape from that, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna need a lot of that on both sides
Hmm.
here. Like
Yeah,
Yobel needs to pay attention to Snake live, and then need to keep make sure that Swapito doesn't lose ego in this top lane.
yeah, and also it's pretty interesting that they don't have a lot of CC on the side of Asian Baby Boys, but it's okay because Karen could just be there to speed them up. So at
It's
least they
Asian
have
baby.
sticking powers against LG Hydra at this point. So what they need to do is just dodge all the CC that's coming their way because there's a lot on the side of LG Hydra.
To be fair, they don't need as much. I mean, that's really in the style of teams like Asian Baby Boys, right? They don't
Mm-hmm.
need like a well-rounded, consistent CC comp. They just need the Nautilus to flash in,
Uh-huh.
catch Kog'Maw or the Tia, preferably the Kog'Maw, and then they just dive in, right? They have the Karma. They have so many gap closing things, especially with the Karma Resolve, and powered with the Mantra. So
Yeah.
there's a very clear game plan for both teams here. Obviously, LG Hydra, true to their style, wants to go for a longer game where Yobel and Snake can scale up. Meanwhile, they can pad that early game and mid game with
Mm-hmm.
the star spike of the Camille and just the damage of the Jarvan, unless the Jarvan's going um, more of a tanky style, which I think is
Yeah.
not as popular lately. But
Mm-hmm.
ABB, they just want to go in.
Yeah, but right
Classic.
now everybody's really frustrated about the Gore Drinker jungler. Like Jarvan would
Yeah.
work on Jarvan just because of how strong he is right now with the Gore Drinker, and it's gonna be really scary. The side of LG Hydra is just having a lot of ways to work with Swapito and Smexy. Then later on, Yobel and Snake would just pop off. But Asian Baby Boys, they're just so good on dominating the early game that it might be hard for both
Yeah.
of these players to actually be able to scale up.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking maybe I was thinking MF, right? I
Yeah.
was like that pretty much like ties the whole comp together for LG Hydra,
Hmm.
and of course the karma indicates to me that they really do want to take this into a longer game and tire out, because the longer the game goes, the less good having a small amount of CC is on your team.
Oh
When it's a
yeah.
little bit on mid game, early game, you can get away with like a pick off and then taking over the team fight from there.
Yeah.
Once Ogma and TF are online, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, and now if ever they would be able to get that time to go online, that would be good. At least if they aren't gonna get stomped on by Asian Baby Waves, because Gwen is really scaring the top lane, especially against Wapito and Camille. Camille just scales up really at the mid game actually, because Gwen will have an advantage every time just because of the damage that she can deal early on in the game. She doesn't have much CC, but the damage coupled with it would be really good.
Hmm? We're gonna have to see. We do have a minute, and our teams are probably, um, yeah, their teams are probably really excited for all of this to come down. LG, this could be their big break. You know,
Whew.
LG, like I talked about this. I talked about this with, oh sorry, I talked about this with Young Rafiki and how LG is like the Leonardo DiCaprio of Collegiate.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
They haven't
I
really
can
had that
see it.
big break. No champ. They have solid rosters. Their macro is on point, but they never seem to make it to, like, they never seem to get a championship title, neither in UAC nor NCO
Yeah.
or even the Alliance League, right? Or
Yeah.
even in like way back.
They always get tripped up somewhere. Like
They
whenever
always get.
it's their time, they
Mhm.
always get tripped up. Like at some point, there comes a time where they're gonna lose just because of a mistake, and that's the reason why their run is cut off always. But they always start really good, and that's what I
Yeah,
like about LG Haida. But right now, Asian Baby Boys has been so consistent so far, and they have been at the top of their game since the start.
mhm.
Even with the patches coming up, they always find ways to adapt, and that is why. right now, Asian Baby Boys is such a Goliath. Even
Mhm.
against LG Haida, was, yeah, as you said, a Leonardo DiCaprio of the UAC or NCO.
Yeah, they just they don't have the Revenant yet. They don't have the big film that'll get them that Oscar. But an Asian Baby Boy is like
Right.
the worst team for them to fight
Right.
to try and get that championship title because Asian Baby Boys. I think their game time this season is a little bit longer than their average game time in season two,
Yeah.
but it's still fast paced. This is still
Mhm.
Asian Baby Boys coming in hot with their all in comps, right?
Yeah.
We just need to see if LG Hydra can weather that initial storm. And a lot of LG Hydra's wins in this season have been where they prolong the game and then capitalize on on repeated big mistakes. But Asian
Mhm.
Baby Boys, they're not the type to
She
like
just
really
slip.
fall for
Yeah.
that, right? They don't really slip. If they slip, at most you'll get like a tower, right? You're not gonna
Yeah.
get it. You're not gonna get an objective from that unless it was a really decisive victory.
Yeah, most of the time LG, whenever they plays that, they just give the first objective every time.
Yeah,
They
which
don't
is fine.
risk it. Yeah.
Which is
And
fine.
uh-huh. And actually, that's good play coming in from Haida. Every time that they go and give that, later on they'll capitalize. They
Yeah.
go for the third or fourth Drake after that, and
Mhm.
that is where they thrive. If ever team fights happen, LG Haida would just be on top, and they don't really fight whenever they know that they're not gonna win.
Yeah.
They're not risk takers, also.
Mhm. So it's rare, very risk averse, but that's also like a weakness. A big weakness that I've seen people describe ADMU is that they or LG Hydra, this roster specifically, is that they tend to be passive, and you cannot be passive against DLSU. You have to be proactively reactive, right? Like you have to. I know that doesn't make sense at first glance, but
Oh,
you have to you have to force their enemies to make mistakes that they can react to well.
mhm.
I think
Yeah,
that's the key to ADMU's victory, especially against DLSU's Asian Baby Boys, the Mavericks of LaSalle. And this is like a classic rivalry that
yeah,
ADMU wants to be good on, right? Like you see it in UP, see it everywhere. We see it just in daily
yeah.
life, you know.
Yep.
But we're gonna have to see. We have loaded onto the rift here. Set the red carpet. Set the stage for both of these teams. It's game one of this best of five.
And yeah, as young Rafiki told me last time, it's just whenever DLSU and Adbo are gonna fight, for sure in the comments everyone would would also be having a war in
Mhm.
the comments, and I just hope everyone right there in the comments would be chill, because this is gonna be the game to look out for, because DLSU and Adbo, even with their rivalry, yes, you can
Mhm.
you can see the rivalry just brimming out
Did you
on
see
this game.
the banter, the bants from the
Yeah,
page? Yung
yeah.
bakit mo pinayak yung baby? Like practice lang para
Oh,
sa
right,
Oh
right.
my god,
No.
that's crazy. Crazy with a K.
Yeah. And right now, let's take a look at our junglers. They are on different sides of the map, but okay,
Mhm.
really, really easy. Osagi just trying to be aggressive in the bot side.
But really, I think it's necessary, right? You really
Mhm.
want to make sure to press that advantage so you get that early level two. When
Yeah.
you're being aggressive level one, it's usually either so you get level two first, or for this lane specifically, they don't want Usagi and Leomar to get level two first, which really I know it's this it forces a flash out. Yeah. I know it's the same, right? If you get
Yeah.
level two first, it means your opponent is not getting level two first. But in this context, the Cogmouth Resh lane doesn't mind going level two first, but they don't want the other team to get level two first. But here they're gonna get pressured a little bit. Spar for the course for this lane.
Yeah, they really know how to pressure this lane. It's just that they know that Kog'Maw doesn't have a lot of advantage early on in the game. That's why they're just poking it out. Snake is just really playing it well right here. And it's kind of typical for the junglers to go full clear at this point in the patch. They just want to get that early level lead. They know that they can't go for a fight at this point because they don't have much EC anyway. So later on, let's fight. Let's wait for everyone to get to their advantage, and let's go later. Because look at this, Wapito, even though that he has the hookshot, he has the damage, Ego would just sustain himself away from this. Oh, top lane.
Oh, it comes for a gank here. Lots of damage coming through. One last
What?
snip is not gonna do it. But this is still big. This is still a big win in this lane. You push Swapito in. You force him to recall. He's losing like, oh, look at all those
That's a
casters.
lot.
That's
Oh
a
yeah.
lot. So he needs to
That.
back off the second tier turret, and then he has to teleport back.
Oh no, this is a lot of waves that he's losing. So basically, that's a great advantage for Ego on the top
Mhm.
side. And usually, this is what relevances do. He gives Ego the advantage early in the game so that later on, Ego would just wreak havoc against the members of ADMU. And that's what I like about Asian Baby Boys. They don't, I mean, Leo Mark is the key, but also Ego always gets stronger later on.
Yeah, I feel like I mean Poopy's still on the roster as a sub jungler, but Relevances I think is such a great addition. He meshes so well with the DLSU style, and like the TGR style, maybe Relevances didn't like vibe with it. So when he
Yeah.
transferred over to DLSU, it's like okay, Asian Baby Boys is like a no brainer for me, and he's gonna come in and and he's actually doing quite well right here in this season. Already going for the invades here against Smexy. Smexy's still looking for that gank, but I think Leomark and Usagi know that it might be coming, so they're playing really safe.
Yeah. I love this mid lane lineup on both of these teams because you know this mid lane lineup is gonna be chill. They're gonna be waiting for the level 6 in order for them to go for fights for destinies for shields before they go, and we won't see much action there because they don't have both of them don't have any damage.
Mhm. Yeah, so we see Smexy showing himself to get. It was originally I think it was to give himself a recall timer, but I think Leomark and Usagi also was like, okay, let's just back off for a bit. So Smex. So in that meantime, Relevance has got those Krugs, and I think he also counter jungled the Raptors there, so that's huge.
Yeah, that he was able to get a lot right there. Relevance is just capitalized on the rotation coming in from Smexy, and with this, Smexy would have nothing to do, and the Relevances could just farm up his jungle pretty easily. With that, he has the advantage with the rotations. He can go for the next fight. They're just really waiting for them to get the ultimates before they go in for the fights, because most of them have really big ultimates that could really help them out later on.
Mountain Drake is going to be our first Drake. Doesn't seem like our junglers are too interested in contesting it right now. It is a very long Drake to take, and with these bot lanes, it's a little bit hard for either of them to like jockey complete control here and have that priority for the Mountain Drake. I think the biggest fight here is really going to be about the first Rift Herald. The Mountain Drake, while good, like one sack of Mountain Drake is still a lot of value later.
Yep.
It's not really something worth like spending like half a minute on just to clear.
Yep, it's really tanky. That's why they won't be able to clear this up pretty easily, considering that their mid laners doesn't have much damage. Also, it's not burstable of a jungle. But look
Also,
at this, the
Vito,
flame
though,
relevances.
I don't think the gangs are going to continue. But
Okay.
this is still ego, like moving forward. Has the Bramble Vest built up just to make his trades against Wapito more favorable. And he
Yeah.
hasn't gotten a good back for it since he had to use his teleport early.
Yep. I was waiting for them to get a successful gank for both of these junglers, but the pressure on the top lane, even though that Swapito lost a lot of his waves, it's still okay. At this point, he has the wave advantage still, but Ego is just pushing him back. Ego knows that he has an advantage here, but oh, the fight though.
Oh, it's gonna be a Hextech ultimatum coming through, but here comes the cavalry here. Yobel comes in. That's what I was talking about. This pretty much recovers Swapito. They push in the wave. He gets a back timer here. And that's a... Wow, Yobel is cutting it close there. They do trade a Mountain Drake for it, but I do think that's worth it to give Swapito an opportunity to spend his gold and also get a small advantage over Ego.
Yeah, and actually that's good. That's a first kill on their side. That's a lot of gold. The Mountain Drake takes a longer time. Some waves are gonna get cancelled by the side of ADMU. So DLSU, they just cut corners. They just want to get this just for them to have a band-aid solution against that kill on the side of ADMU. So that is good trade so far.
To be fair, against a team that likes average long game times like DLS or like ADMU, LG, this is a good investment. Getting that Mountain Drake is going to be a good investment when the game hits like 30 minutes, 35 minutes. And it's insurance, right? It ensures that DLSU, if it does reach that point, because it's not like after 35 minutes, ADMU just wins, right? They still need to execute it against DLSU, who is so good at like sussing out any weaknesses.
Yeah, that is what's good here. Because later on, I can see it happening. Like with the Mountain Drake that they have right now, we know that they're very tanky, and Karen is there to help them utilize that. Also, they're just gonna get a bit of an HP boost just because of the shield, and they're gonna be fast enough to go for the backline. And this is the key against ADMU's composition right now. They just need to take off the backline. Without Snake, only Swapito has the key damage on the side of LG Hydra.
Yeah, to be fair, if they do get Swapito really going, he already has 1 kill. He just needs to get more, right?
Yeah.
He can actually wreak a lot of havoc in the mid game, which would allow Snake and Yobel to get more gold, right? Like ride the lightning, ride the coattails of Swapito's success, which allows them to build defensive items later. So, wow, they're giving up the Rift Herald here. I mean, it's classic. So it's they do get it in the end. That's good. That's good. They didn't go for a hard contest, but they thought, okay, maybe let's poke them a little bit. ADMU getting this first Rift Herald is going to be, it has to be something that they can capitalize.
Yeah. Good rotations coming in from Asian Baby Boys, but it was a little too late because LG was already there taking it. But LG can capitalize this. I mean, DLSU Asian Baby Boys could capitalize because Leo Mark has the advantage against Snake in the bot lane. He can just bully him out with this timing. But Kayron is already here, and that couldn't happen anymore.
Yeah, there are two ways they can use this. Either they go for the gap bot lane and then summon the Rift Herald to, one, give Snake relieve some pressure off of Snake and give him a couple of plating gold, or two, just go mid lane so that Yobel can go for the roam. Lots of damage coming through. That's gonna be the Death Sentence cleanse a little bit late though. Leo Mark, that was a pretty late cleanse. I think he was waiting for a second CC to come through, but it didn't happen. And he just gets beat up there. Thankfully, Kieran got the kill and not Zeke, but still.
Honestly, I was not expecting the burst coming in from the Living Artillery after the hook and the hit from the play and from the O2 attack. I was expecting Leomar to be able to flash away, but with what happened a while ago, that went way better on ADMU LG Hydra's side. Like, boom, that was a big burst there.
And now, without the gap, they get the pressure that they need. They don't need to summon the Rift Herald, but it does give Snake a little bit of gold. They just want that last little bit of, that last crumb of gold. Good pressure from Tigran to deny that area. Oh, they're going for it. They're going for it right here.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be a first turret. Oh, it's gonna be a dive on the top side. Hextech Ultimatum trying to escape, flashes out, hook shot into safety. That 3-man is not gonna happen, but once again, they are trading plates for this.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the plates. And that is a good advantage. At least they were able to trade out on the plates that they lost on the bot lane. And so far, this is a different Hydra that I'm seeing right now. They are getting kills. Not the usual. Yeah, they're more proactive. That is a different light, a breath of fresh air that we're seeing LG Hydra going for the aggressive.
And this is what I want to see in LG Hydra. Their style is very reactive, but just because you're reactive doesn't mean you have to be passive, right? You can be like I said, proactively reactive. You're not just waiting for them to attack you and then you're gonna parry them. You're like poking them with your knife, trying to like get a nick on their skin. And when they panic, they do something wrong. That's when you go for the coup de grace, right? That's what ADMU is trying to do here. Let's see if they can actually maintain this kind of advantage. Because 2K, sure, that's like an LG, not really a record, but that's like a good position for LG. But DLSU can still turn this around. They are approaching the point where Ego's gonna get his Riftmaker, where Leo Mark is gonna get his first mythic as well. And these are big. And when the Gordringer comes up for relevances, these are big team fighting tools that can put the momentum on their side once again.
Yeah, and I hope it is on the timing of the next Drake, because the next Drake is coming up in 20 seconds, and bot lane might be taken away by Snake here, and Kigron is here for the Lantern. Yeah, that's good, but okay, Gang comes in.
That might have been a Sonic Wave gets blocked by Kigron, delays the resonating strike to bait out the flame, but here comes the Cataclysm coming in, lots of big damage. In comes the Destiny as well, stuns the front line. That's a lot of damage. Snake is still trying to escape here. Kieran trying to play front line, might be a little bit dangerous. Gold Guard, he is slowed, goes for the heal for the speed boost as well. He does get it, splash it in with a flag and rag, sacrifices his life, but for nothing. That's just going to be a 1-for-1 where ADMU gets a little bit too overzealous on their counter engage, but in the end, it's very even. Let's break that down, Dash.
Yeah, look at that advantage. That was good flash coming in from Snake. That's the reason why Relevances was just out of position, and most of the members just chunked it in. But after this, they went in on the wrong target, because Karen could just go in and shield himself after that fight, and that's why they were able to go out. Remember, they have the Shurelias. That's why it's easy for them to disengage.
Yeah, though on a bigger picture, I like this from Admin. They're more willing to like, okay, let's try for it. They're not just gonna like, okay, got one kill, I'm out of here. This time, LG is like, okay, we got one kill, maybe we can press for more. They got punished for going for the flash into the flag and drag to sandwich him. Meanwhile, Yobel's beating up Usagi. He's taking rabbit for breakfast. Gold card is coming up next with the wild cards coming through. That's not really a full house, but that's like 3 of a kind, baby. Let's get it down. Admu, they're activating their true power.
Oh, what is this proactive ADMU that I'm seeing? They're flashing for the kill. That's not what you usually see from them. Look at that. Kigron just went in with the death sentence, and Usagi even targeting some other person, Nautilus right here. Usagi had a hard time to get away. Even though that they're dividing their damage, it was still enough for them to take that. And because of that, they were able to take the bot lane also.
They once again, they are giving up second Drake though. And that's still an investment that DLSU is making. 4K gold behind at 15 minutes, that's pretty substantial. But with that, they have like an insurance policy for later in the game. They just need to find that right opportunity. But it's clear that DLSU is not used to seeing LG like this, right? So I'm liking this from ADMU. They just have to be careful because third and fourth Drake, that's going to be very contentious. The next Rift Herald is going to be important too, but the third and fourth Drake is what sets up the lane for them.
Yeah.
If they give those up too, and this is Cloud, not the tankiest Drake, but at least it's not Infernal. So if they blink and miss DLSU with their sheer damage against that, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, but at this point, I think DLSU Asian Baby Boys doesn't need much of the Cloud Drake because they don't really have big ultimates on their side. So ADMU would be needing to contest this. They are the ones who will pull the trigger on these Drakes. And so far, yeah, as we said a while ago, it's DLSU Asian Baby Boys who would take it. But now, Rift Herald is trying to get taken.
Yeah, no TP here. I think they're just going to poke it out, give this up, and pretty much go for bot lane here at this point. So then this is a trade, right?
Yeah.
What does Rift Herald get you? Potentially a tower, maybe 2 towers. But here's what Swapito pushing down. Since that tower's already down, it's not as much like the trade, but he is really farming it up there.
Yeah. This is the reason why whenever you build against the champion, for example, like what Ego did against Swapito, he doesn't have any full items right now just because he's building against him. That's good, yes. But with the Divine Sunderer on Swapito right now, he won't be able to get an easy 1v1 against him for sure. Because yes, the Precision Protocol wouldn't do much damage, but the true damage would still hit you like a rock.
And it allows, and the Divine Sunder does allow Swapito to get a little bit of HP back, so he's not just getting, what do you call it, drain tanked by Ego. So this is actually pretty good situation for ADMU. They are going to plateau a little bit, but for this comp, plateauing is not as bad as in other comps, right? They have a comp now, they have a TF. Yeah.
Tyron, look at Snake's build.
Yeah, it's AP. And it did get, the ratios on E that did get buffed.
Yeah.
So when a DLSU is going in, this is actually relevant against DLSU. When DLSU is getting in, they're getting basically from 50% to 70% AP ratio. That is like 30-20% more damage, I want to say. 30-25% more damage from the ratios. That is pretty relevant because it'll be easier for him to hit the E. But let's see if it actually changes things.
Yeah, and what I like about this, if you go AP for Snake here, it's that Living Artillery's damage, especially when someone's slow, is so strong. And that's what they want with this composition because they're only going to jump at one person. They go to the flag and drag. They go to the combo, Hextech ultimate up 1-1. And that's okay. At least Snake would be able to take him down, secure 1 kill. That's a good advantage. And I think that's what LG Haida is going for here.
Definitely. They have a lot of poke 2 wild cards coming through. They do have so all of the poke that's coming from AP Kog'Maw as well. They have a lot of pressure. They have a lot of tools to make DLSU twitch, blink, right there. Death sentence comes out, in comes a hook shot. The friend is right there for the Sonic Wave, but here comes Mexi as well. A little bit too late, but here comes the defenses allowing him to be able to get some shield up. Flashes over, so Pino taking a lot of damage here. That's going to be Precision Protocol finishing him off. Hook shot to escape with a sliver of his HP. Flashes over, the calling, the drive-by will not come through. Mexi taking a few shots, but ADMU with a flourish. They escape that easily. Snake trades back with Kieran. That's actually quite wonderful from DLSU. They get out without a hitch.
Yeah, look at how relevant this went here. That was almost a kill. And that is just looking at this, Relevances was playing it really well. He just doesn't have much AP. Ego is showing signs of power. He has some damage to work with later on. If he gets the first item, that would be really good for them. But right now, AdMu
Wow.
would go in for the Cloud Drake for sure. As we said, they need to be proactive with this because they're gonna need this Cloud Drake.
Oh, teleport. DLSU wants a fight. Maybe not contest the Drake itself, but they want to catch AdMu on the exit, right? Can they actually get anything? Usagi is looking for the dredge line. Does not find it. He's getting poked out. He's going to get a few shielding. I don't think Relevance is going to take this one. But yeah, AdMu. Even if DLSU doesn't really want the Cloud Drake, they're still denying. Soul is still a big thing, right?
Yeah.
So DLSU denies Soul pressure from DLSU here, so they can breathe a little bit easy and pay more attention to the towers. I don't think Baron is going to be a big factor until like minute 24, 25, because with AP Cog, it's not as like machine gunny as Marksman Cog.
Yeah, and I like about this is that Ego was already able to get the Riftmaker. Now he can do damage. He can sustain for a long time during the fights, and Swapito might be needing to be careful. But I like that LG Hydra has a lot of advantage with the gold. That's 5k gold lead, and that's much. I mean, that's a component of an item, and that's enough for them to gain the advantage on the fights. And right now, Asian Baby Boys doesn't want them to hold on to this advantage. They're finding ways to lessen the gap, try to take some towers, because at this point, AdMu has already taken 2 from them.
And right now, Rift Herald, not too much value right there. This does put the turret in a very bad HP spot, but it's just evening it out. And Snake, a little bit careful, has to be a little bit careful. He does have some mana items, but he's got to be careful with the cost of that living artillery, so he is like backing off a little bit. So, looking at the map state right now, turrets down on both flanks here. They just need to take out the middle part here for AdMu, and since they control the flanks, they have a little bit more leverage here with pinching the mid lane.
Yep. They have a lot to work with on the side of LG Hydra. They just need to press them more on the side of Asian Baby Boys. They were able to use the Destiny for a lot. They were able to get some kills. And right now, this is the time where Destiny is just a vision tool. And that is where Asian Baby Boys would want to use it. Because most of the time, they would stick together. Nobody would go on for aggressive fights until they know that Yobel is out of the way. So now, LG Hydra just needs to use this pressure in their favor for them to get more towers or more pressure around the map.
Still playing around Baron here. Even though I said it's like 24, 25 minutes where it really becomes an objective, you still need to put vision on it to control it. Otherwise, you're just going to give it away. I like the setup. They're doing a 1-3-1 with Yobel here at the top side. Facing off against Karen, I think that's the safest one that he can fight against. But he has a much easier time responding to mid lane here. So it's a pinch, right? They're trying to pinch mid lane. Poking the mid lane with one finger, that's fine, right? Maybe it's gonna be effective, but you want to like have one finger on the top and bottom to pinch that mid lane.
Yep, they want to. This is what's hard about this, because Karen without the teleport would have a hard time rotating, and Yobel could just use his Destiny. With the Unsealed Spellbook, it would be easier for him to get another TP if he wants to. And look at that. He used the Destiny just for them to get the vision, and he can get away pretty easily out of the fight. This is the pressure that a Twisted Fate is always going to give you guys. You're going to have a hard time. He'll just run away with the hole coming in.
Oh my god, the burst damage is unreal. Nice hook, Kiegran. He's showing up. He's not like a big star right now, but he's showing up. And being able to protect Snake, get those really nice death sentences set up to kill for Smexy, Swapito, or Snake. He's coming through, and Swapito, he knows to fight Ego. He needs to go. He needs to leverage his passive, right? The adaptive defenses. Get that like precision protocol, second strikeout, and just get out. You don't need the hook shot in.
Yeah, you don't really want to get to long fights against Ego, especially that Gwen has a lot of sustain. Right now, so far I can say, LG is the one holding on Asian Baby Boys team composition because they have the advantage. They're just lengthening this gap, this goal gap, as I see, because right now it's already 7k. A while ago, it was just 5.
Growing.
And the next objective, 40 seconds on the clock, LG is already setting up. And this is, what is this? I really like the changes coming in from LG. They're really proactive. They're waiting always for Asian Baby Boys to make mistakes. And I think this is not only this is the change that they needed since a while ago on the NCO. Because right now, the way that they play proactively and the way that how good they are at team fights, it could be used later on in the game.
And I feel like a lot of this has to be part of like the staff that ADMU LG has, right? Like the
Mm-hmm.
support staff. They've got a very good organization going, coaches, a coach, a manager, Yobel's leadership in the team as well, doing them very good. This could be dangerous. They're going for the Destiny here. It's going to be the tanks coming up against each other.
Ooh.
Oh, onto Usagi, not really the target they want, but damage is damage, forces Ego into the front. Relevance is just a lot of HP lost here.
Mm-hmm.
And both him and Smexy. But I think ADMU is in a better position to try and leverage that. Has to be careful. DLSU can jump at them with this Karma comp. No, they're just going to try and force a decision mid. They negotiate it. They trade the Drake for the mid lane. They're seeing if they can get second turret. No, they can't. They're backing off. They get the gold card in, though. No death sentence coming through. Smexy looking for an in. Yobel looking for a gold card. He's fast. In comes Swapito from downtown. Yobel takes out Usagi. It's going to be Karen Ford trying to slow them down with a field of the empowered Q, but he's coming. Smexy is looking for a cataclysm. In comes the dunk. In comes another dunk from Sorito onto Karen. Yobel taking a lot of damage, but he gets a heal. Leomar getting killed here. Cleanse a little bit too late. Ego is going to go down. Relevance is trying to trade back and kill against Snake, but no, it's going to be a full ace here against ADMU. Only trading away Smexy. No jungler, no problem. They're going to go for the Baron at 24 minutes as predicted.
What was that play coming in from LG? They divided the fight, and that's the reason why they had the advantage. A 5v3 is a fight to win. Ego was doing a lot of damage, yes, but during the late parts of this fight, look at this. This Dragon's Rage was the reason why Snake didn't die.
Yes.
Velevances used the flash, and that's the reason why they were able to get the Baron with just one kill. They could have taken 2 more with them, but with that Dragon's Rage, ADMU just won it pretty good.
10k gold lead, 2 Cloud Drakes, Baron buff with a perfect comp for this kind, right? Like MF, okay, right? This is a timeline where I would prefer the Kog'Maw pick. In this stage, coming up with Baron buff, clearing those waves with a buffed E, with the TF on the side, with Swapito, with still having TP on the another side lane, this is a perfect setup. This is ADMU's game to win. They just have to not throw it against DLSU. It's like you up, just don't throw it.
Just don't. You have the advantage. Just hold on it and use the pressure that they have right now for Asian baby boys to make decisions that isn't what they want. So if you force them to make mistakes, that's gonna be good. And you just need to stick together every time. And look at this top lane. They're putting the pressure.
Coming in from downtown, scaring them from Blue buff resets here. All the while, Swapito is pushing down the bot lane.
Swapito.
They do.
They're forcing a fight.
Dredge line here onto the Kog'Maw. That's gonna be a defensive cataclysm.
Oh no, the cataclysm.
Just didn't have to throw it. We shut down Snake that stops all their momentum in mid and top lane. Bot lane is still contentious though. They do get second tier turret. So that's a big shutdown in exchange for bottom tier turret and losing all their momentum from the Baron. That's not a trade that I would take.
Yeah, that is not a fight that they wanted to take. That's good decision making coming in from Asian baby boys. They were able to get the shutdown gold. They lost one turret. That's okay. They can make use of this shutdown gold that they were able to get. And I think Leomark was the one who was able to get that. So this is going to be real big.
And once again, that stops the momentum from the Baron play.
Yeah.
They're still 10k gold behind, don't get me wrong. And at this stage of the game, Infernal Mountain should amount to like, what, 2k gold?
Yeah.
I don't want to give exact numbers, but around thereabouts, right? So that's more like an 8k gold lead. Maybe the ultimate ability haste equalizes in the end, especially since ADMU wants to have fast ulti cooldowns. So this is more like a tactical thing for DLSU and a strategic advantage with the Cloud Drake for ADMU. They're still definitely ahead. They're unfazed. Okay, we made a mistake. Let's get back in the groove.
This is gonna be a problem because if ever DLSU Asian baby boys with their team composition, they have a lot of damage to work with. They have some shielding utility against ADMU. So if this game goes longer, I think this would be real bad for LG. The situation has switched just because of the way that the composition of LG works, because they don't have much DPS to work with. They have a lot of bursts, yes, but later on, that would be really hard to do with the way that they're gonna go with this. Most of the time, Asian baby boys would just go for picks, and if they get a lot more shutdown gold, this gold lead would just take off.
They just have to leverage the range, right? Because Leomark's Lucian is very short range for Mars.
Yep.
So during the time with Leomark, even with the like the Shurelius and the speed boost from Kieran, that's still distance that he has to cover on foot. So
Yeah.
Snake has an opportunity to chunk him down, especially with a new Void Ooze. I mean, not the new Void Ooze, but a 20% AP ratio buff on Void Ooze is going to be a lot more painful to go in for Leomark and try to take down Snake. So he has to focus on Smexy, Swapito, and maybe Yobel if he can try. But it's still going to be very, very hard.
It's gonna be hard, as you said. And the next fight, 15 seconds on the clock. Asian Baby Boys are looking to contest this Cloud Drake. They don't want ADMU getting more of that, because Destiny would be pretty scary if ever they get a lot more. Oh, here comes the Death Sentence.
Okay. That's not really something they want to take, especially with the scrying coming in from Usagi. So they were basically blind. But right now, next Cloud Drake is going to be the apple of their eye here. The ADMU, I think ADMU should not be the one starting these, right? Because they're the ones with the Kog'Maw. They can poke down. They do have Scuttle Control as well, scare off DLSU. They can start it, but they can start. But it's gonna be a lot more risky than if they were the ones disrupting. So they have to pull it as much as possible. And during the pull, during the Drake take, they have to be poking. Snake has to be poking, putting him in a bad position.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of flashes to the side of Asian Baby Boy, so their backline is secured. Okay. So they just need to go front to back here.
Smexy's taking a lot of damage here, but in comes, Dredgeline onto the Camille. High frames with the Hextech Ultimate. Goes back, Leomark! Kidnap Leomark! Now they don't have a lot of damage. In comes Ego. Ego is fronting for them. Smexy's gonna take a lot of damage, but they're being zoned away by being the living artillery here. There's gonna be a death sentence onto Ego. Ego's golden time to save himself some time, but it's gonna be the Cloud Drake secured. Soul pressure coming in with kills, 2 kills here for ADMU. Wow, Kegron, he heard me say, hey, Kegron's not really shining for the past four games of ADMU. So now he heard us. He heard the calls, and he's popping off.
Yeah, look at this, everyone. Kegron, I mean, the top laner started the fight. Swapito, that sentence onto Leomark was perfect, and that's the reason why they won that fight pretty easily. The cleanse was late, and that was too late for DLSU Asian Baby Boys to fight back. ADMU right now are looking good. Kegron is just leading this team to victory.
Okay, 407. That's like, what, 11 out of 13 kill participation. He's got, oh man, okay. Kegron is popping off right now. Yeah. That was crazy. At first, I thought that Leomark just like eat into the death centers, but no, that was actually like swoosh through the front line into Leomark. Yeah. So. Now that's a 12k gold lead with Baron coming up, and that's a look at the ulti CDR or CD haste here for ADMU. It's got a lot.
Oh man, this is a lot of.
They have their ultimates every fight.
Yeah, they have a lot of ultimates to work with every time. I think if ever this Cataclysm would be in, if ever their fight is 30 to 40 seconds, they have another Cataclysm to go for. So that is gonna be big. But looking at how it's working on the side of ADMU, Kegron is just looking. He's always looking for Leomark whenever the fight happens. He just doesn't throw the death sentence over. He wants to get onto Leomark. He gets the time. Even with the cleanse, Leomark wasn't even able to get out of that.
And here, they're just applying pressure. They know that Baron is up. They know that either team can take it. They know that DLSU is not the ones to start it, right? So they have to pressure out the side lane. So we see them sending Yobel down because he's the one that has an easier time to transition to top lane than Swapito. And then Swapito can just like hook shot over terrain, get in, get a Hextech Ultimatum out when Baron's being taken, or when they're trying to turn on Baron. So this is looking pretty well for ADMU so far. They stopped the pressure onto bot lane. I don't think that's pushing hard, but it might. But I think it's slowly like slow pushing, right? So they are trying to go for a Baron play here. 12k gold behind.
The only thing that they can do. Yeah,
this is bad. Relevance is not enough HP for this. Okay.
Oh no,
they pull out.
Him.
Okay.
This is gonna be bad because without relevances, they can just pull off.
Look at this. Is he gonna go get that? He does come in as well. Speed comes in for the Hextech duck onto relevances. Snake is not dealing damage right now. Snake is too far, but he is getting that enough range for into the Cataclysm. He's basically shooting balls into the hoop. That from downtown to Yobel. Downtown, a card in the sleeve. That's Yobel picking up those kills there as Swapito gets the triple into the ace. They're just gonna go for the waves right now with 30 seconds on the death timer. Break that down dash.
Yeah, 50 seconds in the clock. start, Kigran again starting off with the fight with the death sentence. And looking at the damage from Swapito onto the backline, Relevances can't do anything anymore. And as I said, the Gore Drinker is really good this patch. And that's the reason why Smexy was taking too long to die during that time in the fight. But they are
going
looking
for
to
a
end
game,
it.
man. They do have the Demacian standard to make all of their attacks faster. And this is gonna be game 1.
Yeah.
What the awareness? The awareness that was enough time, right? 30 seconds on the clock was enough time for them to pick up that game 1. LG Hydra starting it out strong in this best of 5 series. Sheesh.
What is this? Hiron, I'm getting excited with this. I mean,
Now,
Hydra
this is
winning
serious.
that first game is such a statement against Asian baby boys because winning that just says that even if we go, they always go for the late game compositions, right? But now with the early to mid game composition that they had, they made it work. So that just means they're not one trick when it comes to the composition. They can change it up. They can become proactive, and they've shown Asian baby boys that. And Asian baby boys wasn't even able to react with that.
Yeah. I mean, so far, ABB is so used to playing on the best foot forward, right?
Yep.
They're usually the team that's ahead by 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So now that they're the one that, especially against ADMU, right, that has to be a shock, right? That's a big statement.
Yeah.
And ADMU can ride that lightning. They can ride that that wind into game 2, game 3.
Yeah, if they can just ride this momentum, this could be a good series for LG Hydra. But now, Asian baby boys need to regroup. They need to recollect on what happened during that game. Because looking at what happened, ADMU just got advantages for advantages. That's why the gold gap lengthened so hard that in the late game, they weren't able to go for fights. And I think that rooted with how Kigron gets the death sentence on the key targets every time. And also Smexy, always on the right timing with the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
Nobody was able to touch Snake every time during those fights.
Yeah, for one, he only screwed up with like one time. So Snake knows to keep the distance because he knows that he already has the front line. They need to. The front line is keeping them busy.
Yeah.
Yobel and their top laner as well, Swapito. They know when to take the flank, right? They know that Smexy's dealing so much damage in a short amount of time, and he has Gore Drinker to give and GA to give him a second life. So all that time that they're hammering down on Smexy, Swapito and Yobel are like trying to go for the flanks, right? Go for the ribs, right? Go for the ribs.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing. Go for the kidneys.
They really went for it. But before we go on to game 2, everyone, we would just like to take a short break. Again, we have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Hyron. See you guys on the next game.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Everyday siya kung dumating. Kaya parang institusyon na siya dito sa area namin. Minsan, sobrang late na. Andun pa rin si Manong Fishball.
Ginagabi kayo, Manong!
Enrollment eh.
After some time, yung kariton ni Manong Fishball nadagdagan ng may bike.
Hanggang kabilang kalye, nagtitinda na rin kayo, Manong?
Ang notebook.
Sunod na taon, pati menu nadagdagan.
Nax, may squid balls na!
Mahal kasi ang lapis. May kikyo pa dyan.
Bilib na bilib ako kay Manong Fishball. Akalain mong yung maliit niyang kariton, napalaki niya ng ganun? Ang nagagawa nga naman ng pangarap ng isang magulang.
Anong grade na ba yung anak nyo?
Tagal nang tapos sa mga bata. Ako naman ngayon.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Pero sa mga araw na yun, many years ago, higit pa sa fishballs ang binigay niya sa akin. He taught me na walang di natutupad na pangarap sa taong handang magsumikap.
Dami niya na.
Panghapunan.
Pantoga.
Atin ang pangarap. Atin ang pagsisikap. Atin ang mundo. Globe.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back with the National Campus Open featuring League of Legends, powered by Globe Telecom, and of course, Logitech G. We just got back from a pretty unexpected and crazy game where LG had a decisive lead over Asian Baby Boys, the powerhouses of the Metro Manila scene. But we're gonna get into game 2 of this best of 5. We'll be your shoutcasters. I'm Hiron. With me is Yoko. Kamusta?
Yan, so we talked about this off camera. Super nagulat kami sa game number 1. But that's amazing. I mean, that's why we have this as a 5. Magulat talaga tayo sa kung sino ba mananalo. And you also mentioned about the storyline. The difference about LG is they're kind of the Leonardo of this
Yeah. We
series
talk
or
about it
yung
with Young
game na to,
Rafiki.
right? You're always so close but doesn't actually get it. Maybe, just maybe, ito na nga yung winning series nila. And it's gonna be up against a team that's very
Don't
powerful
jinx it.
and they're looking for. Oh no, I think I just did. I'm gonna stop talking now. But yeah, they're up against a very very powerful team that is just ready to solidify their hierarchy, their crown. So is this a best of 5? Will we see 6 games? Probably not. We will see 5 games most likely.
Yeah, that is correct in this best of 5. And yeah, Asian Baby Boys, they're looking to solidify themselves. Like, they have a pretty decisive roster. Hoopy is still in the sub role. They have formerly TGR relevances in, and without Iden, Usagi I think is a big hit that they lost Iden, but Usagi, he needs to step up as well because Kyugran stepped up for LG. So
Exactly.
let's
It's just gonna be a question of kung sino ba talaga mag-step up dito. I was just about to say that Thresh is ban-worthy this game
Yep.
number 2, but ABB always one step ahead of me. They banned that out as well as the Trundle for the side of LG.
This does open up. This means that the only change so far is the Thresh, and I think that is going to switch us up a little bit in terms of the bans, right? Because that opens up a lot more, and it's going to tell us, okay, can Kyugran play something else? Can he play the Leona? I mean, he did play the Leona. Is he gonna pick up the Nautilus here? Not that the Thresh is banned. It's a lot of questions here because I think Spotlight is on Kyugran here, but MF being banned here. I was talking about earlier about how LG Hydra's Snake could pull out the MF in that specific comp, right? With a Jarvan, Camille, Jarvan, Camille Thresh into the TF. That's like a Snake Misfortune comp right there. So Tristana gonna get banned out. So Aphelios is left open as well. But I think is Camille's also left open. We'll see if they're gonna first pick it. They didn't actually go for the first pick Aphelios, the first pick Camille before. Let's see if they'll go do it for Ego to take it away from Sopita.
To be fair, Camille performed beautifully in game number 1, but apparently no. Xinjiao is open, they picked that up. We could be seeing another Gwen or another Camille this time around, given that the duel that they had in game number 1 was very, very good. I stopped breathing at some point of their duels. That's just how good they are. And the combo with Twisted Fate is just very suppressive for their opponents. But I believe we're going to be seeing a Baron lane or maybe even a mid
Kog'Maw
lane
first?
on their side. Another Kog'Maw and now a Kriya.
Kiana, okay. They're
We see
pulling
new
out
things every
everything.
day.
Yeah, they still. I mean, Kiana's a little bit. I mean, it's more her attacks are more dodgeable, but I
Yes.
think she's a lot. She's there. Riot's trying to force her into like not force her, but like push jungle Kiana a lot more. So maybe we'll see that in the hands of Smexy. I'm excited. Ezreal's gonna get locked in here. So with Ezreal, I think Galio. I think Galio might be a good pickup here for Asian
Galio.
Baby Boys, right?
Oh.
Galio, because you get a free engage by Relevance is going in with a Xinjiao. You get like the wind becomes not wind becomes like audacious charge in and then just go for the hero's entrance. That's like an easy thing to do as well. Could go for the Shen, but I'm not sure. No, they haven't picked up the Shen. That's not Ego's style. But Galio on Kieran is definitely something that could come up.
I feel like this time around, Asian Baby Boys, they're gonna try to do the initiate for the ADC and just give him space kind of lineup with the Camille. So you have someone to box in, you have someone to engage, and basically Sai will be very much safe at the backline. I was about to say Rakan could have been a good support, but I remember he got
this
banned
man.
out by LG.
Could be a Braum if it's not a ban here. I think I like the Xayah Braum combo a lot. Could still be the Nautilus if LG Hydra doesn't pick up. This is crazy. What the hell? What the hell is happening? So this is Jax, most likely going to Swapito with Smexy on that Kiana. This Kog'Maw is like Snake. I don't like LG's draft so far, but in the same way, I also like it because it's so crazy. With a K.
Exactly.
Crazy with a K. Okay.
Crazy LG, crazy.
Like crazy.
Yeah, actually it's very, very
Lulu
surprising indeed, but I guess I'm banking on the fact that this is a lineup LG is comfortable with. And now for the side of ABB, they banned out Lulu, a possible very sustainable support. Wild Growth could go over to Kog'Maw or even to Jax whenever he will engage, so they don't want any of that.
Taking out Kieran's Karma as well. Could also, the Yumi from Relevance is to Yumi for Leomark here to try and get that support going. Look, this is game 2 is very, very weird so far, but the Lulu is very understandable for the Kog'Maw, right? This would indicate that Asian Baby Boys expects with the Jax and Kiana, right? They might expect this Kog'Maw to actually go like the attacks, the on hit, just spit out with the Bio Arcane Barrage instead of going for the pokes with the ulti. Leona with Kog'Maw is very, very weird. Feels very weird. But
It's so off, but you know, if
it's
they
a
make
little
it
off.
work.
But it's pretty good with the Kiana when the team fights start happening around Drake, right? A lot of
Exactly.
terrain, a lot of CC, combine that damage passive with Kiana.
I think one of their win conditions, or in every fight, even in game number 2, is to just try to pin Asian Baby Boys down.
problem.
So far, you have very, very mobile champions for the side of Asian Baby Boys. You
Zed?
have Hook Shot. You also have a hover on Zed. Wait for it. Is he gonna lock it in?
Okay,
Wait for it.
Kieran has been playing
Right.
mostly supportive mid lane. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So let's not-
They're black.
okay.
Okay. No, this on the.
Okay. He's switching it up because I think Oriana would have been right.
Oriana's
Because
perfect.
Anivia
Okay, no.
signature.
Okay.
So the Duckman Anivia is gonna come through. But honestly, I think any of those previous hovers would have been fine.
Could have been good, yeah.
I think Oriana would have been okay. They would have been lacking a little bit in damage. I think LeBlanc would have been really good to try and take
Yes.
out because Leona is not the same as Thresher. So
Mhm.
probably Karen could have just dove onto Snake. They opened the Rise. The Rise is open while the TF is banned. This is still a cross map, or not cross map, but like cross lane plays coming in from Yobel. So they aren't able to stop that since they needed to ban out like the Lulu and stuff. So this draft from LG is so weird.
It is. I look to my left. I see ABB's draft. It's normal. It's very lol PC. But I look at LG's draft and crazy LG. But
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
crazy is what we need this game number 2. And I like
Game number
crazy. I
two,
like
right?
chaos.
Yeah, just bring out game two. I like this, right? You get a LG Hydra gets a jab, a good not a jab, they get a good straight, right? In game one, and then go for like a feint. They go for something crazy, like it just combobulates Asian Baby Boys game two. That maybe that's a play they're going for. I see the win conditions here for LG Hydra. They have a very strong late game in Jax, Rise, as well as the Kog'Maw. They can kind of pad their mid game with the Kiana and Leona, well,
Mhm.
getting those pickoffs in the early to mid game. But once again, this is very vulnerable, right? There's not a lot of mitigation in the front line. Like, yes, the Jax is really good against specifically against the Camille, the Xinjiao, and Zaya, but it's not really like Counter Strike is not a perfect defense because you're still gonna get
Uh-huh.
your ass beat by Kieran spells if you stay in the front line. There's no unless you go for a leap strike. There's really no way for Jax to get out of the blizzard of the glacial storm. So it's a little bit tough here for LG Hydra, but let's see if they can make it work.
I mean, they were able to make your number 1 work. Maybe you're gonna be seeing that this time around. But yeah, I guess when it comes to the draft, I just really like LG's draft. But by the book, ABB should have this. I mean, their composition is all about scaling. Again, very mobile champions. Saya has one window for disengage or where she can be safe if ever LG does focus on her, which is her ultimate with the Feather Storm. And you also have Glacial Fissure for initiate or for or they could also use
Edge, yeah.
defensively.
Mhm. Get that counter engage going for them. I'm liking Asian Baby Boy's comp. It's I love the Anivia is left open here and they're gonna pick
Mhm.
it up. It adds a control element to this comp because Xinjiao Camille usually just goes for the dive. Adding the Zaya Braum and the Anivia here gives it a lot more a well-rounded edge to it, right? So I think this is actually an adaptation. If LG Hydra adapted to their enemy by being more proactive and forcing them to make mistakes so that they can react and parry to it, Asian Baby Boys is now pulling back a little bit. They're not going for
Mhm.
their usual style, and they say, "Okay, you made us adapt. Now it's time for a fight."
Time to fight fire with fire. I mean, this is them finally, hopefully, finally them being able to step up. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing how these drafts and these teams will duke it out. You and Dash mentioned this in game number 1. They love long games. So maybe we're going to be seeing another 25, 30-minute game. I mean, a
So
lot can
short
still
for LG
happen.
Hydra. But that early game was actually shorter than usual for LG Hydra, right?
Mhm.
30 minutes. Usually, their longest this season is like 45 minutes. Their shortest was 33:56. So let's see if they can like put some gas into the pedal and get that speed going for themselves.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna change my statement. 30 to 35 minutes.
Yeah,
There.
yeah, yeah.
That's
There
more
we
up to
go.
their speed.
But Asian Baby Boys, they're drafting a comp that will let them keep up, right?
Exactly.
Or not really keep up since they want to play slow, but like they can
Mhm.
match the pace, right? When the slow start finally finishes and they've got gas in the engine, the car that Asian Baby Boys has is gonna come through. But we'll
Time
see if they yeah.
Yeah, time to basically put the pedal into the metal and just go all out. I actually have my eyes on the 2v2 down at the bot lane, see which ADC gets to snowball first, which gets to have more damage first. But again, I'm really looking forward to this Kriana jungle. I mean, it's something that I've been seeing and talking about with my other LoL PC player friends. But let's see here in a high caliber tournament, will they be able to make it work?
And of course, all these players here are coming in from um, collegiate schools, right? And the organizations are there. Of course, Asian Baby Boys is distinct from Village Arcus. But they're making a name for themselves. Ever
Mhm.
since they broke off from Viridis Arcus, the rogue mavericks of Asian Baby Boys have been really showing that they are a powerful roster. Right? They have Duckman or Kieran, they have Leomart,
Mhm.
they have Karen's brother as well on it. Meanwhile, LG Hydra has been an organization that has shown itself to be one of prestige and grit, where they can go, they trust the process and come through with it. And now they have a very good spot here in the environment of collegiate esports here in the Philippines. So let's see.
Exactly.
We have loaded
This
onto game 2 here.
Mhm. This is where they would want to be, but looks like again it will be a very very slow start for these two teams. As much as we would love to see who gets the win, according to Hyron and his very on point analysis and predictions, this could be at least a 30-minute game unless something crazy happens. I was actually excited to see a possible TF pick, but apparently we're not going to be seeing more of that. So no more global ultimates, no mid laners jumping over to the Baron lane side to just make things happen.
So we're gonna see both of our junglers starting on opposite sides of the map here. We'll have to see how good Kiana's clear speeding is after Edge of Ixtal got buffed against monsters, but I'm hoping that this Kiana pick picks up. Because they like crackhead first rotation, these guys. Like that's
mean-
like the Kog'Maw Jax Kiana first rotation is, to me, it's like crazy.
Again, crazy with a K, right? That's the lineup
Yeah.
for LG here in game number 2. So I guess that's the reason why I like their draft. It's crazy, but if they pull it off, they have my respect.
And it does have clear win conditions. That's the important thing for a comp, is that despite how unorthodox it may seem, as long as you have a win condition to go
Yes.
for, you can leverage that and you can get advantages because you have something to work. You have a framework for your comp. So here we do see Swapito leveraging it. Really, what you want to do as level 1 on the Jax, Camille, or most of the auto attacker matchups is you want to bully them level 1 before they get their other tools like the hook shot, precision protocol, these things as well. Really leverage this, so it's really showing up. So Ego's gonna be on the back foot for a little bit, but it's gonna equalize by the time they reach level 3.
LG for this here at the bot lane side though, looks like they were able to push in the minions up again, Saya and this Braum. Things will change once they get their ultimates though, but I guess that is just LD trying to push their welcome Jax. That did receive a few damage here and there, but
Okay,
looks
that's the
like
opportunity
he
here.
does become slowed, but apparently there is no follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just trading in the top lane. Ego saw that Swapito, I mean, obviously saw that Swapito went for the counter-strike early. He baited out the counter-strike. So that was his opportunity for the next, like, 10 seconds or so to get a trade in. But of course, Corrupting Pot, Biscuits, Liga's gonna let Swapito stay in lane for a while. They know that Relevance was around the bottom side of the map. Did go for a full clear top side. Saw that maybe a gank could happen to bot lane, but Snake and Kigran were like, okay, I don't wanna screw with that. I'm just gonna back off.
Let's not oversteer, welcome. Just calm down. I mean, it's still the early game, but the
Oh,
usual.
there's gonna
Oh,
be
here
three
is gonna be a 3 champion. Hi, hello, gank at the top lane first, but does go over to Rise. Camille had no other way to escape that. He did have flash, but I think it was just too late.
Yeah, there's a lot of CC coming in there, and he already used his hook shot, I think. And even if he had the hook shot, ADMU could deny it by flashing to disrupt. So, yeah, that's aggressive from ADMU. A 3-man gank topside at 4 minutes. LG is really turning up the heat here.
Really making sure that their comp will be able to meet its win conditions. But Rise is gonna go back to his mid lane. Does get greeted by Anivia though, but the root did connect earlier on, and Anivia was not able to just progress. Again,
Yeah, just needs to
this
clear
champion, this guy was actually able to get the first blood, so he has quite the small lead against his opponent.
After his first back, he's gonna be able. Oh, another gank here from Smexy.
Flash out, but flash in. So many
doesn't
C's
deny.
being taken, was able to get a hook shot, but you have so much damage being taken onto Camille, but Camille will be a-okay.
Yeah, because Swapito had to use the flash there to get the counter-strike off, he was not able to use the flash to deny the hook shot. So here's gonna be a revenge from DLSU bot side. Kigran.
Another
more
gank
stun.
here, you have the Unbreakable being popped, but it looks like Leona as well as Kog'Maw was able to go under turret, go to their safety.
Yeah, so in the end, resources burnt on both sides there. Flash from Kigran. Important thing is that Snake didn't burn his flash. So this lane is still in a position where it can stay relatively safe. Meanwhile, Ego does not have his flash as well. But both top laners don't have their flash. But
Yes.
so far, Smexy has been the one applying pressure into the top side. So this is, in the big picture, an advantage for Swapito here, who wants to keep fighting in the top side. Oh, okay, sneaking in.
Looks like
Knows,
he's not just at the top lane, he also wants to assert dominance at the bottom lane. However, bottom lane duo for DLSU, they saw
That's
it
true.
coming. They feel the presence and they just back away. So much wave clear though for the side of LG. Slowly but surely they'll be able to pressure the bottom lane duo for the side of DLSU, and with that, they just let it go.
Yeah, not enough of pressure onto bot side to actually make a move onto Cloud Drake, but that's honestly fine. It's just them shaking hands. Okay, we'll clear your wave. We'll clear your wave. Let you, or rather, we'll let you shove us onto tower. We'll clear the wave, and then we'll just both recall. Get our first item. Snake.
Exactly.
Oh, I think he's got a. He has to wait. Oh, double amp tome. It's kind of bonka s, because that's not really what they want. Short a little bit of gold, I think, for Lost Chapter.
Needs skill, needs to still get farmed to get the items that he wants. But now we are just 6 minutes into the game, still pretty early, but looks like LG, they definitely have the map control. However, here comes ABB targeting Jax, but Jax with the tankiness was able to get away. Sadly, that did not work out well. Let's see
Okay.
what's gonna happen later.
I think they just gave up for that gank, right? Because they saw the counter strike coming. They could try and push it further, but they didn't have complete vision. Smexy could have been around the corner. If you get stunned by counter strike and then Smexy comes in, that's a lot of damage that could finish off the fight. So the LSU played it safe, and okay, let's not get counter ganked by Smexy. Let's just back off. We force Swapito to feel a little bit of our presence here. Not really win for either team there, but it is. Both teams are looking for ins. They're looking for openings. They're like poking at each other's defenses, seeing who's gonna screw up first.
Man, and the ADCs, or well, the carries are just left alone in the bottom lane side. Supports did get some items in, did try to go with the roam, but apparently there's still no kills around. They're just focusing on getting the farm in, being able to get damage, and even with the armor. But Saya, with the range that she has, was able to just push in with the feathers and push their enemies back. Here though, at the top lane, Camille being able to duel up against this Jax. Hex, the ultimate being popped as well, but you have the hook shot being used, but oh my goodness, right on time, Jax being able to get the kill onto Ego.
A little bit of a misplay there from Ego. Knowing that the jungler was Kiana, he had to hook shot away from the wall, or else he's just gonna get hit by the supreme display of talent, like just making those shockwaves, right? But they do trade a Cloud Drake. Once again, Cloud Drake on this team, DLS in this comp, it's not too big, but they're getting but they are getting other things. They're stealing away the blue buff in exchange for another kill here on the side of ADMU. I think this is a proper trade. It's just negotiations. Okay, I receive kill top lane. You receive Drake and blue buff. I think that's an okay trade that both DLSU and ADMU are happy with.
They're pretty much happy to go with that indeed. But now looks like the bottom duo for the side of LG, they're the ones taking a step back. This time around, the pokes and the damage is starting to scale for this Saya. But, I mean, she also has a very, very sturdy frontliner in case Kog'Maw or Leona tries to do something. But I still pretty much have my eyes on this Kiana. Had a very good early game, so maybe we're going to be seeing more of this champion as the game progresses. I thought someone was going to jump from the side, but apparently it's going to be a no. Here comes a good try for Kog'Maw, but was not able to land the damage on the Saya.
Yeah, the bot lane is pretty much like Xayah, Braum isn't really something that can really leverage kill potential without the gank from relevances. So Snake and Kieran are just playing on like chill lane. Meanwhile, for ADMU, they do have the Rift Herald earlier before the gank onto Ego, so they can either force another gank top side and get some plates, or make something happen mid lane. I do think top lane is more likely here for ADMU, just because they already have a foothold there. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're still jockeying. They're not really actively jockeying for control. They're just like clearing each other's waves and seeing if they're gonna roam or just go for a recall.
I thought someone was gonna try to pick a fight there, but apparently it's Nibino. Brom, being the very disciplined support that he is, he's also focused on going with the D wards, but now that's a huge wave rather, going into Ragna's face, but he'll be able to clear that out. Still not, oh, the skill shot to connect this time around, but Saya is gonna be A-okay. He does not have Leona in his side. Leona, I believe, is roaming around in the map, trying to maybe help out the mid lane or the top laner. But yeah, still a pretty calm map for the side of these two teams so far. Kiana is trying to say hello at the mid lane as well. There could be a gank, there could be not, but I believe LG, they're still looking for that opening.
Yeah, another opening. Like I said, top lane's the most likely target here for... Okay, they have ping, so Ego should know that something's coming. Even if they don't... Okay, so they got detected by the ward around Tribrush, I think. And look at that blue buff ward on the side of ADMU. DLS, that's a big investment that they got ever since Drake and blue buff take on that side. So they're... Just because they see, okay, Smexy hasn't passed by around here, so he's probably topside, right? And X-Relevances can come in, poke a little bit there, confirm. Okay, so Smexy shows himself mid lane. So it's really just a slow-paced game, and the next Drake might be a fight, but it might just be another negotiation where, okay, let's just trade across the map, right?
I actually want to see a fight, but most likely it's gonna be another negotiation. Let's see what kind of trades will they have. But now you have Kiana as well as Leona making their way down at bot lane side. Winter's Spike is not connected, but there's vision given.
So Yobel, okay, taking a few turret shots. That's not ideal. That's not ideal.
Oh no.
They do put, okay, like I think there was a like spike for the players there. So yeah, this gives us a little bit of time to talk about the game state where, so like time stops. Drake is going up soon. Mid lane, good trade with the electric, the proc there coming in from Yobel should be enough to push out Kieran out of lane, especially since Kieran was running out of mana, even though he had like the mana items built up.
And another thing I want to pick up is right after you mentioned about the buff on the blue, no, not LG, ABB tried to pick a fight down at the bottom lane side. We did not see it yet though because the camera panned to the mid lane, and maybe you're gonna be seeing some 1v1s for the mid laners. But overall, ABB, they just really want to assert dominance and get to have first dibs on the next huge objective. Will they get that though? I'm still really waiting to see what's gonna happen because LG, they are pretty much in the state to contest, and they can. And you said this earlier, negotiations are still happening in the game because it's still pretty early. Still would want to see what kind of leads will they get.
And it is shaping up to be an actual fight. I think teleports are both up. I'll just have to check when we load back into the game. So it might be a full-on 5v5 if negotiations break down and they just start a fight, like start a brawl. The teleports, yeah, both up. Yobel, if they're still jockeying for control here, I think if Yobel did not take those turret shots, he would have pushed Kieran out of lane by now. But because he took those turret shots when Kieran went for the stun, it's now a little bit more even, and they're still fighting for control to see who has better pressure when Drake comes up later.
Exactly. Now we are back into the game. Kiana saying hi, hello at the mid lane. Well, okay, I thought he was gonna flash. That's just how aggressive I am as a player. But apparently he's smarter than me. Will not try to take that kill.
Yeah, because they don't have full vision, right? They don't know where Relevances is. They only have a rough idea. So here, oh, Snake.
They do know where this Fogmouth is, that Stevie's will die for the side of DLSU, and with that, Usuki was able to get the kill on the Snake.
Sadly, Usagi was the one that picked up the kill with a Glacial Fissure. I think Relevances just gave it, right? Because he didn't want to stay for like a millisecond longer, otherwise the turret would have gotten it, and then it would have just been a 1-for-1 in a 3v1, so it's not really worth. So I think, Yobel here, trying to make something happen. Topside, like I said, is the most likely target for any hard pushes. They are going to try and contest that bot lane with their own, taking away a lot of those platings, but I think this is just going to be them trading a few plates here and there on top of the kill that DLSU got. In the end, it comes out about even. It would have been more favored to DLSU if Relevances or Leo Mark got the kill, but you know you can't really complain. Leo Mark a little bit too low for the Drake fight, have to recall, but it doesn't seem like Adam was gonna. Oh wow, Kieran going in, hunting down
Wow.
Snake. He doesn't have flash here.
He can't get out from that, and with that, Snake does say goodbye. That's gonna be another kill going over to the side of ABB. Turret plating soon will fall, but the nice Kiana jumping in was able to get the kill. Was not able to get the kill rather, but here comes the unbreakable. Beautiful knock-up being popped by
Kieran.
LG right there. They are in the buff area, but it looks like they are falling back. ABB still trying to go with the kill.
Oh.
Kiana, the backline, was able to get them, but was not able to finish off the kill. With that, LG is just gonna fall back.
That is why you ban out Kieran to him.
Exactly.
He knows. No flash on Snake. It's free real estate. Oh, you wanna save your friend? Okay, Usagi, get in there and cover me while I activate this blast cone. Kidnap Kigran. So let's break that down, right? So there, yeah, a perfect defense here coming in from Usagi. Relevances comes in with the ulti. He is able to block out a lot of damage here, and Kieran knows, okay, we cannot let Yobel get any range in. And if it's just Mexi on one side, he's not gonna go in. It's too dangerous for him. And now, Ocean Drake did get taken by ADMU, because even though DLSU did get a kill there, they were the ones on the exit. And when you're on the exit, usually you're taking damage and you're back. Yobel taking a lot of damage from the Glacial Storm. Kieran's, he has mastery over this Anivia, and he's leveraging it hard against Yobel.
He knows it like the back of his hand. And this, you said this earlier, this is why you banned the champion for this player. Really stepping up and showing that he knows how to play this champion. Was able to push Rise back as well. He never missed a skill shot, by the way. Just saying that. Just saying, rather. But yeah, it just falls straight for the side of ABB. So far, Saya is holding out fine as well. That is the late game insurance for the side of ABB. But for LG, they really banking on this Kiana, which was able to focus on the objective. And for the Jax, looks like he's just focused or pressuring the Camille on top lane.
To be fair, only getting 2 assists on Kiana is not really ideal. But the fact is, Smexy here is getting a lot of these neutral objectives. Already has the Yomus built up. He's probably gonna get his Mythic after that. And it's solid so far. It's not an ideal position for the Kiana. But the thing is, ADMU's not really all-inning on the Kiana here. They're spreading their assets a little bit. They know that, okay, Smexy is fine. Later, he can be, in these choke points, he can be a stun, a really good team fight initiator. Later, Yobel, Snake, and Swapito are going to be the ones dealing the bulk of the damage, and Smexy's just there to clean up or start the fight out with the Supreme Display of Talent. Smexy going to get some Flash Frost to the face here. Going to try and contest it with the Supreme Display of Talent. Tries to alley-oop it onto Snake. Oh, Edge of Ixtal slices through. And that is one carved statue of Ice there. Kieran is gonna get killed.
And that is how you end the kill in a fashionable manner. Look back on that. I really thought he was gonna get the kill instead. Already had the flash.
Look at that.
In the latter parts of this fight. And he wanted to go with a chase. But he forgot Kog'Maw was just in the backline.
And for the most part, he played that the way he should. Because a lot of players would just try to run away from Smexy, right? But or from Kieran, right? You're low, but that just allows Kieran to press the offensive. Against an Nivea, once you get up close, there's not much that she can do. Smexy gonna try to go for kills here.
Now that is gonna be a box onto one. You have the eyes on Smexy, and he does get taken down. Rise forced to flash out. Glacier Fisher being popped. You have Swapito at the back, he does get boxed in. With that hit, you have a lot of resources being used, but the damage was just too much. Relevance does say goodbye, and with that, LG, they have their eyes on the prize. Here comes Anivia, decides to join the party. Will he get someone? Looks like that it's gonna be a no. Instead, a lot of roots does get popped up. You have the Darkness being popped by this Prom. With that, they're holding out just fine, but still the fight is very much long. Hook shot in, was able to get one, but with that, LG is just forced to take a few steps back. You also have the Kites of the Lisaya. The Unbreakable has been popped. Kill going over to Leo Mark on this Leona.
Yeah, pretty much 2 for 1 there. And it was a long fight, so obviously the team with the Anivia is more likely to win. So that was a pretty messy 2v1, pretty close actually. It was just that Kieran was able to get some really good ice walls in, so here they were able to take out the Kiana. And the thing is, Swapito, Counter-Strike, yeah. That Hextech ultimatum, so Pito saying, I'm not trapped here with you. You're trapped here with me.
You're trapped in here with me.
Yeah. And here they try to press the offensive. Once again, LG being the one to press the offensive instead of just backing out after getting a kill. Very fresh from the LG Hydra squad. Here they get a little bit punished for it by walking into the Glacial Storm. They get cut off by the wall. But I'm seeing fire from ADMU. Not the usual cold and precise ADMU that we're seeing, but they're a little bit hotter, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive. That's what we want to see. They still have a small advantage of 3k gold here, and they're slowly building up to that late game Rise, Kog'Maw, and Jax combo.
They definitely came in game number 2 with guns blazing. But of course, Asian Baby Boys still really looking forward to trying to tie things out. They had very good team fight earlier, but you said this, late game, LG, this is where they would shine, especially the Jax and that Kog'Maw. Now you have a 3-champion hunting unit for the side of Asian Baby Boys. Ward has in place. You also have a Sleepers being popped in there, but it looks like LG, they're more paced to the full-on 5v5 team fights. Jax got some damage there, but he's gonna be a-okay.
Oh, Solar Flare.
That is going to be the shield being used by Braum. You also have the wall being put up by Anivia, but no one fully committed. Looks like LG, they are playing this one out safely. They're still holding their ground into the mid lane, but it seems this Kiana has other plans. He's able to pop that Honey Fruit though, has his eyes fixed on the Xin Zhao, and it looks like LG is still not going to pick a fight.
Snake has the blue buff and the Ludens, right? Instead of going for Leandris, because there's not really anything to Leandris against in DLSU, so just goes for the better Ludens in this situation, get that poke out. Yeah, at that point, since Snake did have the blue buff, I think Kieran also had the blue buff. It was basically just a dance of who was going to poke out the other ones first, right? Because they're not gonna run out of mana to clear the wave. So one of them has to go for the poke, and in that situation, the Kog'Maw has a clear advantage against Anivia. So they do press it, they get their second Drake here. First stack of Inferno. Oh, Snake though. Supreme Silver Talent gonna come through. Leomark taking a lot of damage, forces them out, forces his TP as well. That's actually big, forcing the TP out of Kieran.
Exactly, and now so they're gonna push their lead or their limits, and you have DLSU, ABB just marching at the mid lane. LG will be able to defend that though. They do not have any more minions, and the mid lane tower gets to see another day. Kog'Maw though, she's saying hi, hello to this realm. No one will commit, of course.
Yeah, their mid lane is where they're trying to grab a position here with both side waves. It's a similar situation where ADMU already took out the side lane first tier turrets, so now they're pinching mid lane, and this mid lane is so close to death. Once they take that down, the next objectives are going to be a lot easier. The second Infernal Drake is going to be a lot easier here for ADMU if once they take that down. But for now, DLSU, this is their bastion. They can probably force not really, they're not the team that will go for the force here. It's gonna be ADMU, but they can really react well if ADMU tries to go for something mid lane with the Crescent Guard from Relevances, and of course all the tools in Kieran's hands, and of course Leomark's Featherstorm into the Blade Caller.
As you mentioned Relevance, now he is the one at the front line. You also
have Flare
up by Braum yet again, but goodness me, Xin Zhao just popped like a pimple in the mid lane. That's how much damage, how much burst damage LG has this time. And after picking up the kill, they were able to get a turret as well. Looking at the bottom lane side though, Jax in charge of split was duty, but Camille will be able to protect the turret.
Tiegron, he wants to prove themselves. This is his rookie split, right? And he has kind of been lukewarm during quarters and semis, but here he is being decisive. Right? He is seeing, okay, we have a chance to 100-0 relevances here with a Solar Flare. Let's do it. He was trying earlier, but DLSU's defense with Kieran Usagi was pretty good. Ice cold defense, I might add. But Kiergren was like, here he's able to melt through it. And I want to see more of that from Kiergren. I want to see him pop off in his rookie split.
He literally just popped off the enemies earlier on, but we're gonna be seeing more of that, of course. But yeah, now Asian Baby Boys, the moment that they saw their Xin Zhao is supposed to be at the front line alongside Braum. He's supposed to be tanky. Seeing him being erased like that, it's gonna raise some questions. So they have to maybe go back to the drawing board and just maybe have a different plan in mind. Maybe play the objective game and then focus on pickoffs if they're not yet comfortable with their full-on 5v5 fights.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the game plan here for DLSU. And even if it's not like a one person isolated kidnap them and then go for the pickoff,
Mhm.
with the addition of Kieran, if they can burn the flashes on key targets, like if they burn the flash on Yobel and Snake by forcing Ego or Relevances to jump on them, they can disengage from that with Usagi. And then in the next 4 to 5 minutes where the flash is down, Kieran can actually go for a pickoff even though they're together. Oh, nice counter-strike, but very good precision protocol for the revenge here. Really leveraging the adaptive defenses. Now they're dancing around Baron. Supreme display of talent is going to get used to try and like get out of that situation. A no card, an X card is going to come up. Now Baron's actually a real objective at 24 minutes that they can really take and leverage to their advantage. A lot of control vision is going on that side of the map. So, and ADMU is really oh, they missed they missed a blue ward there, but it's fine. It's fine. It's not really a big deal right now. What you need to look at is at the side waves. Who's pressuring? And right now, once again, same deal with the TF earlier. Yobel is pressuring one side, and then Spopito with teleport is forcing the far side.
Despite did not connect onto Leona, no slows just yet. With that, Fiona and Kog'Maw is still at the mid lane side. You have a 4k gold lead roughly in favor of ADMU for Team LG. And looks like they want the gold to balloon in further.
Oh.
Already has their eyes on this Baron. Are they gonna...
Okay, they can't do it because of Skull Shrine. They just
Okay,
really have to. But they are forcing DLSU to respond. Oh my god, they're doing it.
They're starting the Baron. Let's see what is
ADMU's
gonna
going
happen.
for the collapse here. They have to back off.
Okay, they
do
did back off.
But I think they're just trying to. It was a maneuver, right? Okay, we're doing. They're coming in though. Can you actually get something?
Looks like that is to be the burn or the pop onto Camille. The top laner is already down. The Hextech ultimatum
was their
is not
goal.
available
That
for
was their
35
goal.
seconds. That is huge for the side of LG. And with that, I could see the
ABB?
smiles on their faces right now.
ABB got Gigabrain. They got Gigabrain. LG Hydra was like, oh, look at us. We are taking Baron under Scuttle Shrine. Come get us. And then Drake spawns, and then you didn't see that we don't have our we don't have all of our members on Baron. And so Peter just solos the Infernal Drake. Okay, that's actually big brain. And
It was.
DLSU
It
fell
really
for
was.
it.
I mean, the big brains from these two teams they're already better and smarter than me. But seeing them play that, it's basically a chess game. It's not just your normal League of Legends PC game. And so far, LG is the one that's in the lead. But again, Asian baby boys, they can still try and make things happen. Maybe create more space for Saya. Just make sure that the gold lead will not balloon in further for the side of LG, because right now it's roughly 5k.
Oh man, yeah, 5k at 26 minutes. I think the biggest thing here is that the two Infernal Drakes and the Ocean Drake, especially the two Infernal Drakes. At this point, with the 5k gold lead, that should amount to like 6 to 6.5k in terms of total gold advantage. And they have soul pressure. So when Infernal Drake next spawns, DLSU has to make a decision. And their vision game has to be on point when both of these objectives are up. Because if you miss a beat, either you have to trade soul for Baron, which is more of a short-term versus long-term investment. So like Baron versus Drake, short versus long. Or they just crumple, right? Because ADMU already pulled a fast one on DLSU. They have to be watchful over their movements, and DLSU have to. When ADMU's doing something under vision of DLSU, they have to ask themselves, should we? What is ADMU's play here? What is their angle here? And then face off against that instead of taking it face value.
Yeah, still on to the side of ABB. They're in hunting mode. They're still in survival mode. Whereas LG, they're the ones that's more comfortable with the warding, just going all around the map. Kiana is alone at the top lane even. But the usual 1v1 or duel is happening at the bot lane. Camille and Jax, they're gonna fight until the end of the game, I swear. I mean, that's just them trying to stop the possible split push from their opponents, but more waves is pouring into the side of DLSU now. The men in blue will be able to take a peek onto the Baron pit. Kiana is right there at the sides though, but that is going to be vision given from the side of LG. Shinja already was already seen. He will be forced to back away as well. Few pokes here and there, but no one is actually committing. Camille can't go back as well or help anyone. ABB, they would really need the Hexacle Tomato,
Whoa,
but
though.
that is going to be a focus on Kiana Kennedy
Oh,
to flash
that's
out.
opportunity.
And with that, they're going to try to
Nice
go with the
opportunity.
re-engage, but it's not going to be enough for LG. Instead,
Perfect.
Asian
That's Baron.
Baby Boys was able to go with the pickoff, and they could possibly get Baron. However, Jax will be able to get that bottom lane turret.
Yeah, that was a very good play there from Kieran to lock him out. And very good Crescent Guard, because without the Crescent Guard there, the ulti from Relevances, I think Snake would have been able to finish off the Xin Zhao. But they're taking a lot of poke here from this Kog'Maw. They might need to get off of the Baron here because they're taking too much. Yobel from downtown, gonna try and make a play here. Teleport coming through. This is gonna make it a 5v4, so they have to back off. Realm Warp to get out of there. Smooth. Tiagron's gonna be the next target. Ego just gonna get slapped with the Shield of Dawn here. Trying to really... Nice flash. Sliver of health remaining. Good reset. Meanwhile, bot lane still being pushed by Swapito. Yobel stopping the force here, having to flash out. Will it finish? Oh, finishes off Relevances. So now they're gonna lose inhib.
Oh no, losing one
Wait, no,
inhib.
they might not inhib. They might not lose inhib. Okay.
Okay, they just
Swapito might
lost
actually back
one
up.
turret, and then their jungler. At the very least, it's not too bad for the side of Asian Baby Boys, but that's just more advantage for the side of LG. Being able to have the map control again, and there's no more turrets on the bottom lane side. Are they gonna try and get Baron? Okay, looks like they're gonna give it a try.
Once again, because they already pushed DLSU out. Death timers are long enough. So 10 seconds on Relevances, no TPs from Ego, only on Karen. Means that they can go for it, but they're not really in a good position to. I think it's better for ADMU here to prepare either to control Baron or to just go for Infernal Drake. Because if they get Soul, that's a huge damage boost for them. Even though I do think that Baron is more valuable to this comp, getting Soul is still pretty big. And yeah, it does seem like they don't want to lose a team fight while both Infernal and Baron are possibly up at the same time. So lots of pings coming through. Who is pinging that? Pinging
Which
Relevances.
one is
Which one of you is
pinging?
pinging that? But yeah, fight's gonna start very soon.
Luther has
what
been down, but with that have 5 and 7 onto the scoreboard. A lot of damage being taken by this Anivia,
Maxi.
but now ADB, they are jumping into the Infernal Drake that is gonna go over to their side. With that, he is in the middle of everything, does get stunned, but looks like LG, they have so much damage, was able to get a kill onto Relevance, and with that, they're still gonna
Nice
push.
pick, Relevance.
Still gonna push that damage onto Saya. Saya was able to get
Ego,
that
happy
kill,
pick
but
from
now
downtown?
look at Backline, goodness me. Focus onto Braum. Focus onto everyone from Asian Baby Boys. That burst was just too much for them to bear. And with that, it was a 4-1 in favor of LG.
Wow, look at that. They forced Kieran out with a poke. Nice blade caller there, by the way. But here, they're like, okay, you're gonna escape? To where? To where, ABB?
where?
Where are you gonna escape to when we control the whole map? That was perfect. And I like how they played that. They were okay with losing Infernal Drake because they knew that they could get a team fight off of that where they were win. And I think that's just a nature like that posture. Did think that LG Hydra won off of that Drake fight. It's just that when the game pauses, it actually screws up the recording or screws up the spectate when it catches up and the game already ended, right? So you can just imagine that LG pretty much won from that Drake fight.
Yes,
Right? They just went all in.
to the fans of LG there, just imagine them storming, taking down Inhib, taking down Nexus, and then there's a huge victory on your screen. But yeah, initially I thought it was Asian Baby Boys' time to shine, given that again they did get Infernal, but I guess Relevance was the Xinjiao was the first one to fall down, so there's no initiator. At the same time, there's no disengager for the side of ABB, and that's just everything LG would ever want. The positioning as well is very much on point. ABB tried to get away. Braum had the Unbreakable up, but the Unbreakable became breakable when LG just damaged him from the backline.
Yeah, it's like strategy. When your enemy has an unbreakable shield, teleport behind them, right?
Smart.
So right now, LG is like friggin' Zhuge Liang right now from the Romance of Cheating. Grand strategist, right? They predict something will happen, and they They've laid down a plan, predict something happens, and they don't even need to show the actual thing because it's just assumed that it happened exactly as Kongming, as Zhuge Liang would predict it. And that's what ADMU's character is showing us right now. Positional plays, opportunities being exploited, right? And they're one game away from getting that big break, from getting that championship title that ADMU, that LG has been looking for so long. And DLSU, they were champions in Metro last season. They are
Yes.
looking to do good on that promise that they will be the best in the Philippines. But ADMU just giga-brained them both games.
Man. It's just, whew, okay. I don't want to jinx it, but I have to say it right now. It's 2-0. They're very much close to winning. Will this closeness actually result to a championship, or will we see longer games? I mean, personally, I really love how LG does their job and how they just move around the map. It's very slow, but it's very tactical, as I'd like to call it. Just making sure that there's no room for Asian baby boys to even breathe, and the flank is always on point as well. But with that, you guys just witnessed game number 2. Will we see a game number 4? Will we enjoy the last possible game next as we jump in for a very, very quick break? We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Hiron.
Harap sa taong handang magsumikap.
Dami niya na.
Panghapunan.
Pantoga.
Atin ang pangarap. Atin ang pagsisikap. Atin ang mundo. Globe. Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Everyday siya kung dumating. Kaya parang institusyon na siya dito sa area namin. Minsan, sobrang late na. Andun pa rin si Manong Fishball.
Ginagabi kayo, Manong.
Enrollment eh.
After some time, yung karito ni Manong Fishball nadagdagan ng may bike.
Hanggang kabilang kalye, nagtitinda na rin kayo, Manong?
Ang notebook.
Sunod na taon, pati menu nadagdagan.
Nax, may squid balls na.
Mahal kasi ang lapis. May kikya pa dyan.
Bilib na bilib ako kay Manong Fishball. Akalain mong yung maliit niyang kariton, napalaki niya ng ganun? Ang nagagawa nga naman ng pangarap ng isang magulang.
Manong, anong grade na ba yung anak nyo?
Tagal nang tapos sa mga...
See, I thought it was a very, very quick break, but now Hiron has transformed into still a guy, still has glasses, but
Yep.
now it will be Dash.
Yeah, and what is up, everyone? Again, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Yuko. And let us take a look at that second game, Yuko. That
Mhm.
was really interesting on the side of LG Haida. They were able to pull off the jacks just because of the way that Asian Baby Boys drafted during that time. They have a lot of auto attackers. They have the counter strike on the jacks. That's why during the early game, it was easy for jacks to be able to just farm up. Late in the game, they were just able to stomp on Asian Baby Boys.
Exactly. And with that, we are already at match point. But I believe ABB, they could still win at least
Mhm.
one game for this series. But now it will be LG Hydra with the first pick. I'm gonna be expecting another Ziggs ban, maybe another
Hmm.
Twisted Fate ban from these two teams. But LG, they would want to focus on banning out the support first. No Rakan, no Charmer, no one to disrupt their lineup.
And yeah, also on the side of Asian Baby Boys, they need to look out for the key picks that always is getting picked by the side of LG Haida. Snake was always able to pick the Kog'Maw, and he wreaks havoc late in the game. The damage, sheer damage that he does is just so good that Asian Baby Boys can't even react. Right now, there's a problem also on the top side. Ego is having a hard time just because LG Hydra is investing a lot of resources on the side. Now, without the Kog'Maw, on the side of LG Haida, what else could they pull out? Because right now, they were able to use Kog'Maw for 2 games. They were able to get away with it. So now in the late game, with Ego, right now with a Fiora against a Camille, a good skill matchup on the top side.
Oh, they're hovering. They're hovering. But I think it's gonna be a
Wait.
maybe. They're, oh, you know what? They're messing with us. I'm gonna stop trying to predict now. Aphelios though is a very good champion to lock in for the first rotation pick onto the blue side. But you know what? It's a prank. It was a volley bear. Was open, and ABB they're gonna incorporate that in their lineup.
Okay, having a volley bear on the lineup is really, it's really lot. It's really not much of a meta, but with the
Mhm.
early game and without a trundle to counter it out, it could be leveraged by Acer and Baby Boys to get them their advantage. But
Yes.
with how LG Hydra is getting those picks, yes, Kiana won't be a viable pick right now just because they won't be able to fight on relevances early on. That's good, but would that be enough? Because LG, they use these advantages early in the game and push it through the late game. With Swapito again having the Camille, it could be easier for them to get trades in the early game. Gwen didn't work on the side of Asian Baby Boys. What else would they pull out? Yes, I was expecting that. The Misfortune right here would be good. They have a lot of clash potential.
Exactly. Now this time around, LG they really would want to push this with the full on 5v5 team fight. Hextech Ultimatum plus bullet time. Not only does it scream damage, but it also screams isolation. So I guess they're gonna focus on the top lane of
Mhm.
ABB or maybe even Ezreal. Basically anyone that's being isolated. You also have a hover and lock in onto the rise for the side of LG. And finally, Fiora making her way into this game number 3.
Okay, Yubel also holding that rise again that led them to the victory onto the first game. I mean, second game. And this is kind of tricky for Asian Baby Boys because LG Haida is just pulling the same champions up from their gutter and they are going to use it again. Amumu getting banned, it hasn't been picked so far by the side of LG Haida. They're just not letting LG Haida get the pick on the Amumu just because Amumu right now on the support role is really strong and they have a lot of carries already getting hovered. So right now, Asian Baby Boys are just targeting the jungler, targeting the support.
Jafer has been banned by AVB, and you also have the Brom ban for the side of LG. No Glacial Fissure, no Unbreakable, and no stand by me. No stand by me. What? Stand behind me for
Yeah.
this Brom for the side of LG as well as ABB. I mean, Brom was very good at the very least for me in game number 2. Was able to provide protection, sustain, and looks like LG they also do not want CC because they banned out Leona.
Hey, banning out Leona. A Nautilus is still possible on the side of Asian Baby Boys. They have Misfortune. Misfortune doesn't have any way to get out of fights like what Snake is using Kog'Maw a while ago. So having that is also good. If ever they're gonna go for that, okay, Kieran is trying something different here. If they're gonna pick this Twisted Fate, they want to focus their attention on somewhere. might be top, might be bot. They want to
Top
get
lane.
the ganks just for them to be able to shut down those players. Yeah, for sure. I think top lane would be the focus here because Wapito has been doing really well.
Now you have the hover. Most likely it's going to be a lock-in on this Nautilus. And I actually want to add on to what you said earlier. Camille, yes, she has hook shot, but she can hook shot if you have a gold card at her face,
Right,
right?
right,
So
right.
the idea is to CC the living hell out of Camille and then take her down.
Yeah.
Hopefully stop her from snowballing as well.
Oh, it didn't stop Smexy from again picking the Kiana because they want to use the supreme display of talent to push these people out of their place. So with this, Asian baby boys, what would they pick on the side of Usagi? A Galio would be good if
Galio.
they want a lot of added pressure, but
Mhm.
if they put in the Yumi, for now, I think they don't have a lot of damage to work with. Yes, Ezreal has damage, but it is up to the mid game only. They are just gonna use the Fiora for this. So having the Yubi on their composition, this changes things. Yes, they can sustain in the bot lane, but
Mhm.
with Nautilus on their side, yes, it's safe. But with the Death Charge and the Dredge line, if that were able to hit, that could be an easy gank for the side of LG Hydra.
Exactly. ABB's lineup. We see the logic behind it, but it's very, very vulnerable compared to the lineup that LG has this time around. So they are just really banking on TF as and even Fiora. Hopefully Fiora will be able to win that duel in the top side. And hopefully I believe Twisted Fate might focus on rotating over to the bot lane side just to help Ezreal and Yumi here because
Mm-hmm.
they're very squishy. They're very vulnerable. Whenever Nautilus is very tanky as well. You also have MF on the other side of LG. It's a lot of damage, a lot of protection for the side of LG.
Yeah, but what I like about here, Yuko, is that Ezreal is a champion that is very self-sustaining. And with
Mhm.
a Yumi, it's gonna be easier for them to sustain in the bot lane. So what they want to do is not to take any fights. Don't let misfortune just snowball the way out of bot lane just because when you go for the double up, it deals a lot of damage, especially the back line. So with this, Asian baby boys are looking to gank top lane. They're not for sure gonna gank bot lane because they don't have enough CC to work with. And top lane is the way to go because Wapito is going to be the target of them because they have a lot of single target stuns. They
Mhm.
have relevances, they have Karen, and they have Destiny from Karen. So if they shut down Swapito, would that be the answer? Because Yobel is also looking to be a hard man to fight with.
Exactly. I mean, did you see the rise in game number 2? That it was painful to watch, as painful as his damage.
Yeah, the damage is really, really hard to deal with, especially right now. Even if Snake could be able to farm in the bot lane, the
Mhm.
bullet time later on in the clashes, it would be hard to deal with because with Smexy using the supreme display of that, yes, it's hard to pull off. But Snake, I have seen Snake before on the fight against MGS, putting the bullet time in good places and good timings every time. He dies, yes, but he dealt a lot of damage to be enough to for Swapito, for Yabel, for Smexy to clean them up. So Asian baby boys needs to be careful on their positioning against LG Hydra.
Man, and that's a lot of ground to cover for the side of LG. What do you think are the win conditions for these two teams, though?
For LG, for sure, they want to get Yobel
Uh huh.
onto the damage, maybe 2 items, 3 items before they go in for big fights. And on the side of Asian baby boys, what they want to do is use the early game in their favor. Because late game, they don't have much damage to work with. They have a deadline. As Hiron said, the average games of LG Hydra are 38 minutes. So if LG pushes this game up to 38 minutes, LG would be very destructive. So Asian baby boys needs to lessen that gap, make it easier for them to get the early game advantage, snowball that, and not LG Hydra be able to scale onto the late game.
Man, a lot of win conditions for the side of ABD, but I think they'll be able to pull it off. We just need to heavily rely on TF and maybe even Ezreal. And is there any specific matchup or lanes that you're looking forward to seeing in this game number 3?
I would like to see top lane for sure, Yuko,
I
because
see. Okay.
most of the time it's Camille and Fiora all over again. It's a skill matchup, and whoever gets the first blood gets the advantage in the lane. That's pretty big of an advantage. But for you, what do you think is gonna be exciting to see here?
Okay, I was about to say top lane. However, I want to have a different answer from
Yeah,
you. So
sure.
I'm gonna say the bottom lane matchups, the 2v2s.
Ooh. Mm.
I really want to see how MF will perform this time around because I've been seeing a lot of pretty hyped comments in the live stream about that champion and that player.
Yeah, and Misfortune, especially right now when they build Vitality, a lot of armor penetration, it's really hard to deal with even if you're a tank because the bullet time just deals so much damage. So in the bot lane, what they want to do is let both of those ADC scale up. I'm seeing that for sure they would let them scale up because they have a lot of damage later on in the game. But the other lanes, there's gonna be war from all of them for sure.
Definitely.
And yeah, having the TF in, especially on Kieran's hand, Karen, I can say he performed really well last game. It was just hard for them to be able to fight. And the way that the comp worked on the side of LG Hydra, it just worked well so much. And Asian Baby Boys wasn't able to answer.
Now, with the teams already loading into the game, let's see, will this be the last game for the grand finals or will we see a game number 4? Guys, do not forget to share the live stream, tag your friends, invite them to watch. Look at that beautiful skin on Misfortune, and let's see what is going to be the story for this game number 3.
Excited for both of these junglers just trying to get their visions onto the map. Most likely going to be starting on different sides of the lanes. If ever that happens, yes, Relevances has advantage in the early games because Smexy must have the serrated Dirk before he would be able to do some damage. But Relevances, even without it, he's good in the early game. So what they, as I said, with the deadline that they have, they need to make Relevances relevant. Because if he's not relevant anymore in the late game, it's hard to fight against ADMU at that point.
Exactly. I mean, imagine having your imagine not living up to your IGN, am I right? Jokes
Yeah.
aside, but I do agree that is one of the win conditions for the side of Asian Baby Boys. Now it's a very, very quiet early game. Ego not moving a muscle, probably checking if someone is gonna face check the tribush there. But yeah, both teams are gonna play this one out very, very slowly. Now you have the leash for the side of Asian Baby Boys. Three
Yep.
champions there at the buff side, but now for the Milan, it's just the usual pokes here and there between two people.
Yeah, for sure, Baby Boys knows what to do against ADMU at this point. They need to force the hand of ADMU whenever they go for a fight because it's not going to be easy to fight against them because they have a lot to work with. Honestly, Asian Baby Boys, they are pressured to do something and they should not be desperate. They need to be patient because LG Hydra is good at capitalizing on mistakes.
They are. They very much are. Vital points has been popped, and with that, Ego is gonna dash in and try to put so much damage onto Camille, but Camille will be A-okay. Still the early game, still has quite the sustain, but at the mid lane though, these two champions really focus on clearing out the wave, but at the same time, it's like they're waiting for their opponent to make one mistake, and then most likely they will have first blood in their hands.
Whew, yeah, and LG, they're starting it off pretty slow. Very typical of them to be just clearing up the witch even for Smekti. But I think mid lane might be the answer here.
Hello, flash out on Disputed Fate,
Ooh.
and with that, they were able to push this champion back. Going back into the top
Yeah.
lane though, a lot of minions in favor for the side of Ego, but he is just gonna keep the pressure rolling just to make sure that Camille will not be able to move around the way she wants. That is gonna be the roots connecting, but looks like that is gonna be a flash in onto the side of Asian Baby Boys, but they
Okay.
were not able to finish off the kill.
Karen, okay, that is so much HP taken off of them. It's Mexi goes in for another gank here in the mid lane. That could probably be a kill. Yes, both of their flashes are down, so this junglers just needs to wait for the reset of their mid laner before they go, and for sure, they would get a kill on whoever gets the advantage in lane. Because most likely, mag-advance sila sa lane, and they're gonna use that in their favor.
Exactly. Still waiting na for the Trisha Barrage rather to be available. Now you have teleports coming in. Now that is going to be the gold card. Not connecting though. Also have a TP coming in for the top lane side. That is going to be
top
exactly for the side of Asian Baby Boys. Focusing everything onto LG, and with that, they get first blood. However, it was a trade.
Yeah, they were able to get onto Swapito, and that is going to be bad for the top lane. Swapito having the disadvantage. He lost a lot of waves, but still, Rise was able to capitalize. He was able to get it, and that would be used on the mid lane. Look at that. A lot of TPs has been used just for that gank, and Swapito still has something to work for. So now Asian Baby Boys, with this advantage in their favor, getting the first blood, they just need to use that. The advantage is all on the side of relevances. They just need to go for ganks like this again later on. The Destiny would be up, and that is what they need to use.
This is the ultimate that they are waiting for. Indeed, once Destiny is up, you're gonna be seeing a lot of Asian baby boys from the top lane up until the bot lane side. Plus, again, single target CCs is very strong, especially if you're able to catch MF or maybe even Camille off guard. But looks like the
What?
two mid laners is just focusing on the duel. Here comes Kiana, though. That is indeed they tried to box in Ezreal, but was not able to do so. Still has flash, still has barrier.
Yeah, using the essence shift in their favor. And this is what you want from a bot lane like Snake and Kigron with this wave that they're controlling right now. Look at that's 2 waves advantage for Snake in the bot lane. And that's the reason why it's hard to fight against. It's easy to fight against a Yuumi Ezreal bot lane. Yes, they have some damage to work with. Yeah, they have sustain. But would they risk it against a Nautilus? Because a Nautilus could just push them back, use the dredge lane if they need, and they have a lot of damage.
Looks like that is the problem for Yuumi and Ezreal indeed. But so far, I mean, they are
Bonk.
holding out just fine with that Mystic Shot coming out from Ezreal. Nope! It's not gonna connect. It was too
Okay,
close for comfort
okay.
though. I held my breath there.
I was afraid that it would be connecting, and man, if ever that connected, that is gonna be hard for the side of Asian Baby Boys. Yes, they're going for the bait, and this is really smart. If Relevances gets the gank here, if LG gets overzealous against them, oh no, this is gonna be brewing up as a bad fight in the bot lane though.
Okay, they back away. I thought we're gonna be seeing something there, but ABB would want to hold on to the lead that they had. But when it comes to the gold, though, it looks like LG finally has the gold lead into their favor at the top lane. You have Camille with the tactical sweep who was able to clear out the waves, force Fiora to play under turret, could recall and maybe get few items in or try to go with the kill. But Camille, she is just gonna fall back.
Yeah, I like this. They forced the recall coming in from Asian Baby Boys, and with that, they were able to crash a lot of the waves in the bot lane. Now they got the advantage, so they use it in their favor. They have the serrated Drake, they have the Executioner's Calling. So later on, if they go for a fight in the bot lane, if Kigron would be able to get that dredge line, for sure they would be able to get at least one against this bot lane. So Relevances knows that. They have a lot of flashes to work with, but I think they need to pound on Yubel some more. Because look at this, there's still a wave advantage in the mid lane, and you don't want Yubel to be scaling up.
Yobel though is just holding out just fine. Hopefully they could stop Yobel from scaling, but things are looking pretty strong for the side of LG. Still pretty early to confirm this though, because ABB can still try to make things happen, but that is going to be a try for MF to just push the opponents back. Going back at the top lane, still a pretty dead even matchup. I mean, Ego is 1 level up compared to Camille here, so maybe Fiora will be able to utilize that. He's gonna focus on the D ward. It's just the usual back and forth of 2 top laners.
Yeah, and we can see that Ego has the advantage. It's the effect of the gank a while ago. Swapito lost a lot of waves there, and most of the time when you lose waves, oh no, Swapito, gonna be crazy. Relevance is here though.
Hello, Destiny has been popped as well. Here comes Goka, but
Nice.
Taito has been popped as well. With that, he does get stunned. Will he survive? The answer is to be no, because the kill went over to Relevances. Goodness me, beautiful gank for the side of Asian Baby Boys. But with that, they pretty much leave the Ocean Drake vulnerable.
Yeah, and now with this, top lane basically now is the dead lane. So Asian Baby Boys use that, as we said a while ago during the drafting, they're gonna be ganking Swapito every time. And with that, they lost an Ocean Drake. It's okay, it's a good trade. At least now Ego could shine later on. And it's what Asian Baby Boys wanted all along, even from the first game. They wanted Ego to shine, and now I think Karen is the one who's shining. But still, at least medyo nababasbasan si Ego.
Parang ano na, Ox na, meron na nakuhang gold, may items na. So, round 2, fight na lang ulit.
Yeah, and yun nga eh. Gusto na lang nila mag round 2. And for sure, they're really pressuring it. Look at how Relevances is positioned right now. They didn't even care about the Ocean Lake. It's okay, because later on, we would reap what we saw with this top lane. Ego just getting a lot of waves. Swapito not getting the advantage. Usually, kasi on the side of LG, whenever they play, they want Swapito and Smexy to be able to use this phase in their favor to help out Snake and Yubel. Right now, without Swapito, Yubel and Snake needs to step up.
They really do. I mean, no S and S combination, so it's gonna be a difficult time for LG. And again, their Ezreal has had his time, his own sweet time to farm, get the items in. Crucial Barrage will most probably hurt in the latter parts of the matches. And again, really good ganking from Relevances as well as from the Twisted Fate. I'm just waiting for what kind of answer will LG give. Again, Ego being very confident at the top lane, was able to just focus on farming. Hexic Ultimatum is not available though, as well as the Grand Challenge, but Kiana is just being the sneaky jungler at the bush area, was able to get the ward out, and with that, MF did try to focus onto the turret, but Ezreal was able to go with defense.
Yeah, as we said kanina, Yuko, it's gonna be hard for Smexy to gain advantage against Relevances. Yes, he has the waves in, but when it comes to the gank, it's gonna be easier for Relevances dahil with the CC that they have, with the objectives that they have right now, and how tanky Volibear would be, it's just easy for them to do. And that's why the other lanes, look at them, they're just stepping up. They want to get onto the bot lane just because inaapi nga daw si Swapito, kailangan nilang mag-fight back against them.
Kailangan na ng redemption arc pa kay Sopito. And anime references here even in the LoL PCC. But yeah, now still a very good defense for the bot lane turret. But that is gonna be the Essence Flux connecting onto MF. TP is gonna come in as well. Destiny, nandiyan na din. Now you have Super Barrage being sent out by Ezreal. But a beautiful bullet time has been popped, but the damage is not gonna be enough. One does get through, the team flashes in, was able to get the kill onto Keira. Now you have Fiora being able to dash out, but no, the range from Rise was able to finish off the kill. Will they re-engage? Looks like they will not. They would just want to hold on to the advantage that they have.
Yep, that's what Asian baby boys want. They want to force the hand of LG Haida to make this decisions, and because of that, LG Haida lost one, but still an advantage for Asian baby boys, because if they would be able to take this tower in the bot lane, look at the TP in the back line, Yuko.
Yep, that is going to be a try for engage for the side of the men in blue, but the men in red will just fall back. Not want to overstay their welcome, do not want to pick anything funny.
Yeah, look at this. Yung Asian baby boys, the way they played this, it was good. Smexy was able to cancel it out. The bullet time, I said, Snake is so good at placing those bullet times every time. And that's why Asian baby boys needs to be afraid whenever Snake is there. But still, Asian baby boys was able to get the early game advantage, and they are holding on to it. They're not making they're not making a lot of mistakes. They're lessening it so that LG won't be able to capitalize. But LG is just too good at capitalizing on those mistakes and trades 1-for-1 in the bot side.
Exactly, but now you have Fiora. No turret, by the way, to protect Camille, and with that, he was just forced to hook shot away. Did not want to try and force a 1v1 against a Fiora. Ego's Fiora in this game had a lot of its win conditions met. So, there's a comfortable Fiora for the side of ABB.
Yeah, and for sure, you want the Fiora to be gaining the advantage in the early, but they can't just go for the silence, they can't go for the push, and that's what we're seeing right now, the side of baby boys. They just want to use Ego onto the advantage for ADMU to invest resources in order to kill Ego. That's the playstyle you want for a Fiora. You want him to get advantage, you want them to invest resources para mag-make sila ng decisions. Will we take Fiora or will we take objective? That is the question for LG Hydra right now.
Why not both? Just kidding. I mean, it's possible, but it's much more difficult. But for now, you have the members jumping in at the middle, was able to root one, and with that, not the bullet time, that is gonna be the card from Twisted Fate, and LG was not able to deal with the cards that Twisted Fate did dump. Another kill going over to ADB, and maybe even a mid lane turret.
Okay, that's good advantages for the side of Asian baby boys. Now they can use this. They have now the Mountain Drake on their side, and you don't want that to happen. But the Dredge line in the mid lane, okay.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
Okay, no. I I thought Kiana was gonna pull something there, but space created for Asian Baby Boys was able to get a dragon and another golden card connecting plus the shit barrage, even the Arcane Shift Inferno Blazes. But with that, it's gonna be the kill going over to Twisted Fate. MF, say goodbye.
Oh, wow, what was that, Asian Baby Boys? With the way that they play, they're pulling all the advantages that they can against ADMU. And now with this, we know there's signs of life on side of Asian Baby Boys. They're looking at the advantage right now. LG doesn't have the advantage on their side. This is the comfort of Asian Baby Boys. They play around advantages and they're just using it to pound on the side of LG Haida. With this, they're going to be able to take down bottom lane. A lot of pressure on the side of LG Haida.
2 and 5 on the scoreboard. Asian Baby Boys being able to get 2 turrets, whereas LG is still looking for their first turret to take down. Again, they have the goal lead. A lot is in their favor, but still they need to be quite wary of this Camille, even in this MF, because imagine a late game, MF online, and the beautiful bullet time from LG could turn things around. But so far, ABB, they're holding out just fine.
Oh yeah. As a side of Asian Baby Boys, with the way that they use their destiny, five kill participation in Karen and 5 kills they have, and that's just because of the rotation coming in from Karen. They're using this Twisted Fate really well, and I think LG Haida, even though that they're pressing the issue every time, it's just because they want to get some resources for themselves. They want Swapito to get the goal. They want them to get some towers for themselves, and they're not risking taking a lot of fights against Asian Baby Boys. Yes, they might have been out of position every time, but Relevances has a lot to work with. They have the Divine Thunder already, so it's gonna be hard for Smecty to fight against this Ego top lane.
Oh, now they are gonna focus on to this Herald. They will be getting this non-contested. So ABB just more pushing potential onto their lineup. Could someone it may be at the mid lane or the bot lane later on? Let's see what is gonna be their decision. But so far they are just closing in to the side of LG. The longer the game is, the smaller the map will be for LG side.
And they want LG to not get into late game. 16 minutes on the clock. They have a deadline, as we said. They don't want LG to get into the late game because that is where LG thrives. Asian Baby Boys, they're just making use of this gap that they have. Oh, the dredge line.
Woo! Blue Street has been taken down, but you know what? You also have the barrage being sent up by Ezreal, focusing onto the offense. Beautiful bullet time for the side of LG. What was that indeed? But Ego at the front line, Hexing ultimatum being popped as well. They are going to focus in onto one turret, but now you have onto one target rather. But you also have Ezreal safe in the back line. Snake was able to get Ego, but at what expense? At the expense of your very own life. A shutdown on TF, the kill going over to Kiana, but with that Rise, goodness me, Rise indeed is shut down onto Volibear, and Ezreal was the only one left there.
Okay, they made that into a 3-4-3. That was good start. Coming in from Asian Baby Boys, they know they have the advantage. That's why they pulled the trigger with the Yuumi onto Relevances. It was easy for them to get in. They know they had the sustain. But here, look at the supreme display of talent. Yes, that was good, well placed. But right now, Smexy doesn't have the damage.
Yes.
And that's the reason why LG is having a hard time. So Asian Baby Boys, they can still press the advantage. They have 5k gold lead to work with.
Kahit gaano kaganda yung placement ng bullet time, pag walang damage, parang bitin na lang din naman. And maybe that's something ABB is banking on for now. Which is why Ezreal is pretty much safe in the backline, especially with what happened in the fight earlier. But now LG, it's just them going back to the drawing board, see what works this time around. Because again, the longer the game is, the smaller and the less times LG has the chance to actually get out, because ABB they're really looking forward to ending this game this time around.
Asian Baby Boys needs to be really careful whenever they go for fights like that. If they get the kills, they need to back away already, because LG, at that point in time, it was just Yobel, but Yobel was almost able to get 2 kills during that time, and that is where Yobel goes and becomes scary. The Everfrost is already here, and the hold would be too much to handle if ever they go in 1-by-1 against them. But objective is coming in. It is an Infernal Drake. They might want to contest this, but for sure LG Hydra won't, because they know they don't have the advantage.
Ego with the pokes on that Fiora onto Camille, but looks like the passive
Oh
has been
no.
popped out. Here comes the
Yubel.
jump in. Roots are gonna connect, but Nautilus was able to cook the enemy. Will it be enough though? Looks like it will
Oh.
be a no because the focus on Yubel was too much. That is quite the damage that he
Gold
had to
card.
tank, as well as Nautilus.
Ooh.
Stuns are gonna connect, and with that, it's 2 kills to 0 in favor of Asian Baby Boys, plus 1 bot lane turret.
Yes, this is what I want to see, but the top lane, Yuko, another fight.
Another duel, but Camille still has Hextech ultimatum, but it looks like Fiora with the dueling lead, the duelist will be able to have the advantage, forcing Camille to go back.
I like what Asian Baby Boys is doing here. They are really looking for their advantage. They know that they can fight LG Hydra during clashes. That what do? They go for picks. They go for 3v1s, they go for 4v2s, and that's what you want to do on this kinds of composition. You have the gold card to work with, you have the stunner relevances, and he's very tanky. You just need to go front to back every time. And ADMU, oh no, this is looking pretty scary because this is just Asian Baby Boys are now online.
This is them playing in their element, plus a 6k gold lead to beat, and 6 kills. Oh, 6 seems to be their lucky number. But yeah, also 6 kills up compared to LG. We are almost at the 20-minute mark. Looks like ABB, they have everything. Almost everything, if not everything, to their favor. Just one more clash to end things. But again, they really need to keep their eye onto MF and even onto the Nautilus Rise. I mean, they have the resources to just catch Yobel off guard, so maybe that's why they're a lot more comfortable in game number 3 compared to game number 2.
Okay, with this item pickups that we're seeing right now, it's just gonna be hard. Look at the Destiny, just getting used for them to get some info, and if they know the positioning from the side of LG, Asian Baby Boys could just use it. And now they know most of them, yeah, on the top side, but they have the fighting power to be able to get the Baron if they want to. So now they're just waiting for timings. LG is just farming. And if Asian Baby Boys just are pressing their advantages here, they're just waiting for another Destiny before they go for another pickoff.
Okay, so now you have a 3 champion hunting unit for the side of LG, but it seems like ABB, they are a lot more confident. They run around separately, rather looking for their next possible objective or champion to take down. Okay, Kiana will be A-okay, but it looks like ABB, they're making their way into the Baron pit, or maybe they want to get a turret at the top lane side, maybe get a gank, get a kill onto Camille, we'll never know.
And the 1v1s right now, Ego just gets advantage every time. Just because, it's Fiora. It's the grand duelist that would just fight you out and chunk some HP every time, back away. And that's the advantage of having a Fiora in your team. You can really go for press for advantages every time. Try to put they're gonna force LG to put resources on you. For example, like Yubel. If Yubel is out of the fight, it could be easier for Asian Baby Boys to take them because right now they don't have much damage to work with. Yes, they have Snake here, but Snake would be relevant after he gets the Serial Grudge. Yes, he has some damage for the bullet time. He's always placing it really perfectly, but Asian Baby Boys knows that, and what they need to do is just back away after the bullet time.
Oh, okay. So no one is taking Baron just yet. No one wants to push their luck or their chances. Maybe we're going to be seeing one fight before they do try to get Baron, but it really looks like ABB, they want this major objective.
They want to get this Baron. It's going to be helpful for them, just for them, because they already took 5 towers down. If they take more, that would be better because LG doesn't have more space to work with, and that's what LG wants. They need some space for themselves, for them to be able to take some fights, because they are an AoE team. They have Smexy with the supreme display of talent, and Yobel with the constant DPS with the AoE. So now they want to take this Baron, force LG to take this fight, and this is gonna be the fight that we're looking out for.
LG, this could be their signal of, wait, where are our opponents? Maybe they're trying to get Baron now. They're inching their way in. No TPs just yet, though, but there is going to be the teleport right as you called it. Now LG is forced to back away, but with that, will they get a kill? The Sun are going to click on the 2 with that. Smexy just got annihilated. Exhaust has been popped as well, and you have another kill going over to Leomar. 2 champs already down. A double kill for the side of ABB, and with that, they got they got 3-0 in their favor.
Oh.
They would want to get this mid lane turret. Will MF be able to defend this? It looks like she will not.
Yeah, that was Asian Baby Boys. They baited the reaction from LG Hydra when they saw the TP from Yabel. They backed away and they went in for the turn. And they know Kieran has the Zonya's Argla, so if ever he goes in, goes for the Sun, and just let the other members of Asian Baby Boys capitalize, that is gonna be enough. That is what we need. Now we have the Baron. Let's press for more. We have the Infernal Drake in 30 seconds. And that is just looking good for Asian Baby Boys. 6k gold lead, everyone. 6k gold lead. A while ago, it's just LG always getting the advantage, but now it's getting more exciting because Asian Baby Boys has their foot on the pedal right now.
And they also get Baron, which just ups their damage, even their team fight prowess all the more. What do you think could LG do though to be able to even things out and maybe even come back from this deficit?
Right now, what LG could do is just let some of their members scale up. If we get the third item power spike, especially for the Misfortune, it could be easier for them to take fights. But right now, they don't have much damage to work with. That's why they're having a hard time doing this fights. But okay, almost.
I thought he was gonna get it. I was ready to yell, okay, but no. It just went over to ABB. Nice bullet time though from
Yeah.
FF.
Yeah, that was really good from LG trying their best to get it. But Asian Baby Boys, just on top of their game, look at this. It's just relevances in Kieran. Just using their advantages. They're the ones leading in the team. And this is basically the driver and the shotgun right here on the side of the DLSU Asian Baby Boys. They're the one driving this car onto LG Hydra. And right now, LG Hydra doesn't have the super strength to stop it.
Exactly. 6 turrets down for the side of LG, whereas Asian Baby Boys only has 1 turret taken away from them. Baron buff minions will make their way into the bot lane side of LG, and they have no other choice but to defend. This is a well-fed Ezreal and a very, very tanky frontliner, very tanky Volibear. So I'm not sure how LG will be able to survive this.
Yeah, considering that they only have a lot of letalities, that is just good for relevances. Relevances would just thrive on that. And looking at how they play, they just really want people to invest onto egos. Swapito wouldn't be enough here because they have the Baron buff.
Now they really want to get this bot lane turret, but it looks like at top side you also have Ego trying to duke it out against Camille.
Oh.
Camille does have the ultimate, still has a summoner's toss,
Really?
but it looks like Ego will be able to get a few damage into the turret. Destiny has been popped, but there is no follow-up at the top side. No, there is. Thursday's Fate is up at top. So more
Yeah.
pressure for the side of Camille. Turret is gonna fall down, and with that, Camille had no other choice but to watch the turret say goodbye.
Yeah, what I like about what they used the Destiny for is that they just zoned out Swapito in the top lane in order for them to make decisions, though.
Now you have relevance on a killing spree, but the bullet time has been popped as well. But looking at the top lane side, ABB will be able to clear the turret,
Wow.
maybe even the wave. What a beautiful diversion for ABB side. And now they are knocking. Actually, they're not knocking. They are in the base. They're in the household of LG right then and there. You also have the lines being popped, but what is going to happen is shot down onto Volibear. MF quite hurts, but it does not mean much to ABB. Ego does dash in, was able to get the kill on the Sopito, and with that Smexy saying goodbye as well. A double kill for Ego. Now you have ABB in their element, wrecking the turrets, wrecking the Nexus. It looks like we will be seeing a game number 4.
What was that, everyone? Asian Baby Boys just used the advantage into their favor, and they know, as we said, they have a deadline when they're fighting against LG. If the late game is inexistent, it could be easier for Asian Baby Boys to go for. 30 minutes is the deadline for Asian Baby Boys, and that before the 30-minute line, they were able to end the game. Asian Baby Boys, now they adapted. They rise to the situation. They know how to fight against LG now. Now, this might be the momentum shift that we are looking for. Asian Baby Boys are now riding on that car, and LG Hydra was pushed back, and they are just trying to get this momentum out of this. What can they do onto this next one? Because right now, Asian Baby Boys are online.
Okay, for the side of LG, maybe, just maybe, go back to making this crazy draft that we saw in game number 2 because it worked
Yeah.
really well for them. Come on, I want to see more of that. But for the
Yeah.
side of ABB, I really do not see anything wrong from their
Hmm.
draft as well as how they executed it. And basically, the Twisted Fate just worked wonders for their team. Destiny, with a global presence, was able to enable ego, and from there it was just a win for the top lane and very good plays from the bot lane as well, keeping MF at bay.
Yeah, I like how this series is going. It's Asian baby boys looking really smooth right now. LG Hydra, oh no, they need to be really careful from this. As I said, they banned the Kog'Maw, they banned the Thresh. So bot lane, they don't really know what to do now. It worked on game 1 and game 2, but with the bans coming in from Asian baby boys side, what could they pull off that is really on the like magic, like the magic hat, right? They pull out something from that LG Hydra needs something different. They don't need a bunny, they need a different pick like Jax.
I was about to say a bunny, but
Yeah.
Dash always knows what I was about to say. Oh no. But yeah, maybe more Jack's pick and just have this champion that can just neutralize ABB. Not fully, but stop them from meeting their win conditions earlier. Could be a Jax. I mean, we saw that in game number 2. Could be seeing that again in game number 4. But for game number 3, that has been the game. ABB finally being able to get a W onto their side. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Dash. We will be hopping into a very, very short break. So sit back, relax, wait for the casters to come back.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Everyday siya kung dumating. Kaya parang institusyon na siya dito sa area namin. Minsan, sobrang late na. Andun pa rin si Manong Fishball.
Ginagabi kayo, Manong!
Enrollment eh.
After some time, yung karito ni Manong Fishball nadagdagan ng may bike.
Hanggang kabilang kalye, nagtitinda na rin kayo, Manong?
Ang notebook.
Sunod na taon, pati menu nadagdagan.
Nax, may squid balls na!
Mahal kasi ang lapis. May kick ka pa dyan.
Bilib na bilib ako kay Manong Fishball. Akalain mong yung maliit niyang kariton, napalaki niya ng ganun? Ang nagagawa nga naman ng pangarap ng isang magulang.
Manong, anong grade na ba yung anak nyo?
Tagal nang tapos sa mga bata. Ako naman ngayon.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Pero sa mga araw na yun, many years ago, higit pa sa fishballs ang binigay niya sa akin. He taught me na walang di natutupad na pangarap sa taong handang magsumikap.
Dami niya na.
Panghapunan.
Pantoga.
Atin ang pangarap. Atin ang pagsisikap. Atin ang mundo. Globe.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is a best of 5 series for the finals, guys. This is the National Campus Open Season 3-4 League of Legends Game 4. Game 4. When it looked bleak for Asian Baby Boys, they got the lead and they ran with it. We'll be your shoutcasters for this 4th game. I'm Hyron. With me is Dash. At nagbabalik nga tayo for this Game 4. Ban out the Ziggs, ban out the Thresh, and as well as the Kog'Maw, right? So, let's see how LG is going to be able to adapt to that.
And looking at how they banned on the side of Asian Baby Boys, they just targeted the key picks na ginagamit talaga ng LG Hydra. And now Hydra doesn't know what to do. The damage that they can deal was really lessened just because they have a lot of lethality champions on their side. They lost a lot of DPS just because Swapito wasn't able to pop off. Yun yung binabank nila. If Swapito pops off, sorry, they would have a lot of damage to work with. But in the end, it was just Relevances and the Kieran. They were able to stomp down on the laners, especially Swapito in the top lane.
Yeah, Relevance's kid is really a battle of jungler mid lane relationships. Because Swapito, or rather, because Smexy plus Yobel, very powerful. And also, if you look at Asian Baby Boys, you have Kieran and Relevances, also very powerful. So now they're banning out the Ziggs, Kog'Maw. Again, they're on blue side, so they'll have the initiative in the drafts here. Ban out the Yuumi. Ban out the Rakan. Usagi's really taking a beating here. But
they banned the same champions.
Because that's what won them the last game. And this is them with their backs to the wall. Asian Baby Boys are saying, okay, let's get serious. Crack their knuckles, right? Now LG Hydra has to find a countermeasure. If we can't use the things that won us game 1 and 2, what are we gonna bring out? Because I think MF pick could have worked, but they really should have tried to get some advantages back on them. Because Tristana ban is good here. Like, I think in a skill matchup between Ego and Swapito, without jungler interference, Ego's gonna win.
Yeah,
right,
for sure.
So Smexy has to pay attention to that lane if it's gonna be a carry versus carry lane, like Fiora versus Camille versus Gwen. Maybe LG Hydra can go for like Ornn for Swapito here and just like, okay, Trundle. It was banned before, but now it's open.
Oh, that could be. Oh no. Asian Baby Boys, whenever they hold a Trundle, they use it really well. So now LG needs to counteract with something different because a Kiana wouldn't work that well. I mean, yes, the pillar would work, but with the Lilia?
I think Lilia is definitely playable. I mean, she's not seen a lot of pro play in 11.18, and we haven't seen much in 11.19. I think Lilia is good. Very strong team fighting. It's definitely a champion that you pick up in an environment like this where you can coordinate your assault, right? And the Leona on top of that. Okay, let's see if steal away the MF. The thing is, will they have something like a TF? Will it be banned in second rotation if LG Hydra doesn't take this? Amumu support. Okay, I like this.
Okay. I like having the Amumu, especially against the Leona. It could be easier for them to set up stunts. Whenever this Leona would go for a fight, Amumu could just go into the backline. He has 2 stuns and he has an ultimate to work with. So that is so much CC coming into their side. With the misfortune, that could be better.
Yeah. So there's just Leo Mark saying, okay, Snake, here's how you play MF. Right? Like I said, maybe it's time for Swapito to take a step back from the skill matchup top lane, concede the aggression to Ego, and just go for Ornn, right? I think that's definitely the play here. This does mean that a lot of their damage is going to be relying on Yobel and Snake, which is fine. Two core damage dealers is definitely fine, and Smexy can support that with the Lilting Lullaby. So Rise being taken away.
Looking
is
at the
TF is TF also going to get taken away here? I don't think TF is the pickup here, because unlike Rise, right? Rise deals a lot of damage compared to TF, even though they fulfill kind of the same niche of like you get like point and click CC and a map play tool.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see more damage here from Yobel.
It's gonna be hard for if ever Yobel picks something up. I'm kind of thinking in my head, there's always an Azir to work for if they really want to go for the late game. They have a lot of CC now to work with. Very typical of LG Hydra. They're going back to their roots. They're going for the CC. They're going for the late game composition. And Asian Baby Boys, what would they pull out in their magic hat? Because a Twisted Fate is still a possibility because they have misfortune to work with it anyway.
Even if it's like you can just get a single gold card, if that's on Yobel or Snake in this composition, okay. taking out Yobel's Yone here, and before we saw LG Hydra, Sopito being the ones on Yone, but I think, like I said, this is not really a matchup. Sopito versus Ego, where Sopito can just face roll with Yone. Has to go for the horn here. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I like the Callista or the Varus.
They
Twitch
don't
is
have.
the Twitch is even more sus for me. Varus, I think, out of the three that they're hovering, like Callista, Varus, Twitch, Varus would be the most flexible.
If they go for a Varus, they're gonna go for easy early game for Snake. Then
Yes.
late game is gonna rely on Yobel for sure.
Probably
if they're
Yobel
gonna
if it's
go for it.
Azir, or even if it's a Nivea if they pick that up, right?
Yeah.
That's
Still
a
up
possibility.
for Asian baby boys though.
Yeah,
So
it's
Kieran can
also
still
up.
pick it.
And they can this pretty much like they can pivot the two picks here on the second half of the draft very hard, because now they're just missing their mid lane and their top lane. So the set the set
Very
matchup versus
disgusting.
Ornn matchups pretty disgusting. I mean, Ornn is gonna have a little bit of a hard time because Bramble Vest doesn't fix your problems against Set, right?
Yeah.
It just doesn't. Lissandra could be a pickup here. They would just be okay. Irelia is a good pickup here for Kieran.
Okay, Kieran. Okay, if
Yeah,
ever
right. I
they
was gonna
pick this
say,
here-
Lissandra, they would be missing in a little bit of damage. Anivia is also a good pickup.
That's better. That's better. Yeah,
This
if
is-
ever. Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if ever they go for this one, it's just Seth would set that up. They have a lot of AoEs to work with, Ion.
Yes.
Because if they go for that, Misfortune could go for the timing. Leo Mark needs to get the timing on the bullet time. But right now, this is getting scary for LG. If they go for the Twisted Fate here, yeah, that's better. If they go for the Victor, they have a lot of DPS to work with in the late game.
Yeah, it does seem like that. But in this kind of composition, it does seem like this is a comp from Hydra that wants to win around 30 minutes, right? Sub 30 minutes. Asian baby boys, they can play around. They can win anytime between 28 and 35. The Nivea is their insurance policy, and they have really good team fighting. They can just like imagine a death zone, right? Where there's a glacial storm. You're stuck there because of Curse of the Sad Mummy. One of you is unlucky enough to catch 2 bandage tosses, and then you have the bullet time on top of that. That is absolutely insane.
Okay.
And Asian Baby Boys has the micro to pull that out.
Whew, Asian baby boys, they just need to hold on to the early game because I'm really not sure about the Lilia pick. I mean, Lilia pick is usable, yes. They have a CC to work with. They have a lot of AoE CC to work with, if I could be specific. But they don't have much damage until your belt pops off. I mean, to the second, third item, the Chaos Storm doesn't deal much damage. So they might have a problem later on with the objective fights. But it's very typical of LG to give the objectives early on. So Asian baby boys could again leverage that advantage and snowball it to the late game.
That I think that's partially what happened in Game 3, right?
Yeah.
They let Asian Baby Boys get like a 2K gold lead, 4K, 8K, and then they run away from that. So they really have to get a repeat of what happened. It's a little bit harder with Lilia compared to stuff like maybe Xinjiao as well, or those other picks. Sorry, I've got like food stuck in my throat after getting a snack in between a break. I think that happened when I was watching, right? I was watching, and the Asian Baby was got a big solid lead. And I was like, not. And and Sneaky Frog in the comments has seen this before, right? Asian Baby Boys in a 1-2 situation in the best of 5, they can they can turn this around. LG Hydra though, they have to be giving it their all because, like I said, so close to finally getting a championship spot.
This isn't the time for LG Hydra to trip up, because this is the grand finals right now, and every cards are in the table right now. They had the advantage, and the momentum shift on a best of 5, it really swings really fast if you lose the third game. So LG Hydra right now playing with less momentum. Asian baby boys are just gonna ride this momentum against LG Hydra, and maybe they can make an avalanche out of it, and LG Hydra would just get drowned right there.
Yeah, pretty sure. And with Kieran on his signature Anivia, it's gonna be an even more tight game here. Because once the flash is down, you might as well, once your flash is down against Kieran, you might as well say adios.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Whenever
you
he
are
gets
gonna
that.
get separated from your team. So you have to watch when you use your flash. Your flash is like twice as valuable right now, and you have to watch your positioning. Swapito, as long as they're not trying to run away, Swapito should be fine getting cut off, right? Like that just tells the rest of LG Hydra to engage if he's the one that's cut off. If
And
Yobel or Snake are, it's over.
yeah. And what I like about this is that Kieran this is a better Anivia just because they don't have dashes on the side of LG Haida, so nobody could get away from the walls from Kieran. So that would be better for the side of Asian baby boys. They're just gonna use that in their advantage. And with the Trundle also, that's a pillar, that's a wall, and it's hard to go all over the place with that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if that relevance is Trundle so feared and so many bans against it is actually gonna pop off here. Because Trundle is kind of weird in the sense that he is a very specific use, and that is to screw over tanks like Ornn in the late game, and also
Uh-huh.
to get some cheeky ganks. They're invalid ganks in the sense that they're not really hard CC. It's just the terrain screwing you over, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways to play around with compared to just getting stunned. But
Mm-hmm.
also, there's a reason why this is being banned against relevances. So we'll see if he makes great use of being given the opportunity to do that.
I can see that the relevances could make this Trundle really effective because so far, when he goes and picks the Trundle, it's really hard to fight against him. You always gets the advantages. And with Ornn on your side, it could be easier for him to face tank everyone whenever he
Yeah.
goes for an engage.
To be fair, the pillar could just be a free knockup.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, it could be a free knockup for the Ornn, for Sopito, right? Because
Yep.
if you put it behind him, he can actually, and you try to go for him immediately, and you just go for the headbutt, get the knockup, gives him a little bit more time to walk behind the pillar.
Uh-huh.
It's a pretty small interaction, isn't really super relevant, but it's another tool in his kit that he can use against that Trundle. But otherwise, to be fair, I'm liking the comp from LG here.
Yeah.
It's a bit all in on Yobel and Snake, but
Mhm.
that's really like you said, going back to the roots, and it's just how refined are those roots now in this situation against ABB.
Yeah, and how are they gonna use it? Because so far, when I see Snake going in for the specs, yeah, the Ziggs, the Kog'Maw, it's very peculiar. It's very unique to have this ADCs in the bot lane. The Varus is especially good against ADCs that have constant damage. Because earlier on, he can just poke the way out of them. The piercing arrow just deals a lot, and it's gonna be hard. I wish they would be able to use it because Asian baby boys right now is looking good with the team composition and with the Ice Boys, the Anivia, and also the Trundle. There's a lot of slows coming in from their side.
So you have to wonder, right? Like, what in this comp, what is Snake gonna go for? Because I think here, the call could go for Dustblade into the lethality into Manamune into Cyrildas, but I think they're gonna be lacking a lot in terms of DPS if he goes for that. The other thing is though that if he goes for on hit with Immortal Shield Bow Kinsu's, he's gonna have to stay in place and auto attack, right? Which means he's very vulnerable to getting cut off from the rest of the team and the like, and they're just being ganked on. So this is definitely this dance that Snake has to do. He needs to manage his summoners well. He needs to communicate a lot on where he's gonna be positioning. I think
Yeah.
LG has what it takes to close this one off, but
Yeah.
ABB,
Mhm.
they're gonna go aggressive for this one for sure.
Yeah, and the pullback. I'm really scared of the set pick on the top lane, honestly. If the showstopper is placed really well against LG, that could mean the destruction because they don't have dash to use to back away from the slow coming in from the showstopper. They can be pulled back very easily, and every flash would be really big. So every loss of flash is an easy setup for the next 5 minutes for the side of Asian baby boys. So LG Hydra needs to be careful with that because even though they have some CC from the gravity field, they have the Chaos Storm to work with, it's gonna be real hard. They need to be really smart against Asian baby boys right now.
There's a timeline where we see Gale Force fast. Okay, don't do that. It's terrible. It's terrible. Gale Force fast to counter Kieran's Nivea. Okay,
Oh.
don't do that. I don't
Mhm.
think that's a thing. That's not a thing. That
Yeah.
cannot be a thing. I don't want that to be a thing. But it's there, if they're really desperate. But
Yeah.
not
It's a
gonna happen.
possibility.
It's like
It's a-
it's like a 1%. It's like a 0.5% possibility that's gonna happen. But yeah, this is really shaping up to be a fine best of 5 series for our finals, and of course, the teams here, Asian Baby Boys, as well as LG Esports, LG Hydra, they're part of like schools that have been part of collegiate esports for so long. So LG, of course, is an alliance member club. They get access to exclusive tournaments like mentorship tournaments, event support. So they had a lot of like League and Valorant tournaments as well.
Yep.
And of course, the Globe Esports Merit Scholarship. So if you want to join the alliance, your esports organization, if you want help with legitimizing, I guess is the word, your esports organization to your school admin as well, we can work with you on that at acadarena.com/alliance. And of course, we have a TikTok. AcadArena has a TikTok, so
TikTokers.
we still haven't reached our 1,000 followers, so you still have a very good chance of being part of our weekly giveaways for our first 1,000 followers. So hashtag AA TikTok giveaway to make your entry count as well. Make a tweet, make a post on it as well. So let's get this show rolling, and this is going to be very exciting for me because history is being made either way. Whether ABB wins or whether LG wins, history is getting made.
Yeah, and it's basically just a dynasty has been born if Asian Baby Boys win. If LG Haida wins, that's a different NCO champion again. So it's really interesting to see this timeline happening, the storyline that's happening. If ever whoever wins, I'm excited to see because right now this is a best of 5 series that I'm really looking forward to see through in the end. And I wish they would be performing up to how they want to be up to their 100% focus on both of our teams.
This is a scary comp from DLSU here. I'm gonna tell you that right now. The Set and the Anivia are the ones that scare me the most out of this. The Trundle is kind of okay. It can go really well or it can go really badly, but you can't really screw up Kieran's Anivia, and you can't really screw up Set. Like balanced champion. But
yeah.
ADMU needs to make a lot of puzzle pieces fit together for this comp tour. I mean, yeah, it's already a comp with clear objectives, right? The Snake and Yobel it's very clear where their eggs are being held in the basket. So for sure, ADMU's going to try and play around that. It's just about how much are they giving up to survive until Yobel and Snake are online.
Okay, and I wish that they would be able to go for that. But now, very interestingly, both of our junglers again on the other sides of our maps, and they wouldn't be able to see each other at 3-minute mark. Most likely going to be able to gank one. But now, most of the time, DLSU and ADMU are always just going for the full clear. They're just letting their laners play it out until their first full clear, then they go for the gank.
Yeah, and that really is the case. I mean, Relevances can't really force ganks. They have to be opportunistic. Like, let's say Swapito okay, he's not really going to be able to gap Yobel unless Kieran gets a really good wall and Frostbite. But most likely it's going to be top lane or bot lane, right? For Trundles. It has to be opportunistic. And you have to rush that clear as well. Meanwhile, Smexy as well. Yeah, get that level 6 going on that Lilia. Get the full clear. We see that he is on his Krug. So yeah, just rushing that level 6 is the game plan here for Smexy. They started on opposite sides of the map. Where maybe we're just going to see like, a little bit of trading here.
And what I really like about here, Hiron, I would just like to point out, both of our bot laners are lethality-based bot lanes. So most likely we're going to be expecting them to just poke out each other, play in the back line.
If Snake goes lethality.
Yeah.
Because like I said, they might be missing a lot of damage later on if Snake goes lethality. But they might be looking to finish this 30 minutes, sub 30 minutes.
And they still have bursts to work with anyway, if ever that they're going to go for lethality also. And they have the Chain of Corruption. They have a lot of CC in the bot lane. They just need to use that in their advantage. But, yep, our junglers are just easily making it through. They're waiting for it. They're just clearing out all the camps that they can.
First major fight, always depends on the first Drake that we're gonna see. Maybe camera will pan onto the Drake, but that's usually the first fight. The first blood is gonna be a tough call. Like I said, it has to be opportunistic for both Relevances and Smexy. And let's see, trading the Scuttlers. No Krugs clear for Relevances, it would be too slow. But for this one, a little bit. That's gonna be
okay. The fight happens and the burst comes in. First blood coming into the side of the LSU, and they have another stun coming in. Snake is just running away. He does have a flash to work with, though. He's just going for the piercing arrow, but the mid lane, Yobel is now the target, and he is just getting slowed down. And this is gonna go good again for the Asian Baby Boys. They were able to get 2 kills out of that from mid and bot.
Yo, that's yikes right there.
Yeah.
I think Kagran got a little bit too overzealous there. One thing, yeah, Usagi didn't even flash, because I thought, did Usagi just flash back to turret range so that Zenith Blade would be under turret? No, it's literally just Kagran Zenith Blade and onto under turret range, and Yobel I think was on around the bottom side of that, so he may have been wanting to be doing something happen. Smexy trying to force a gank, not gonna come through. So all in all, it's just a first blood and another kill for DLSU, which is a solid lead that they can start pressing, you know?
Yeah, especially if you give an advantage to the bot lane with an Amumu who has 2 stuns, and we saw it in action a while ago. Snake wasn't even able to get out just because of that. And now with that, we're going to be looking at the next objective. 30 seconds on the clock. Possibly Relevances could start this. Just because he's a Trundle, he has some damage to work with just for them to clear out
Yeah,
that
that's the Sheen.
even Mountain Drake is easy.
Yeah, the Sheen is the biggest thing here. It pretty much amplifies his clear speed against single targets. So I think the R is trying to set up for it. I'm not sure if Smexy is capable of influencing that at all. Especially, I mean, it's possible if Yobel can reach level 6 before that happens, but I don't think that's going to happen. They might just be a give here for DLSU. Priority is going to be a hard mission for the Snake and Tigrans, or they're just going to get pushed in, especially with how rated. Oh, Karen.
The mid lane though, again, Relevances splashes in for that. Yobel has the gravity field to work with, but no, he would be falling down to the tower, and Kieran again taking that kill.
Okay. Yobel being a little bit too overzealous there to try and get a kill. Once again, kind of a yikes moment. That is very uncharacteristic. I do not think Yobel should have tried to go for that kill. It's been since Karen still has his passive as far as I know.
And he really tried for it. This is what we said about a best of 5. Whenever you go for a best of 5 and you lost the 3rd game, you're gonna have a hard time. Because the mental is just gonna be crumbling down because you had the advantage in the early game and you're still fighting for game 4, and that's hard to deal with.
Okay, it seems like it is gonna be Manamune on Snake here trying to get built up. Or rather, the build with lethality that also has Manamune on it. So
yeah,
they need to make a lead happen, because at this point 1.3k gold lead, not that insurmountable. Yeah, there's not something that happen.
yeah.
Mountain Drake, give up the Mountain Drake. If they can get the Rift Herald, that would be perfect for ADMU. But once again, DLSU is the ones that have control over mid and top, just because Karen has 2-0 and Ego is a Seth versus an Ornn.
And I just like that Asian Baby Boys is working this out, having the advantage on Kieran in the mid lane is really big. Oh, but it's going in for the top lane though. There comes the Horde of the Porch God. Swapito going in for more. Ego doesn't have any way to get out of this. He has a flash to work with though. But okay, Swapito would just not get anything out of it. But look at this. Kieran just trying to posture himself onto the scuttle, but he's backing away.
Yeah, most likely that was just to, like, Swapito making a judgment call, right? So my jungler is trying to take top scuttler. If I don't make a move here, he's gonna get pincered between the Seth and the Anivia. So what he does is just uses ulti, uses everything. Doesn't need to kill Ego, just needs to push him out. It's kind of a call that he's forced to make because ADMU as a whole is behind right now. But it's good that Swapito had the awareness to do that. Or it could have been communication between the two of them, right? So that's either way, it's good.
Yeah, and that's what I like about how LG is doing it. But again, mid lane, Yobel is the stun came in. Yobel is just ticking down. The gravity field comes in. Okay, that was Yobel surviving with a sliver of health in the mid lane, and that is gonna be. Oh no, most of Asian Baby Boys are low in HP. Would they go for this Mexi? Okay, they aren't.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, Lilia is not really the type to see low health people and go for them, even with the flash on Smexy. It's not really worth going for.
Lane. The boys going in with the Zenith Blade coming in, and that is gonna be Kagron gonna be the target though, but Usagi is just gonna go back away. Kagron is just playing very, very safely here.
It is why I think Snake, I was like thinking maybe it's on hit, you know? Maybe it's on hit. Because Usagi and Ego are not gonna let Snake be the ones to push to pump out damage, right? They're gonna force the upfront fight. And if you're lethality casters of Varus, you want to make that space. But with on-hit Varus, you're a little bit more comfortable taking a stand-up fight. Because you have all those passives stacking up. You have a little bit more sustain for yourself. Yobel getting bullied out. But Flash Frost just hitting for the love tap at the end. But the Frostbite was a big thing.
That's a lot of damage in the mid lane. Just because of Karen getting the early advantage, it's just hard for them. I mean, especially Yobel, that he's being
I like
chunked
this.
down. But what is this? I'm seeing that Yobel is gonna be the target always of DLSU Asian Baby Boys, just because Swapito doesn't deal a lot of damage. A while ago, he was using the Camille a lot, but with an Ornn, it's not a really good target. That's why every investment is onto Yubel.
And Snake here, he's fine. Just he's fine just farming up here, giving up the Rift Herald is big. Oh, he's gonna try to go for a kill. Nice cleanse. Okay, Leomark finally got his cleanse back together.
The Zenith wasn't able to hit in the bullet time coming in. The ultimate comes in also, and that is gonna be LG taking one more on this side. But top lane, no ego, fighting it out against Wapito. Now has the advantage. He knows he can fight with the Conqueror stacks up.
So I think Swapito knows that, backs off. Very close there. If that was a 1-for-1, 1v3, that would have not been worth it at all. He gets a deep vision in on the red side jungle of DLSU. Yeah, that's one small win here for ADMU. It does give a kill over to Smexy, which will allow him to accelerate his jungling a little bit, help out the rest of the lane. Swapito, he's fine, right? As long as the lane is even, it's fine. Ego actually figured out, okay, this is just a lane. It's nothing's gonna happen here. So all I'm gonna do is get a cull, it's like an investment, right? I'm not gonna be fighting Swapito for serious. Like, he's not gonna be fighting him for real until the teleport plays happen. So he's just gonna go for the cull as an investment.
Yeah, and as we said in the bot lane, it's gonna be hard for them. But look at this, they might be able to go onto the mid lane again. The Rift Herald is here, and there comes the Solar Flare. Doesn't hit, and that would just give them an advantage. That was just good gold being given to the side of Relevances in Kieran.
Yeah, and good awareness there. Relevance is new. Okay, here comes Smexy. He's gonna try and Lilting Lullaby me. I have to preemptively flash that Swirl Seed, right? So he backs off, saves a kill from his team. Because right now what ADMU is looking for is either to keep this gold deficit, like make it stay at 1k for a while, or until they find an opportunity to like turn this around and get a fight that's in their favor.
Yep. And I think that fight is going to be the next Drake, which is going to be the Cloud Drake. Not really... yeah, actually, it's that big because they have 3 ultimates to work with that are really big on the side of Asian Baby Boys. But ADMU right now, they don't have the firepower to fight against this. Yobel doesn't have damage. And
no.
Comes the stun, and that is going to be the chance for them to fight back. The bullet time just deals so much damage. And Usagi might get this one more. Kagran is 1 HP, but he wants to get more. He doesn't have the stats. Usagi is running away, and they are trying to get onto Smexy. They're backing away, and they have position for this next Drake.
No, Snake, you don't do that. You have no vision of what's on the other side of the Trio Brush. So, yeah, they walk over, like, oh, let's clear this Trio Brush. Yeah, perfect. And then Snake's like, I'm gonna walk up, see what happens.
Oh,
maybe get a ward in. I think he realized midway, wait, no, we don't have vision, so they're gonna be over there. And he kind of just gets bodied at that point. Like I said, the game plan for ADMU should be to stem the bleeding and try and look for an opportunity. But here, this is like totally different ADMU from the first 2 games. It's like they're faltering.
Yeah, probably their mental has been shaken up just because of the 3rd game. But Smexy is going for the mid push, and the Predator is just there. And there comes the Drowsy, and this is gonna be the Sleepy. But there comes the passive also onto their side. At least they were able to take that. But Smexy, they're gonna back away. They were able to take up the passive, and LG, they think that's worth it.
Yeah, maybe that's definitely worth it. Not a lot of stuff burned there. They did use their ultimates, but ultimate for Anivia passive I think is worth. The thing is, will they be able to force an opportunity onto Kieran before that egg goes off cooldown again? He still has his flash, so there's a lot of safety nets for this Anivia. And right now I think DLSU is fine. Even though I said that LG's game plan is to just keep it even until they find an opportunity, the longer the game goes, the better it actually is for DLSU. Just because they have Kieran and Ego. And Leomark as well to stem the mid lane lull, the mid game lull that they'll have.
And so far it's just Yobel was just chunked down early in the game. That's why it's really hard for them to go for more fights. If Yobel was able to get the first item like how Kieran has it right now, it could have been easier for LG to take more fights. They really do want to take it because of the way that their composition works. They have a lot of CC to work with, and if you're CC, the Chaos Storm would just deal so much damage to your side. But now they can't do that just because Relevances knows what to do against this composition that LG has put up.
Yeah, exactly. And it also comes down to itemization. because he's playing Victor, he's kind of incentivized to build the boots of swiftness. One, to get out of relevance as ganks, and
Yeah.
two, just so he can stay in range, right?
Yep.
Get that with a face rush and the rest of his spells, he can just like keep on target. But because of that, that's like what gold that he needs to use to upgrade the boots. That's a mythic item delayed right there. And we talked about this before, that mage items are still kind of bad when it comes to just having the components. Even
Yeah.
if Lost Chapter is the best mage component. Oh, Yobel. Okay, he gets that stun. That is a very nasty stun there. Very lucky for Yobel there.
Yeah, that was almost a kill for relevances if that went in
Oh.
bad. But there comes the ultimate. There's the flash coming into their side, and now with this, they can go for the solar flare. There's the chain of corruption. That was what I was saying. They have a lot of CC. They can work it on their favor in LG. Ooh,
Wow,
Alberto Fresh
okay.
getting this kills.
Yeah, that was good. That was LG saying, okay, quick replay, right? That
but
was
mid lane,
basically, that was basically LG saying, okay, we need to get a kill,
Yeah.
no matter what. So they get like, he flashes for that.
Yeah.
He flashes for that because they know they can take him out, and they know that they need to get Snake like a kill or something. Because right now, LG is really lukewarm. 3K gold lead, they have to. They are once again gonna trade Rift Herald for this, which could be a destroyed turret. Mid lane is already taken down. DLSU's movements are a lot more free. Not looking good for ADMU.
Yep. And while we're going for the replay a while ago,
Yobel
Yobel
died.
fell down again. That was just traded off by relevances, but they want to go for Zenith
Wait,
comes
what?
in and
That's how it
there's
works?
Mommy. Keygrun is just gonna back away from here. The bullet time comes in, the flashes have been used, and Asian baby boys, they're backing away. They got a lot of they got
All
a flash
sums.
from Snake there. So that is
All
big.
the sums.
Yeah. But they
Oh,
got
my God. They're
no,
coming through
Messi
once
goes in for the slow. Usagi doesn't have the flash to work with though, so this is gonna be bad. But that is a trade coming in from Leomark, 1-for-1. Still good for DLSU Asian baby boys.
Yeah, 1-for-1 jungler for support, definitely a trade I would take, especially if Relevances is like counter jungling up there, putting down deep vision. Yeah, that is a trade that is definitely a win for Asian baby boys. But they do lose a little bit bot lane. No more plates, but maybe Snake can get his first throw of the game. Maybe inject a little bit more gold of that. He's already 2-1-1. Very good spot. A much more comfortable spot than being 0-0-0 on a lethality Varus, right?
Yep. And so far, it's being really good for LG that both of the bot lanes, DLSU and ADMU, they're going really good. It's just that the jungler and mid lane Yobel is just getting pounded down by Relevance since a while ago. And now we have a 3-0 Karen, and that's going to be scary going into the late game.
Yeah, that's definitely true right here. But DLSU, they know they have the advantage. They know they can. Now, if they take this Infernal, they will have soul pressure.
What is
But
this positioning?
Stealing the blue buff there, kind of yikes. Means that Karen can just keep up the Blizzard forever. They get the third break. That's going to be soul point as well. ADMU doesn't have anything to trade against it. They're conceding too much here. I think they're conceding too much here against DLSU, and just because of the nature of their comp.
Yeah, this is the third Drake that we're talking about, and it's Infernal. So that is gonna be hard for them to fight with later in the game because Leomark would just scale up, Karen would just have a lot of damage, and you don't want to give a lot up, especially for a team like Asian Baby Boys, because whenever they get an inch, they'll take a mile against LG Hydra.
Okay, it's very slowly taking that mid tower down eventually.
Over the Feral?
Meanwhile, ADMU's just...
Oh no.
Where's the ADMU from game 1, game 2? They're not trading back anything here. They just let themselves lose second tier turret
Oh
bot
no,
lane.
it's gonna hit.
They're gonna get,
Oh.
are they gonna get inserted?
Yeah, okay, if that wall was able to hit, but there you
What?
and most of the members are already here to go for it, and the Horn of the Forge God would be there to stop them from their traps, and one fall down already. Karen is just dealing so much damage, but Usagi is gonna fall down. Yobel is back in the game. That's the damage coming in from him, and there's Karen with the Flash Frost. Yobel is gonna be the target, and Karen, oh no, that wall is just so bad for Yobel, and now Ego is gonna go for more. He's gonna pull him back, and this is Wapito we're talking about. That's a tanky boy you're talking about, though. Ego is just gonna play with him, and that's not gonna be good. There comes Mexi. He doesn't have much damage, but Swapito is ticking down, and that is gonna be a kill already on the side of LG Hydra. And this is Asian Baby Boys showing their advantages. But Mexi, oh no, he has been pulled back, and another kill comes into Ego.
Pretty much an ace, right? A delayed ace. So let's break down what happened. They got the huge big position backline. Meanwhile, ADMU was still busy trying to take down mid lane. I love that. Did you see that? the diagonal flash there allowed for the showstopper. And even though there's a lot of damage coming in from the back line, by the time that they make it past, Kieran's like, okay, Smexi's gonna try and help out Swapito. Let's wall him off. That was basically
Yeah.
2 seconds of Swapito of Smexi walking around, which allowed them to finish off and get that delayed ace. 4K gold lead and soul pressure on their side. This is not looking for ADMU. They're not really taking back any resources, right? They're not.
Yeah.
I do say that they're not really in a position to. Maybe they are in a better one now that Smexi, Yobel, and Snake have 2 kills each, right? Maybe they can try fighting a little bit. But once again, Kieran, they couldn't get a second gank on him. So he probably has his passive up back already.
Oh, that's really hard. But I love the way that ADMU played also there. The Horn of the Forged God was the reason why Yubel was able to rack up with 2 kills. And that's what they need. They need to catch Asian baby boys off of their own game. But Asian baby boys right now, they have so much advantage. And without them getting onto the back line, getting onto Kieran, I mean, they don't have any ways to get onto Kieran for sure. Just because he's going to just wall them up, use the Blizzard. And that's enough for ADMU to not be able to get into the back line. But front to back is still not the way to go against DLSU.
Yeah, it's definitely hard, especially with the comp that they have.
Yeah.
Can't really... They can poke, but the moment they try to poke, it's easy pickings for Kieran to either wall them up or Usagi or Ego to just jump in and get an initiate down.
Yeah.
It's very hard for them without their cross-map play potential from like TF or Rise. So it's not, if it's not happening, and it seems like their bot lane is a lot more lukewarm without Ziggs and Cosmo.
What? They're going for the Baron. Yeah, they have only 2 people here, but Smex...
no.
Oh, he was he able to get the vision there? Yes, they know. They have an idea. They're going for it, but it's over.
Can they do anything?
So would they be able to? They have the flashes to work with, Hyron. So LG
Yeah, and there's not enough
go
damage.
and risk this though. Okay, they won't, and they're gonna run away from
back
it.
up. Oh,
Yeah.
nice wall as well. Perfect wall. Yeah, that was kind of risky, but the thing is, because ADMO has not been proactive this game, they knew that, okay, if they ignored it, we can probably take it, even though Relevance was taking a lot of damage. But if they do, wait, let's just wall them off. They're not going to be in a position to try and capitalize on this. And their bot lane, Yobel, is not really... I mean, he's farming bot lane, but it's not really doing anything big against the LSU. So here they could get mid lane turret. It's going to be big. Nice bullet time. Almost the snake there. Swapito does proc the demolish. Relevance wants to go in here.
Yeah, Relevance is here. Swapito might be the next target, and here comes the ultimate. Swapito is not a tanky boy anymore. Ego comes in. They have some flashes to work with on the side of LG. Horn of Proportion is here. Here comes the
opportunity. Showstopper.
And the showstopper out to the back line. That wouldn't be able to hit on anyone. Swapito could fall down, and now LG is going to go for the counter pick. Ego doesn't have anything to work with anymore. He doesn't have the haymaker though, so Kieran is just here to shove them down. Smexy goes in with a flash, but nothing still coming into the side of LG. They have low HPs on Baby, so they might have the time to set up on the Infernal Drake.
That could have been a lot worse for DLSU. They played that perfectly. They lost 1 member, but look at this. Most of their DPS is going to be coming from Smexy and Yobel, right? So even though Yobel cannot go in because he's going to get flash posted and walled off by Kieran. So there's actually a huge downtime of damage here because the caster, the AD caster poke is not coming through. What?
Again, okay, that's gonna go for Kigron. Kieran would be the target, but he's on top of everyone. He wouldn't be able to deal some damage. The Horn of the Forge God is not up yet. So this Infernal Drake is free for the taking for the Shadow of Asian Babe Boys. But look at the positioning coming in from Relevance. He might go for more. The Curse of the Sun Mummy is just ticking out, and that is gonna be the chance for them. Usagi falls down. Look at the back line. Relevance is already here. Swapito goes in, but still, no damage to work for, and the showstopper has been cancelled already. Asian Baby Boys, the bullet time is there, but they still have 3 members off, and this is not gonna be good. 3v4, low HP on Swapito. Would they go for the risk here? Relevance is already low on HP. It's not gonna be good. Infernal Drake might be going for the side of Asian Baby Boys. They have Smexy. Relevance is posturing though, but okay, LG would just be able to take this.
This is actually very close there. They were able to get like a pretty decent team fight, and they denied the soul from DLSU for the next 5 minutes. Soul is not gonna be like a factor here. So they do get, Swapito is able to get in and get some good CC out for his team and deny the rest of them. Yeah, that's exactly why. Finally, Yobel comes in. They're able to get something back from them as well. And here, yeah, good wall, but it's not enough. They're still able to come through.
Yeah, the background play, the really low key play that I saw there was Mexi hitting the ball. Oh, but look at this! Oh no, Yubel goes in. I was about to point it out. They were able to get the egg form a while ago during that Drake fight, and that's why right now Yubel just capitalized on it. And that's the reason why the LSU didn't have much damage, just because of this Mexi low key play right now.
Definitely. And at that point, though, oh man, maybe this is the way that ADMU can turn this around, right? They're getting into the groove of their team fight. Yobel is starting to get his damage. Oh, showstopper.
The back line, Snake might be the target here. Okay, that is a good case of the Sun bombing onto 2 members. And that's going to be Kigran also falling down. No more damage to work for. No Yobel on site. And this is going to be Swapito just falling down. They have Yobel now. The gravity field is here. A triple kill onto Ego. And this might be the sign for them. Kigran is down, but it's still a 4v2.
That's gotta be Baron, right? That's gotta be Baron. Smexy doesn't have flash. Yobel might be taken out here. If Yobel can burst down Karen, okay, Karen knows that he can't get burst down by Yobel.
Yeah, Relevance is just here for them, and the pillar comes in. 5 members are here, Yobel, so you're just gonna fall down, and that's gonna be a shutdown for the side of Asian Baby Boys, and they might be able to take this Baron.
Definitely. At this point, Smexy can't really do anything to come in. There's no flash on him. And now that they don't only have 2 members, DLSU can leverage this Baron. ADMU, they were not careful. They have to be aware that at any point they could get Curse of the Sad Mummy into bullet time. That is just negligence on their part at that point.
Yeah, and the face breakers that Ego is always doing, look at how they did this here though.
Yes, nice, very nice. The bullet time didn't even only caught 1 member at that point. The most of the but still, most of that damage did just come from like all the combos that they did. So ADMU, have to be careful with your positioning. You're fighting against Set and Amumu. You have to be aware of which angles they can come from. And 6k gold lead, that's gonna be hard to like get back for something like for a team whose main source of damage is gonna be Victor and Varus, and not on-hit Varus, but lethality Varus.
Yeah, and as you said, this is the Varus that doesn't have much damage later on in the game just because of how the way the composition of Asian Baby Boys work. Yes, you might be able to take them down. Karen and Leo Mark is the targets, but you don't have much damage onto the other side. Yes, you have the Chain of Corruption, that works, and Yubel is the only... Okay, the Chain of Corruption has been able to hit us. They're really desperate to get this 1 kill, but this is Set we're talking about. Yubel is ticking. He's gonna fall down at the top side. The pillar is there, but they weren't able to get anything out of it because that was just Set.
Oh no. And they are getting some upgraded items, but it's not really enough to kind of cushion the gold lead and the fall off that ADMU will have later in the game. DLS is going to continue to scale up. Ego is going to tank even more damage. Relevances and Clearmark will deal a lot of DPS, and Karen will just keep the Blizzard up for the Glacial Storm up for the rest of the team fight. ADMU, they're not finding a lot of opportunities here, and the gold lead is just ballooning as DLSU starts peeling away the layers of ADMU here, right? So it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah. There's a lot of pressure coming in, Hyron, because the Baron is also on their side during that fight. It was easier for them to take anything. So that was just the desperation play coming in from ADMU. But it's good mindset, honestly. But it was just the Set. Okay, they're coming in for the top side. It's going to be the target. Yobel is here. This is what they need for this fight. Because they don't have much damage without Yobel on the fight. Snake is also coming in. But the wall, man, that is just... They can't get away from it.
It stops the momentum full stop. And the thing is... Maybe this is a go next for ADMU, right? I don't see this composition having an in once DLSU has their engines rolling.
Yeah.
Maybe they can get back by 35 minutes, take their second Infernal, maybe try and contest the third to deny Soul. But that's like a lot of ifs, right? That's a lot of ifs.
If they would be able to, because right now it's just a lot of gold lead. That's 9k gold lead. That's basically an item on the side of the DLSU Asian Baby Boys. A big advantage to their side. And they're not even afraid of Sobito at this point, just because Relevance is conjuncted down. But here comes the party! The backline!
Oh, no.
The Sad Mommy also. And now LG is just gonna fall down 1 by 1. They're gonna be targeting Soggy, going in with the stuns. He has no more, but still, this is gonna be the Infernal Soul to the side of Asian Baby Boys.
Oh man, yeah, they're gonna get that Soul. They're gonna get that 9k gold lead. ADMU. Yeah, Usagi is crazy, man. Usagi. It seems like whenever we say, okay, this support's not really performing well, they like hear it and they pop off, right? So this is really good.
Yeah.
And one interaction I did not know was that, or I was surprised of, was that if you bandage toss someone and they somehow still move, you'll follow
Your
them.
follow, right?
So Usagi actually
Interesting.
got like a free curse of the Sad Mummy just by riding the rest of the way all the way to ADMU. That's like a 3-man, 4-man curse of the Sad Mummy, easy
Ah.
combo for DLSU. Like I said, after that, with Soul in the hands of DLSU, this has to be a go next. This has to be a go next for ADMU.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, Hyron, Leo Mark, even if he doesn't hit anyone with the bullet time, the curse of the Sad Mummy is enough just because of the blizzard that Kieran is doing every time that they get the curse of the Sad Mummy. So Leo Mark is just icing on top of the cake, but the cake is already there built for the
Yeah.
Asian babies whenever Usagi goes in for the set.
Yeah, I mean, Ego's 8-1 and 400, so it's actually a huge damage threat coming in with those haymakers, and he can tank so much damage. Not enough damage for the lethality virus to actually pierce through, right? And lethality virus kind of works in tempos in terms of damage. Like he gets a big spike of damage and then he just goes down, and that's perfect for Seth, who can time the haymaker so well against Yobel and Snake. Like I
Yeah.
said, not really feeling it. Even if it was on hit, I think it would still really struggle. Look at that. Doesn't even
They-
care.
Yeah, they went in for the Chain of Corruption in the Solar Flare during that time. That is big ultimates being taken on the side of LG, but they really just want to take someone down, just for them to at least get some shutdown goals for that.
So right now, Adma has to be thinking, okay, they banned out our 3 most consistent champions. We need to have. They should have a countermeasure from all the scrims and practices that they've had. If they don't, then DLSU, then that's not the strategy you want to go with for a best of 5, right? If you have no backup plans after your initial breakthrough gets countered, that's a best of 3, best of 1 thing to do. But in best of 5, yeah, DLSU can do this. They can adapt with a draft, and then they can put themselves in a more comfortable position by putting you in a position that you are uncomfortable now.
Yeah, and as you said, yeah, this is just, as you said, this could be go next for the side of LG Haida. They need to think on their decisions onto the next incoming games. It's just Asian baby boys playing it very methodical. They want to get the Baron before they go in for that last fight against the side of LG Haida. So right now, they don't, this is not even a risk being taken by them because Usagi
Yeah,
could
they
just
just take it.
push them back. Yeah.
It's pretty much how it's going here for DLSU. Admo can try to disrupt this, but at the time they get there, the wall's gonna
there's the
stop
wall.
them. And it's not like you can flash over it. Like you're not gonna use your flash over it. And in here, Admo doesn't have any flashes except for Kigran and Swapito, and that's not what you want to send in. So that's a free Baron pretty much. You have to ban out the Nivea. I don't
Yeah.
care if the DLSU gets anything else. Yeah, I don't care if DLSU gets anything else. Just ban the Anivia.
Yep. It's just,
Trundle, the Amumu, you can put them through. The Anivia, you cannot.
yeah, just let them get the karma if they want through. That's okay. Just don't let Kieran get the Anivia. That's just so much impact. Even with just one ball, most of the members of LG can't do anything anymore. So now they're just gonna be stomping down on the side of ADMU right now. They can't do anything. Asian baby boys are just working their way towards the base. They're tinning it out, and they might be able to go for the end. And they are for sure gonna go for this last clash. And there's the Horn of the Forge God coming in already, and the Chain of Corruption coming in.
win.
Haymaker has been used, and this is gonna be okay. Eagle might be the target, but Swapito is gonna go in. Usagi goes in with a Curse of the Sad Mummy, but no follow-up coming in whatsoever for the side of DLSU Asian baby boys. LG, okay. They are just tinning down the HP coming in from the side of Asian baby boys. There comes the Zonias. They might be able to go for more. Swapito is now low in HP. Baby Relevantis goes in. That is going to be a kill onto Swapito. Kagura is going to be the target. And that is going to be a 3v5.
That's
And
game.
that probably is the end of the game.
Yeah, they probably just won the team fight off of that. Once again, apologies for these like technical difficulties, but yeah, that's pretty much a decisive game win. I did not see Admu in the driver's seat any time in that, like, what was that, 30, 25 minutes?
Yeah.
I did not see Admu in the driver's seat at all. It's just like I'm watching a different team play, honestly. And I think a big part of that is going to be the draft. Like Kog'Maw was a huge part of their of how they went about their business the first 2 games.
Yeah.
The TF and Rise, and I did say that maybe Ornn's better. Like something Ornn would be better for Swapito. But I was assuming that they would have a lot of DPS, right?
Yeah.
In mid and bot. I would not expect lethality virus. And the mid lane pick was okay, honestly. But the
Yeah.
Victor, yeah, it's okay. The Varus was the one that kind of like felt off to me.
Yeah, and also Yubel has been, I mean, relevance is just went in,
Yeah.
invested a lot of resources onto Kieran, and that paid off in the end. Yubel didn't mean as much. Yes, he deals a damage still, but he wasn't able to make much of an impact.
So it's gonna be hard here. Smexy needs to step up his game as well to apply pressure because we saw Relevance as the one always in the driver's seat, always dictating the jungle. When he saw Smexy in the bot lane, he would go, okay, let's take your Trugs, let's take your red buff, or yeah, let's take your Raptors. I think Raptors was the most common one. So
Yeah.
back to the drawing board here for ADMU. For sure, DLSU is gonna ban the same things for the first half of it.
Yeah, and also the setups coming in from the side a while ago of DLSU Asian Baby Boys was just so good. It was just on point. The set to the Amumu, the Curse of the Sun Mummy. They really leverage that in their favor, and whenever they get an advantage, they just step up for it. So LG, so far, game 3 and game 4, they didn't get the advantages. They weren't in the driver's seat. And Asian Baby Boys, that is their comfort zone. Every time that they're in the zone, that zone where they got the advantage, they're gonna press for it.
Yeah, 2K gold lead, they're gonna press that into 4K, 8K, squeeze and milk that gold lead as much as possible. Meanwhile, LG, I want to see that same vigor and rigor in the first and second game where, okay, they made the right calls. They didn't make any misplays because there were a lot of crucial misplays from LG, like leaving the Varus alone, Zenith blading into turret range, not trading anything against like all the way second, like Rift Herald that went all the way to inhibitor turret. They just like what they traded like a few Varus arrows into the mid turret. So that doesn't ring true to LG Hydra's identity. So I want them to find themselves once again and bring out that game 1 and 2 vigor that we see. But I think we're gonna get into a short break for game 5, final game of this exciting NCO season 3 for grand finals. We have been your shoutcasters. I'm Hyron, with me was Dat. We'll be back with Yuko after a very short break. Don't go away.
See you guys.
Atin ang mundo. Globe. Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Everyday siya kung dumating. Kaya parang institusyon na siya dito sa area namin. Minsan, sobrang late na. Andun pa rin si Manong Fishball.
Ginagabi kayo, Manong!
Enrollment eh.
After some time, yung karito ni Manong Fishball nadagdagan ng may bike.
Hanggang kabilang kalye, nagtitinda na rin kayo, Manong?
Pang notebook.
Sunod na taon, pati menu nadagdagan.
Nax, may squid balls na!
Mahal kasi ang lapis. May kikyo pa dyan.
Bilib na bilib ako kay Manong Fishball. Akalain mong yung maliit niyang kariton, napalaki niya ng ganun? Ang nagagawa nga naman ng pangarap ng isang magulang.
Anong grade na ba yung anak nyo?
Tagal nang tapos sa mga bata. Ako naman ngayon.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Pero sa mga araw na yun, many years ago, higit pa sa fishballs ang binigay niya sa akin. He taught me na walang di natutupad na pangarap sa taong handang magsumikap.
Dami niya na.
Panghapunan.
Pantoga.
Atin ang pangarap. Atin ang pagsisikap. Atin ang mundo. Globe. Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Everyday siya kung dumating. Kaya parang institusyon na siya dito sa area namin. Minsan, sobrang late na. Andun pa rin si Manong Fishball.
Ginagabi kayo, Manong.
Enrollment eh.
After some time, yung kariton ni Manong Fishball nadagdagan ng may bike.
Hanggang kabilang kalye, nagtitinda na rin kayo, Manong?
Pang notebook.
Sunod na taon, pati menu nadagdagan.
Nax, may squid balls na.
Mahal kasi ang lapis. May kikya pa dyan.
Bilib na bilib ako kay Manong Fishball. Akalain mong yung maliit niyang kariton, napalaki niya ng ganun? Ang nagagawa nga naman ng pangarap ng isang magulang.
Anong grade na ba yung anak nyo?
Tagal nang tapos sa mga bata. Ako naman ngayon.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Pero sa mga araw na yun, many years ago, higit pa sa fishballs ang binigay niya sa akin. He taught me na walang di natutupad na pangarap sa taong handang magsumikap.
Dami niya na.
Panghapunan.
Pantoga.
Atin ang pangarap. Atin ang pagsisikap. Atin ang mundo. Globe.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is a little bit too exciting. You know, Yuko and I have been waiting for this National Campus Open Season 3 League of Legends Grand Finals. Asian Baby Boys from De La Salle University versus LG Hydra Loyola Gaming from Ateneo de Manila University. 2-2. It's the last game, Yuko.
Yep. I think I jinxed it somewhere along the
Yeah.
line. I feel like I'm responsible for the series being pushed to Game 5, but in a way that's okay. We get to see more games. We get to see more action. So ABB, they still are holding onto the Ziggs ban, but they would want the Kog'Maw out of the picture as well as the Thresh.
Yeah, so this is the test. This is the question for LG Hydra. Asian baby boys have found the bans against LG Hydra. So this is the question: Are you more than these picks? Right? Is the LG Hydra dynasty that you want to establish more than the Ziggs Kog'Maw Thresh? If not, then ABB obviously deserves to win. But with the first pick Volibear, we were Dash and I mean, you guys were surprised about the Volibear being picked up, and it was definitely not something I was expecting either. But they go for it. They priority pick it, and the MF is the response. So they're not picking up anything like the Camille. They're not picking any other like priority pick that we often see, like the what are the other priority picks right now? Pretty much the Camille as well. No Set, no Jarvan, no Lee Sin. It's straight into the MF, which is easily, if a Braum comes up, that's gonna be a big problem for LG Hydra.
Exactly. Oh, I was about to say, aside from Kiana, LG would want to put TF in their lineup, and they did, alongside that MF. So ABB, they could possibly pick up the Camille, and maybe also pick up an Ezreal if they want.
Yeah, Camille I think is gonna be big as well. And when you're going for the other pick as well, I mean, could just go for the Karma here for Kieran. But no, Anivia's open. But instead, they're gonna go for the Sylas. Sylas is pretty good. You can steal the cross map play. You can steal bullet time as well with your own scaling. This is pretty good for Kieran.
Exactly. Oh, okay. A hover and then a lock in on Sylas for ABB, and it is gonna be a good pick for the mid. It just shows we more power and just being able to outwit your opponent. But it's gonna be a Karma. Okay.
Oh, Karma. So this could be Sylas. No, this could be. Is this gonna be Ego on Sylas? We haven't not seen that in a long time, but
It's been a while.
possible. It is possible. We have seen it once, at least in Pro Play in 11.18. That top lane Sylas is something that can be brought out. Leave the Karma to Kieran. No Anivia, curiously, but if Kieran's picking up the Karma, I assume that they want to enable a comp that wants to dive in instead of just going for the Anivia, which wants to control the space. LG Hydra, though, I like this comp. The Leona TF has so much kill potential here, and bot lane come level 6.
No, I mean, you also have the Leona for CC. I really think ABB could have picked up the Ezreal, but LG, instead they would opt to ban out that powerful ADC. No Tuition Barrage, no global presence, and yeah, just trying to limp ABB as much as they can.
Yeah, Jarvan the fourth, like I said, J4. The picks I was expecting to go first when LG Hydra was on blue side was maybe TF or Ryze for the second pick, or rather not the second of the first picks on their rotation. It could be possibly like TF plus a jungler, right? I was expecting like Jarvan. I was expecting like Lee Sin even. Jarvan to lock away to make sure there's no combo with the MF bullet time is good. So Pito is going to have access to the Camille here if Asian Baby Boys doesn't ban it. I do think it's something that they can ban just so it doesn't combo with the MF. Because LG Hydra is going to be, yeah, there we go.
Okay, right on cue. They did ban out Camille, so it's time to see which champion will LG pick up. Okay,
Kiana.
another
Like
Kiana for LG. They really love this champion.
Lots of burst damage, and like I said, the Kiana-Leona combo is really good for pickoffs. Because you catch someone with Zenith Blade, you just stack the CC on top of them, don't even need the gold card. It's more like an insurance policy at that point. This is very good. Don't pick the Vayne, please.
No, please. No. I mean,
the Sivir, okay. Shurelius Karma Sivir is a time-tested, a classic. You can shove Karma Sivir with Shurelius into like a a coffin and bury it in the ground, uncover it 500 years later, and it would still be a good combo, right?
Exactly. Even if 600 years even, it's okay. So I understand the logic behind this pick for ABB side.
Volibear
So
too.
still waiting for the last champion for their lineup though.
And like I said, this is really them, and the Silas and the Karma are flexes. So this is telling us it's
Okay.
a support Karma, it's mid Silas, and it's Jace obviously in the top side. TBH,
thought
it could also be flex depending on what Vito picks up here, but that's
Exactly.
like the standard thing. That's how flexible ABB's draft is right now.
They're starting to pull up something new for Game
So
5. Small surprise for
Orin.
LG. And yeah, let's see. They are
You just go
missing
for Orin
a
again?
top laner. Maybe. That's
You
actually a
have a
good
lot
pick.
of damage already. You have a 3 damage core.
Oh,
Okay, I wasn't expecting Yone from Sopito. He did bring it up in the semifinals, I believe. So here, he's gonna be wanting to face off against Ego's Jace. Like I said, in these types of matchups where it's carry versus carry, I will put my money on Ego. But Smexy could change that. Yobel could change that. So this is like gears turning in people's heads right now.
well, I was just about to say that the early game power from Smexy is almost always a threat for ABB. And now that you have Yobel, not just on any powerful champion, you have a champion with a global ultimate. Could go over to the top side, maybe take Jace down. I mean, you also have Smexy for the CC. You also have Swapito to try and take out Jace. So a lot of possibilities for the top lane. But as per usual, I would love to see what is going to happen with the fights for the mid laners.
I mean, this mid lane is going to be contentious as well. Lots of gank potential post level 6 for Smexy, though obviously, depending on counter ganks, right? If Smexy can get a counter gank, I think he'd have the advantage to try and burst down Kieran before he'd get a heal from Kingslayer. Relevances will have an easier time ganking as well. Sopito, I mean, Yobel could get absconded and abducted as well. Meanwhile, Sopito might want to like get in there with a soul unbound, and then Relevance can just camp the spirit if he doesn't time is right, if he doesn't have vision. Sopito's gonna get punished for it as well. In the bot lane, I mean, I think for the most part, it's just gonna be Snake and Kagran trying to make something happen, and then Leo Mark just spell shields it. Because his
So,
cleanse timing has been much better. Okay.
yes, exactly. So, with the drafts already in check, and now that you guys know we're finally in game number 5, who do you think will win this grand final, Tyron?
Oh man, that's tough. Because I like both of these drafts, right? And the momentum is obviously in ABB's side. I think I would. The Yone is really tripping me up. I think I would give it to LG High. I feel like this is a comp with even without the Kog'Maw, this is a comp that they are comfortable with. They kind of blundered it in game 3, but maybe this time they can actually make it work with the Yone as well. If they can get that wombo combo going, where they just have all their AoEs into one choke point, they should bring that out. They have the mental capability to set that up. It's just about executing it. They failed to do it in game 3 and game 4. They have to get those brain juices going to trap Asian baby boys where they need them to be.
Man, and I guess it's just a battle of who gets to pull the trigger first. And actually, I really like the draft as well from LG. Although I am aware that the momentum is on ABB side, there's just something about them and their, well, surprising picks. That the champions that we do not expect to be picked up this time in the grand finals. That's just compelling me to give my vote to them.
ABB is strong right now. They have a very good like set of champions that all synergize together, right? The Sivir and the Karma really going for the Shurelius is going to make sure that this Volibear will get to his targets. Karen will be able to get in range into position for a good abscond onto Snake or Yobel. Ego, because of the nerfs to the move speed, to the swap move speed of Jace, it's most likely going to be impacted in the laning phase, not going to be able to trade and kite as well against Swapito. But after that, just from the sheer amount of speed he's going to be getting from Leomark and Usagi, it doesn't matter as much. And he can press the attack, right? Maybe if he goes for an Eclipse and just goes in as well, that's a possibility. But it's gonna be quite the doozy here.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite a game. Really fitting the last game for our grand final. So to the supporters out there, I know you guys are enjoying these players play League of Legends, but now do not forget to share the live stream. Invite your friends again. Tell them how amazing the game 5 of this series will be because from a 0-2, we are now at a 2-2.
Yeah.
So momentum is definitely on ABB side.
And it's right now, it's do or die for both of these teams. Both of them have the opportunity to establish their rule, their dynasty, not just in the metro region, but for the rest of the entirety of the Philippines, right? We already saw so many good representatives from like Iloilo with USA. We saw a lot of other metro teams show up, like the Mapua peeps as well. So this has been a very exciting NCO Season 3. I could not ask for a better clash than a classic rivalry between DLSU and Ateneo. You know, this is just classic through and through.
From sports to esports, the titles of these two teams are definitely just fighting up against each other up to the death. Not literally, but just in game. Peaceful kind of war.
Yeah, definitely all this action, all this drama, I guess, wouldn't be a thing without our amazing sponsors and partners. NCO is powered by Globe Telecom and Logitech G. They are respectively our official telco sponsor and official gaming gear partner as well. Just check out logitech.acadarena.com now so you can hashtag keep playing with Logitech G gear. I think we've loaded onto the Rift now. Let's see. Last game. Do or die. Heaven or hell. Let's rock. Open your magic circuit. Let's go.
Exactly. So this is the final game of the series. Whoever wins this will be crowned the victors, the winners of this tournament. So pretty standard start, I guess, for these two teams. Very quiet. Again, usual stalemate lanes that will just focus on farming. Maybe we're gonna be seeing Kiana with the early ganks to try and stop Jace from snowballing. But aside from that, it's just gonna be each champion minding their own business.
Yeah. And just really, neither of these teams want to risk going for a level 1. I do think that the level 1 does favor DLSU a little bit, just because they have Jace, just because that they can empower the Mantra Q as well on the side of Usagi. So I don't think either of these teams want to be the ones going for a level 1 plays here. So looking at the junglers, starting once again opposite sides of the map, we're going to be seeing them trade scuttlers most likely. The nuance that we're going to see here is if someone goes for a level 3 gank, what's the other gonna do, right?
Exactly. Oh, okay. So it is just gonna be them trying to get the buff. Twisted Fate will be very quiet in the early game. I believe LG will just start move around once Destiny is available for their side, or maybe even once Bullet Time has sufficient damage. But Initiates will definitely be heavily reliant on this Leona.
You're just looking for something, and as long as even if it's not a kill, right? As long as they get like the initiative and getting into level 2, they can force something before the spell shield becomes a factor. But I do think that early level 2 is going to go to Leomar and to Usagi as well. Yeah, it's pretty much going to go in their favor here. Unless ADMU really tries to contest it, they can't actually, yeah, it will go to Tigran. They use the Targon stacks to really try and get that. They don't pull the trigger though. They know that it's too close for them to actually try something immediately, but they could try and go for Leomar here, double up. Is gonna hit, not too much damage. Just easy trading throughout this lane. Thought something would happen level 2.
Just usual love taps here and there, but looking at the top lane side, looks like that's a hell lot of minions for top laner to actually clear. But I believe he will be okay. Has to try to help him out. It's just the standard farming life of top laners.
Yeah, so he knows that relevance is around the corner. So Smexy knows that okay, relevance is going there means that he probably went like red buff and to clearing topside, which means he still has his Raptors and Cruds. This should indicate to ADMU where relevances will be in the next 2 to 3 minutes, right? Otherwise, they have to make use of that info as much as possible. That okay, after all of that, maybe relevances will be around bot lane at around 4 minutes. He might try to make something happen mid lane, but I don't think Yobel is gonna be like running into that yet.
Not just yet, at the very least. Oh, Kriana has her eyes fixed on this Silas, but Silas will be able to go back to his lane. No problemo. Morts has been placed as well. It's just both teams rather trying to get as much map vision as they can before they try to make things happen. Looks like Kriana will just get more EXP, more gold for her to possibly snowball.
I like this. This is basically ADMU. For the most part, it's been a stalemate, right? No one really burning any summer spells. Swapito did burn a splash just now from that gank from Relevances. So could go for a regank. But in the meantime, Smexy was able to get Raptors. There's a ping here from DLSU. Like, maybe he's also taking my Krugs. I spent a lot of time topside. But yeah, Smexy's gonna play it safe, not go for the Krugs. Doesn't want to get pincered between 3 members. So he's just gonna go for recall, take the win with the Raptors. So Raptors for Flash? I would take the Flash, honestly.
Yes.
Flash, but that's only if Relevances can get a regap here topside. If not, then the Raptors obviously is the winner.
Yeah, it's definitely the Raptors if it's in that situation. But yeah, being able to force your opponent to use flash early on, that's roughly 2 minutes of them being very vulnerable to chase or ganks. Now, you have to anticipate being able to push his opponent deeper into the turret. Silas, roughly 50% of his health is left, but still has quite the regen.
Yeah. For now, yeah, even with a Kingslayer. So right now, all Yobel wants to do is clear the wave. Clear the wave, get to level 6, maybe get a... and then clear the wave for priority and then throw. Then that's going to be depending on... Okay, Kiergren's going to try and walk around here. Yeah. Okay, he's going to go clear the ward when... Okay, so he's not going for the gap. He's just there to help him out with vision. Because he knows that Snake's going to get pushed in, but it's not really in any danger. Usagi going to get up to love taps with the edge of Ixtal. Not going to be too much. The Raptors at this point has become inconsequential. The Flash could still be a factor for Swapito. Relevance is around that top side of the map. He does have a ward on the River Brush, but it's going to be a tough call here.
Oh, okay, a lot of focus onto the mid lane side,
Drake being
but
safe.
for the bot lane, you have the Drake being taken, and looks like LG has no other way to get the dragon faster. They were able to get it non-contested,
gank.
but now you have a gank and a top lane side. Team response connecting. You also have the Destiny being powered by this TF. Now
That's tight.
here comes First Blood going over to Twisted Fate. Very quick. Flash in, and here comes Silas, was able to get 1 kill. Will they get another one? TF will be A-okay. Gold card does connect, but he's under turret and he is A-okay.
Oh man, Kieran the Duckman delivers. He was so decisive there, right? Like but here bot lane though is gonna be the Edge of Dawn here coming through, Smexy coming in as well, Clans being burnt, Sauce coming through. One more shot, Comet is not enough to do it, but they do burn the Clans. Leomar still has Splash, Usagi no sums though.
Exactly, so you have a replay there being played out. So
Look at that.
it was a really
Very close.
he had no vision in that bush, and you also have the teleport coming in from Twisted Fate. Initially, you'd expect ABB to be able to get the
Oof.
first blood, but no. TF came in at the right time, and at the very least, Silas was able to go the trade.
Yeah, that's a good 1-for-1 right there. I think Kieran getting the kill is a lot more relevant than Yobel getting the first kill. Because here, Silas can start like pressuring Yobel at this point. Though, and actually it's not too big of a difference. But Kieran can make use of the gold faster than Yobel in this stage of the game. The Rift Herald gonna be the next target here. Obviously, Yobel doesn't have Destiny for that, but he's just in mid lane anyway, so he doesn't really need to teleport there. Just needs to set up the vision around that area, and Swapito with assist. Each of them do have an assist, but the Serrated Dirk will make the difference here between Ego and Swapito. Just needs to be careful not to get jumped on by the Soul Unbound. So Rift Herald's gonna be the next big thing here.
Oh, now you have not a possible gank, but a possible fight for the side of the bot lane here. And now MF is just being very, very careful, but here comes another member from ABB side. They're not gonna fully commit. Instead, he is just gonna go with the Z-Ward.
Yeah, they're gonna be satisfied with that flash there. Doesn't need to go for a regank immediately, because there's no reason for Relevances to be here bot side. After that. He obviously had reason there to get the pressure on. But now that Herald is up, most of the attention of the junglers has to be top side, unless they're deliberately trading it for something else on the other side of the map. But I don't see that happening here bot side.
Oh, okay. That Okay, that is gonna be the Mickey Rain being sent out by MF, but it looks like ABB, they want to have first dibs on this Rift Herald, and anytime, I mean, Destiny is available. LG could
They're
try
not gonna
and
go for it.
contest, but it looks like they're gonna go for the trade instead, or at least get more farm in.
Yeah. The first Rift Herald is pretty impactful. And DLSU does have the comp to go for it. Maybe mid lane, top lane, Relevances can go for the Stormbringer, disable the turret, and then that will cover Shelly's approach into the charge. Oh, Smexy, misses it. He tried to guess a 50-50, right? That was pretty much where he could go, but misses it as well. Recalls a reward. Nothing too big. Relevance is going to push in to give Ego possibly some time to recall, or maybe even just go for the dive into Swapito, but it does have Flash, which is contentious, and Destiny is available. It could be a 3-man. Swapito has to know this is coming.
He has to juggle this 2v1, but he also has a lot
Nexus
of
coming
wave
out.
just knocking onto his tower. Blue team was able to summon Repair on the top lane as well. Let's
that's a
see
good
if he'll be able to defend, but looks like it will be a no.
Yeah, that's pretty much a concede right there. They can still go for the fight here. Swapito and Smexy, they have a lot of damage shared among them, but okay, not first turret. They are able to push them out just far enough. ADMU pivots onto mid lane side. Can they get something? Nope. Just gonna leave
Nada.
Leomark to farm in the bot lane. Once again, it's not that nothing is happening. It's just that these teams are deciding to back off because the fight is not worth it for them. It's not
It's
worth
really
it for
not.
DLSU to eat that 3v3 under turret just to get first tower. And the small victory here is the Scuttle Crab and prep for the next raid.
Prep indeed for the next huge objective, but it looks like the gold is slightly in favor of LG, roughly 400, 500 gold lead in favor of their side. But it looks like ABB, they would want to still go with the push, but with the attempt there, the top lane was unable to get the top lane turret, and instead it's going to be back to the drawing board for these two teams. But the map movements though, Kriana slowly making
They
her way
want to
down
stop
at bot lane side.
So they're willing to possibly trade a Drake for pressure topside. I mean, they can just take down the turret, right? That's full plate value before 14 minutes. And pushes Swapito out. It's like Swapito's a secret weapon. He held this Yone until this last game, even though he used it 2 times in the semi. So they pick up first turret, pivots the gold. It's not really that big, but a lot of it is concentrated on Ego. They're going to trade the Infernal Drake for it. I think that's going to be a short pause. So yeah, I think first turret versus Infernal Drake. Once again, it's a question of what's your win condition here. And I think this is actually okay. Getting that kill there is, and not the kill, the turret kill there is definitely worth it for DLSU's game plan. Getting the Infernal Drake is obviously better for LG Hydra to want to kind of delay the game a little bit, even with its comp, right?
Oh, that was a very quick pause. And right on cue, red team was able to get the Infernal Drake, so slightly more damage onto their side. But still, the goal lead is in favor of ABB. And the Oceans now bring life. They could possibly get another turret in, I believe, either in the bot or at the mid. But LG still has quite the defense there.
I mean, they can easily take back what they lost in the first turret. That's really just DLSU giving themselves a foothold onto going for mid lane. Like when the next Rift Herald spawns and DLSU gets Rift Herald again, they can either go to bot lane, force that with Leomark and Usagi, maybe even a dive with Relevances, or if that bot lane is already taken down by that time, I think is not really feasible because before 14 minutes because of the plates, they can go for mid lane with the Rift Herald just to crash the gates open. But ADMU, they have to be aware of that. They have to be aware that the next Rift Herald is something that they cannot give up like the first one. They have to, or at least they have to trade something for it, right? Oh, Yobel.
Oh, okay. The connect bot looks like TF did receive quite the damage there, but he will be able to survive. We are 12 minutes into the game. It looks like Severe is pretty much alone there at the bottom lane. Will try to go and get turret, but MF will be there to defend. Throwing out the pizza. I did not know a pizza could hurt this much, but it's okay. MF still lives.
Yeah, frozen pizzas hurt, man.
I'm
Rock hard
concerned
dough.
that you know.
Rock hard dough, man, that's terrible. But yeah, that was good movements from Yobel. That was happy feet. He dodged all of that stuff. Like the abscond was the biggest thing there. I think if the Kieran's abscond did hit, it would have been Yobel just taken out of the picture for now. But meanwhile, not really any big. There's no need to make any big movements right now. It's really about finding an opportunity. If they can get a Gak, then they can go for a turret. That's what Relevances is doing right now. They find that ADMU already backed off long before, reset the wave, get that back timer, pick up the Eclipse. And this is a pretty big power spike for Snake.
See if they'll be able to utilize that power spike though, but I believe they can. A lot of space has been given to Misfortune. 30 minutes in, looking at the scoreboard, ABB was able to get one turret, but LG still could not take down even a single turret on the side of ABB.
They're death
So,
rushing it.
wait for a possible face check and then try to catch MF off guard. We're not sure
Come
if
on. He has to
MF
check
will...
it. He has to check it with the Make It Rain. There we go.
Okay, he did, right on cue.
There we go. If he hadn't, I would have been said, okay, it's DLSU's game.
Stop the stream, it's their game,
because,
we're good.
because if Snake is like out of the game, like out of his zone enough to miss checking Make It Rain on that rush, it would mean that ADMU's mental is already down the gutter. But here, they recover. We know that they're still aware enough, right? And they're still jockeying for control over this game, which means ADMU, they're getting back into the groove that we saw in game 1 and 2. Not as decisive of a lead, but at least they're not giving up so much against DLSU. They're trading blows here.
Once DLSU gets something, they try to trade just as quickly. But I'm still waiting for which team gets to scale more. Kiana being able to get that buff most likely. Now it's time to play the objective game yet again. Will they try to get turrets or will they wait it out, see the next Drake or maybe even the next Baron?
Wow, Umbral Glaive as first item on Smexy.
Surprise,
It's a very
surprise.
surprising pickup right here. I only noticed that now. And to be H, it's quite, it's not fully gold efficient of an item. And it's gonna hurt his combat stats a little bit, but it's still lethal. It's still lethality. It's still gonna be attack damage. It's mostly about playing the vision game for him, which is very in character for ADMU, right? It's only surprising on first glance, but when you think about ADMU, it's not so bad. But here, once again, they're giving up the Rift Herald here. Most of their control is centered around bot side, but the Drake spawn timer is not in sync with the Herald. So this is just once again another Herald that they're giving up.
I don't think it's worth it this second
Definitely
time around, but you know, maybe we'll just have to trust LG on this with their objective game or maybe even with their team fight. They could just be waiting for their power spike. Make It Rain has been popped already. Kriana lurking at the sides as well, but no one is picking any pickups. No one is picking any fights just yet.
And yeah, at this point, I guess it's understandable. It's not worth it, but it's not like they can do anything. Swapito can't really participate in the fight. He has to go for the Zeal first, right? To give it, okay, going for the mid lane push here. Really opening the gates. Now that the plates are gone, this is an easy take. If ADMU doesn't defend it, I think they might just retreat back to second tier. If they're not gonna pull the trigger here and just wait for the fight on Drake instead of forcing something in this mid lane turret. It's not like they can use the gold that they got here with Relevances. Trying to go for something. Okay.
Right.
They
Was
did
able
get
to get the mid lane turret and one charge for the first
Rift Herald
outer
there.
turret rather for the side of LG, and with that ABB rotating over to the Drake side, they
Bring it
will
up
get
again.
this non-contested, but vision will be given in a bit. If ever TF does use Destiny, they're not gonna they're not gonna use it. Instead, they're just gonna get one turret.
Okay. Ocean Drake is really good for this comp from DLSU, right? Kiera and Relevances, and they both appreciate that. Being able to just survive on and off of fights, especially Leomark as well, appreciates a little bit of that Ocean Drake, but mostly it's going to be Kiera and Relevances. But I think ADMU is okay with trading that. They let them have one Ocean Drake. It's not going to be affecting them. It's a late trade for the top lane first turret. For the other top lane first turret on the side of DLSU, plus the Ocean Drake, which they think is not gonna be relevant in the next in the future. Like one stack of Ocean's kind of small. I think they're willing to give that up in exchange for opening up top side. Maybe they can get some revenge onto mid lane as well later in the game. Maybe 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes. They all have their ults set up. They pretty much just have to rotate there while pressuring side lanes.
MF has more CS compared to Severe, so I'm just waiting for the possible power spike for their ADC, but for now it's gonna be another mid laner fight, but now down at bot lane. Silas being able to evade all of the cards that Fate did try to deal, but again, LG not just pulling the trigger just yet, focusing on just banking for the late game insurance. But now for the map side, DLSU, they are spread quite thin. They were able to get 2 turrets down, so they could just utilize the map control that they have this time around.
Yeah, their next target is probably either to smash through second tier mid because their Shelly already charged in, right? So it's already softened up. Or they can go for the principled play and try to cut off resources on the bottom side of the map so they can choke out. Like if they control this side, it means that Yobel cannot defend this without dying.
Oh, apparently that isn't a miss, but it's gonna be a-okay. Jobel was able to get rooted, but he will be able to survive that fight as well. That is gonna be a 4 champion unit trying to chase him down, and it will be him just surviving. Okay, he's okay. I'm surprised. I was ready to call it. I had in my mind Jobel gets taken down, but no, he was able to survive. Turret does get taken down though, but at the midnight side, bullet time has been used, and with that, these 3 champions will be able to take down the first outer mid lane turret for ABB side. Now Silas received a lot
Second
of
tier, though.
damage, and you also have the second tier turret being very vulnerable for LG. ABB would be very much happy to take that one down as well.
I do think that second tier bot lane, they can get cut off here. That is a possibility. There's no Destiny to go for an in. They are going to get scried here with the blue ward. SMX is going to come through. Teamfight's going to start.
Exhaust has been used as well, but now you have ABB being able to take down members of LG. Smash is the first one to get taken down. Double kill going over to the top laner of ABB, but the kites coming out from MF was too much for them to bear. TF had his eyes on a target, but apparently they were able to get away. It was a 1-3 in favor of LG.
Man, look at that. LG knew that they could still rotate to try and catch the irrelevances in the rest of the gang. Look at that ulti. The exhaust was good, but the knockup already sealed their fate, no pun intended. And here, because a lot of their backline had to go on the right side near the nook and cranny and this bot, it means they didn't have the rest of the damage to follow through. Meanwhile, ADMU still had Snake, and then actually, Yobel was going to be a little bit late to the party and was still relevant as well. So, small lead, 2k gold lead at 20 minutes. Pretty small, but this does allow Snake to go for the Serpent's Fang. That's going to stop the shields that's going to really cut down on the shields that Saga is going to bring up. I love the itemization adaptation. I mean, you're already building through your armor pen and your lethality. Might as well go for Serpent's Fang against Karma. I love it from Snake, and I love the awareness. They knew that they could take mid lane turret and respond to bot lane. They were willing to give up bot lane inner for a few kills and mid lane turret.
Speaking of kills are in favor of LG, but for the push or turret takedowns, it is in favor of ABB. We could be seeing another pick off possibly, but this time Tiana trying to go with a steal on to the jungle area of ABB. TF is now up top. He can just use Destiny to
Smexy?
Just go for the fight anytime, but oh my lord, indeed, Smexy with that damage, the mobility as well, was able to chuck down a lot of health bars from ABB side, and he's okay. He's really much alive.
Yeah, that's ulti for ulti, but Smexy has a faster CD on that as well. It might be okay. It's not. I don't think it's gonna be up by the time Drake spawns, and it would have been a really good ulti. He's still camping in the same spot here. Gonna get abducted. He's probably gonna get taken down here.
Yep.
It's overstayed his welcome. Unfortunately.
Oh no. I mean,
That's
even if
Drake.
you're strong up against 3 champions, you're bound to die. But
Big
now
blunder.
it will be a very vulnerable Drake for the side of ABB. LG, they have no other ways of contesting given that their jungler is down. So more scaling, more dragons, and more buffs going over to ABB side.
What an unfortunate blunder there from ADMU. Smexy had no business staying for that long after his ult got taken away. And at that point, that was just him throwing his life, like 300 gold and Ocean Drake away. Second stack of Ocean Drake, a little bit more felt than a single stack, right? And obviously because 2 is 2 times 1. It's twice the amount
Quick
of one
math.
stack. Yeah, quick math.
Yes.
But once again, it's Ocean, so I guess it's not really going to be too relevant unless they're constantly engaging and then disengaging, which I think in this kind of comp with the Sivir Karma is possible, but it's most likely not going to be what DLSU is going to be going.
Okay, thought there was gonna be a fight there, but no, Hyun will just focus on clearing out the wave yet again. This time around, ABB, they're the ones that's on the hunt. They are the ones that's a lot more confident given that they were able to get a pick off onto the jungler earlier on. And most of the time, TF is left alone. You could also just try to juggle with the 4v5s. Wards rather, has been placed at the Baron side. A quick face check for LG before they either take Baron or maybe pick a fight. I think they should pick a fight first before going straight to Baron.
This is really just them controlling the space, putting down vision control, making sure that DLSU can't just move around freely. Yobel has the awareness to not stick around for too long without too many wards. Like, see, there's only one ward around Krug's side of the bot lane, so he knows that he can't stick around. He's gonna be efficient with his time, go for jungle camps when he can't push up, but show his face. By the time if he shows his face, that pretty much means that DLSU has to deal with him. So Kieran is right around his corner to push in. Leo Mark and Usangi probably just gonna go for funnel the farm onto Leo Mark at this point. But all of this is just dancing around the Baron. All of those movements.
Oh, okay, Kieran has been spotted up as he responds connecting. Will it be enough? Apparently the damage was enough to Kriana to just take a step back. And with that, it's just back to the base, get some health in, and maybe re-engage a bit later on.
I can understand going for like Umbreglaive or Yomu's first, but I did not expect itemizing to not have a mythic until your third item. That's bizarre from Connect. Might be one of the reasons why he's not dealing as much damage as he should. Crazy. Okay. But the good thing is Hopit already has Immortal Shield Bow, building up into the rest of his items as well as has a lot of life steal. So if the fight goes on, he might be able to absorb Drain Tap DLSU, maybe get a good Fate Sealed over there. It's gonna be contentious though. 1k gold lead, 1.5k gold lead doesn't mean much at 24 minutes.
Exactly. So I guess it's just gonna fall back to again how many turrets have you taken down, and with that ABB still pretty much in the lead. But again, so far, a lot of things are in favor of LG, especially when it comes to damage. They just have to make sure that their jungler will not get picked off, because if it does, they will not be able to proceed with the objectives. And I mean, they have a gold card. Could most likely use that onto Jace or maybe onto Sylas if they want, just to go with 1 or 2 champion pickups and then just win a fight or trade it with an objective. I'm closely looking at the map movement, see if LG will try to pull something crazy here, but pings are being pinged all over the map, especially at the Baron's pit. And with that, LG looks like they're gonna converge into the mid lane.
And so far, ADMU has just been doing their setup, like 1-3-1. Their mid lane has to avoid fighting. So here, I think Usagi and Leomark tried to escort the wave as well as push up, just to pressure and pinch that mid lane. Maybe catch Snake and Keegan if they're not paying attention. But here, the Leona and the MF, they get out thanks to the stride. Oh, Smexy gonna get abducted.
Here we go, does get rooted. That's a lot of burst damage. Also have Make It Rain. TF being able to use the Destiny, but they were still not able to finish off the kill. Ultimates are down though. 2 lethal ultimates for the side of LG has been used just to protect their jungler.
Looks like DLSU knows that Smexy has to take the time to recall, maybe. Ooh, that's big damage from the Shock Blast. That should secure the inner turret there. So DLSU's catching up. They will probably have momentum over Drake here. They will have to send 1 member against a top lane here, unless they want to give up Baron, right?
Yes. 2k gold lead for side of LG. Okay, now
not Baron, Drake.
Drake. No more face checks, just focusing on the D-War. Blue turret has been taken down, and they're doing their best to make sure that he will not be able to get any more turrets, but instead he wants the fight. The damage was too much for Ego to bear, and Swapito on the killing spree. Look at that, you have a 0-2 Jace at 26 minutes in, but blue team was able to get the dragon.
So that's 900 gold in exchange for the third stack of Ocean. Honestly, but because it's a third stack, I feel like it's a little bit better. But are they gonna go for it? There's no ego here, so there's no shock blast to disrupt them. But it's still gonna deal a lot of damage.
But I believe ABB could at least try and contest this.
Smexy's
now you will have the roots connecting. Does Cassandra have a beautiful bullet time being used by Snake, and with that, no mid laner for ABB. This could be a free Baron for their side. What is happening? But now you also have the Baron very, very low, but they're gonna still try to go to fight. Stuns are connecting. Flickering has been used as well. That is gonna be a
Ego.
jump in. Smexy being able to take down Ego. You have the stuns
Bell.
connecting on the Severe as well. A shutdown on the ADC. With that,
snipe.
Snake was also able to get relevance, and he does get sniped. A shutdown on
nice.
MF
That's
though,
Baron.
but that's gonna be a double kill in favor of Quiana. Ace for a 5 kills rather to none. A clean ace and a Baron to beat.
Let's
That's
break
gonna
that
go over
down,
to
right?
LG.
Smexy wasn't going on the Baron. He was playing keep away. But after that, even though Snake got pushed out, because the Sylas wasn't there, that's a big, big obstacle that they can just bypass now, right? So the rest of them are able to scatter ABB. Their formation was scattered without the Sylas to chain things together, right? They only had relevances to back them up in the front, which meant that ADMU could divide and conquer, and that's exactly what the Kiana and the Yone are good for. Splitting up the opponents and then taking them out one by one. Even though Snake got pushed out, he already did his damage. He already got the bullet time out, and that was perfect. Now, 6k gold lead, a lot more substantial. And like I said, even though there's 3 Ocean Drakes, that's only relevant when they're weaving in and out of the fights and regenning in between.
Looks like it will be a 3 Hunter unit at the mid lane side. I don't think they're gonna go with any pickups just yet though. Kiana decides to join the party, so it's a 4-1 setup. You have your Swapito alone at the top lane side, and you also have the other 4 members just trying to look for their next possible kill or their next possible target. But they're playing this very, very slowly because anytime ABB could still turn things around. However, almost 30 minutes in, it's 4-10 in favor of LG. But still, the third takedown is in favor of ABB. Kiana trying to being able to take down
Right
that.
before isn't too bad, and now it's gonna get
Oh.
neutralized.
Okay, another turret, and now right on cue, it's 5-5.
Yep, that is going to be the Baron buff. Lots of value. I mean, even if ADMU only took 1 turret from that, if DLSU stops their momentum with a Baron buff, they still got the golden XP from Baron, and that's already more worth it than like an inhibitor at this point. So they just need to leverage that, prevent DLSU from getting soul. 3 Ocean Drake stacks, I'd say, is like it's fine in this. It's fine that ADMU gave them that in this in this specific context, but a soul is not something that they can give up because that's Kieran just regenning everything from Kingslayer, everything else. They have to not let them take the soul, and that's like the next agenda here for DLSU is to ensure the soul so they can really close the gap in terms of the goal that ADMU's built up in the past 5 minutes.
Oh, Silas is now in charge of keeping Swapito at bay. No, okay, they're still at the Drake pit. No one getting much vision just yet. Destiny is available for Twisted Fate, though. There's no flash for Swapito, by the way, so no plays just yet. And yeah, it's still gonna be both teams waiting for the other to make a mistake, but LG is still trying to push or put the pressure onto ABB. Minion side though, it's gonna be a bit in favor of LG just because you have more minions pouring into
They
the
are
mid lane.
pushing. They are setting up those waves so they have pressure coming up when Drake spawns. A lot of vision too. Their vision is a lot better this game than it was in Game 3 and Game 4. And we see that they're trying to cover Swapito's strats, they're trying to cover his escape routes, and you know, if anyone wants to gank him from afar. And they're also making sure that they have a little bit of vision. It's gonna get taken back by DLSU. Look at it, 3 control wards just to control around the Drake side. DLSU knows that they need this Ocean Drake. They need the
Swapito,
soul.
hello?
Okay. And by the way, I said that I would bet money on Ego, but it's gonna be
But,
1v2
oh no.
here.
Yep, alright,
got a friend.
he'll be able to juggle that 1v2, but that's gonna be a 2v2. He does get stunned, and with that, it's gonna be a shutdown, and the kill went over to Severe. Stuns are connecting, but TF will not be able to get the revenge kill.
I said that I would bet money on Ego versus Swapito on Ego, but I guess I'm losing money. But I guess
it's okay.
yeah. But yeah, like I said, you know, it's all about how much Smexy and Yobel influenced that Yone lane, and I think they
Yes.
really did well in letting this Yone split push on his own get that like 300 farm. Oh, gonna be a fight. He's
They were
stealing.
able to steal the Ocean Drake, and I had the bullet time being taken out by MM, shot down onto Kiana, but you have a lot of damage being taken by Kingdom, but it's not going to be enough. He still falls down, and it will be a 3-0 in favor of ABB again, plus that Ocean Drake.
3 seconds. They want to go for the inhib at least, if not the game. I don't think game is possible, but they can definitely crash open the inhib. Yeah, they're committing the teleports to it as well. So Pito's gonna be alive. He has a lot of gold. He's 326 and 300 farm. He can possibly go for Leomark straight up, but I think they're gonna get the inhib before that and disengage. It'll be crazy if DLSU still goes for the Nexus turrets after this.
Unless. Okay,
Unless.
I feel like they're gonna pull something here.
Oh.
They're very confident. Okay, they're gonna back away.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay. They're gonna be a little bit more principled than that. They know that what's on the line is more than just pride. What's on the line here is a championship title in NCO Season 3, solidifying DLSU or ADMU as the real champions of the Philippines here. So Smexy, really good shockwave, shock blast there. That shock blast basically made it so Smexy had to think twice. Am I gonna stick around and get jumped on, or am I going to back off a little bit and miss my timing with my smite? And apparently Ocean Soul is on DLSU's hands, and like I said, Soul is big. 3 Ocean Drakes is, I guess, okay. 1 is meh, 2 is okay, 3 is kind of good. Soul is what they were really looking for here.
Soul is what we're at right now. Also, can I just say, it's quite adorable to see all of the Ocean Drakes in ABB side. It's so consistent.
Definitely. I mean, the ADMO has been giving up those Drakes to trade, right? The first Drake they gave, or the first Ocean Drake they pretty much gave. The rest they tried trading, which I think at that point was worth it. But now DLSU's investment is catching up to ADMO. And so the next Baron fight, this is gonna be where the game ends. The next Baron fight, game ends.
This is where you'd want to have your NF aim, but that's to be initiated onto the side of LG. All eyes are onto Kriana, but that's a beautiful bullet time
shredded.
up by Snake yet again. Shredded indeed, was able to take down the jungler. Are they gonna go with a trade? Looks like ABB, they're just gonna
They're
take a
gonna go
step
for the
back,
base raid.
clear the way,
base raid.
or maybe go with the base raid, but that's to be the Baron going over to LG side, non-contested. But so the ABB, they did try to go with the
hero,
contest, but
the
here
hero.
comes the damage onto the side of LG. They are turned up in face straight onto their opponents, but the kite is just too much. Now you have Siren being left. He does get stunned, and with that, it's a bye-bye for this Silas.
It's still 5v3. A lot of them are low, but look at that. Swapito just using his lifesteal there. At that point, DLSU can no longer interrupt the Baron. They can try and get some exit frags with Chop Blast, but it's not going to happen. So yeah, that was very close for ADMU. That could have gone way wrong had DLSU committed to going for the interrupt. But man, that was a hero play there by Kiegron and Swapito, right? Kiegron was like, I will sacrifice myself so you guys can decide, right? Are you going to continue for the Baron or are you going to turn? So he goes in, inspires Swapito to go forward, get that really good ulti, and here he's obviously almost died. Good thing he had he was in Soul Unbound there. Gave enough time for Snake to get those kills in. That was pretty much a very nice dance there, and I would give that credit to Kiegron and Swapito.
The back and forth in this game number 5 is too much for my heart
Got
to bear.
Baron.
But with that, LG is just knocking onto the base of ABB. They have quite the wave clear. They have quite the buff as well. And looks like, okay, the turret will be
The LSU
able
wave clear is
to
really
another
good.
day.
Because of Ego and Leomark, their wave clear doesn't really come from their mages, from their magic damage. It mostly comes from their AD casters, which is much better at taking down Baron up waves than mages add. So DLSU, they're holding on. They just have to be mindful of the pressure building up on the top side of the map. I think bot side is actually pushing in their favor. Quality isn't good enough for me to count pixels for
Okay,
the bottom right of the
really
map.
hard, so
but-
I think it's a yes.
but there's
I'm
definitely
squinting.
it's pushing against ADMU bot side, but it's pushing towards DLSU obviously because Swapito's there, so they can pinch that bot in mid. But it's not really it's 8k gold ahead, but we're past the point where DLSU can actually just, if they play their cards well enough and pull the trigger onto Snake and Yobel, then they can definitely just win the fight from there and then win the game because the timers will be too long.
Okay, Kiana trying to kite out Volibear there.
Man,
The
Wave Clear's
force
so good.
Volibear will be okay. Wave Clear is really good indeed. It's damage coming out from ABB. This is the second time that LG tried to take that mid lane turret, but still they were not able to. So it looks like they are just holding their ground, trying to close in onto the base of ABB. You also have one champion up top. I believe
Yeah.
that is Swapito. Yeah, it's Swapito, just making sure that Silas will be kept attended.
Well, honestly, it's fine. Just if you just get the Baron, that's already worth, right? Because it's not like the Baron is just the buff. The Baron is also the the golden XP associated with it. Not that XP is going to be a problem for the main carries, but I think if they had a wave pushing bot side, they would have had a better chance at cracking that base. But yeah, they didn't set up. They weren't able to set up the bot wave. I think right now they're just gonna back off and go for the Elder Drake. That's gonna be the fight that most likely ends the game.
Now they are just marching possibly into their victory, but okay,
Oh,
it's
still no
happening.
mythic for.
Now they're just charging like full on five members into the mid lane, and it looks like their next target could be MF. MF does have bullet time though. Make it rain has been used, and with
Okay.
that they'll be able to
Good,
get
DLSU.
an inhibitor.
Okay, I was hoping that DLSU would go for a fight because I think open spaces are a lot better for them than it is for Ad. Because there, the supreme display of talent isn't gonna be as good. There's a lot more room for Leomark and Ego to maneuver for Shock Blast and Kiting. But here, Elder Drake's gonna be the name of the game. Good Shock Blast. The Shock Blast will make ADMU think twice. But they have to go here. This is gonna go down fast. But not
Here
fast
we
enough.
But here comes
Case
LG
steals a
though.
supreme display of talent. They have to be careful or not the Silas Stolen ulti from the Kiana.
I thought they were gonna keep going with the Drake, but
Just the
apparently they
dragon
are
dance.
gonna let it go. So everyone is literally into the pit, but minion waves are still pouring at the top and at the mid lane in favor of LG. Card has been
This is-
sent out. Quite
This is where the
sad.
Ocean Drake shine. This is where the stacks of Ocean Drake shine here. So when you're getting poked out while doing Elder, this really helps out. So this ADMU is gonna get into a battle of attrition here, but it's gonna be a fight.
And there's response connecting on the two, but you also have the bullet time being sent out by this MF. A little bit
Yo,
too deep,
exhausted.
but Relevances does get taken down. Exhaust has been used as well. But Leona saying goodbye with that LG, with the poke, with the burst that they have, was able to get a double kill onto Kiana. Destiny has been popped, but he just gets speeded by the Sylas. Sylas will be able to see the light of day, but no, instead he's being chased by two champions. Overall, I believe that was a pretty good win for the
Ocean
side
Drake's
of
taking.
LG.
I don't think they can kill the Silas. And it's good here. Okay, so because Usagi is still alive, he's cutting the wave, which means that this is all this is all ADMU has to work with. Right? This is all
Hello.
ADMU has to work with. They won't be able to end just from this, just because of the circumstances, right? I keep saying, okay, this is the last fight. Okay, this is the last fight. No, this is the last
Okay.
fight for real. But because the circumstances that end up are so strange, they're going for it. They're
They
stopping
are.
the ports, and they're going straight for the Nexus.
Coming straight for the next
That's
as well.
very anticlimactic. But we have our NCO Season 3 champions, folks. LG Hydra. Finally, they get their Oscar. Leonardo DiCaprio gets his Oscars from The Revenant. This, man, Ubel's looking happy in the middle right there. Everyone else looking very nice. And history is being made. Now, we all of the big four, like UP, UST?
Yes.
UST, DLSU, and
and-
ADMU have all gotten an AcadArena championship title for League of Legends, right? Like
So it's
2017
now
was
fair.
like, yeah. So it's now everyone's got their trophy. And ADMU, that was so well fought, and they really shined in that last fight. They knew where to go and where not to.
Man, and actually we kept on saying that this is the last fight.
Yeah,
This is the last fight, but I was expecting LG to take a step back, but I guess the fact that Silas
knew they
was
could do it.
in their base, like okay, let's just try and get Nexus. I mean, they're
Yeah.
already down. The only one left alive is pretty much occupied in our base. Might as well go all in.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal. I feel
Be
like
surprised.
LG redeemed themselves from their very lukewarm game 3 and game 4. That was close. It could have gone either way, but they played to their win conditions a lot better, right?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And it was just them just being able to play in their element. Although there were small openings that they did make mistakes here and there, but at the end of when it mattered, they were able to push through and just take down that Nexus and then win game number 5.
Yeah, and of course, as our special guest for the finals of the NCO, we've got Yobel coming in. He's the captain. He's the man of the hour here. How are you doing right now? I mean, finally LG got their big break. How's that make you feel?
Woo! Hype, bro. Let's go.
Yeah,
Definitely. hype, man.
I mean, you've been leading like the LG roster for quite a while, just never quite getting there. So finally that you get it, especially you, right? Especially you have to be feeling so good. So that was such a different LG from what we saw in the quarters and semis. What were the preparations like between your team? Like, what were the plans in the scrims like?
Exactly. It's all about the preparation. Before, I think the main problem was that we tried to perfect our playstyle, but we didn't really prepare for the specifics of the enemy team.
Yeah, it's like a lot of
So
theory.
yes, so
Mm-hmm.
we didn't really what do you call this? Contextualize our gameplay
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
to the enemy team. I think it would also help that we fought a lot of good teams in scrimmages
Yeah.
that made that showed us how bad we were before, and it gave us openings, and it opened the door for us to see where we can improve.
yeah, I mean, I think that's great. Like, there's a lot of theory because that's what we always notice with LG, right? Is that they have really good macro, they know what the strategy is, but they fall short in terms of execution. So all what was
Specifics.
missing was contextualizing and putting theory into practice. Practice that's praxis, right? So that's yeah, I'm really happy that LG. I should have worn my LG my LG jersey, yeah,
Oh
but
no.
yeah, but yeah, I'm extremely happy that Yobel and the gang, you in the gang, were able to get that, and it was in Kigran's rookie split too, right?
Yes,
So I know
sir.
you have to be very proud of your support, filling in the shoes that Cavalry left behind. And yeah, game 3 and game 4. Like, let's talk about that. Your team felt like you were giving up a lot in game 3 and game 4. What was the thought process of like giving a lot of objectives, giving a lot of dives to DLSU at that point? What's going through the team's mind? Because that was, I think, when you were at your lowest in the series.
Yeah. As of now, definitely, I'd like to say that they played well. They really played well. It was hard for us to beat them,
Yeah,
especially in
BB
game
strong.
3 and game 4. We had the plan, but when there were mishaps, so we didn't really follow the plan that well. And because we didn't get any early leads, they
Mm-hmm.
they kind of destroyed us in game. And I'm pretty sure in the fourth game, that was me. That was me inting. I got ganked a lot.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah, you're getting quite bullied there in the mid lane, especially with like the Enivius walling you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Duckman or Kieran was really walling you off. So surprising that they didn't. Were you surprised that they didn't bring it out for the fifth and final game?
Yeah, I think TF is kind of a good answer
Mhm.
to Anivia because he prevents Anivia to stack her ultimate, and yeah,
I
it
get that
becomes
goat
very
for.
difficult mid game.
So yeah, that once again contextualizing everything, and yeah, contextualizing everything, and the results speak for themselves. It was a hard fought victory, but finally, LG gets their big break, and I'm so happy. Congratulations! Is there any other last messages that you would have either to the fans of LG out there, or even to the LSU ABB?
I'd like to thank the LG family and everyone who supported us. I think that helped a lot for the hype, for knowing who we're playing for and why we're here. We will not forget you guys. Plus, also huge shout out to DLSU ABB for playing well. We kind of got scared, and we
Yeah,
had to play our best to win.
and that's all we can really ask for a great finals for National Campus Open. Thank you so much, Yobel, for coming with us for the interview. And of course, congratulations to you and the LG family as well. There you have it. We've got the National Campus Open Season 3. The final act has just finished, and we could not have asked for a better finals. So look at the journey that all these teams went through. A lot of strong team, but a lot of familiar faces, right? Like, of course, the boys from Iloilo, the boys from BLM as well. PUP Ipsilos came in. They beat out Viridis Arcus, denied the brothership match between ABB and Viridis Arcus. But in the end, ABB was too strong for them. But here, 3-2. What a beautiful 3-2 to end this as well. So, whew,
All
man,
right.
that was
That was
exhilarating. You
quite
go.
yeah, that
Yeah.
was quite a journey indeed. Not just
Mhm.
for the storyline in the best of five specifically, but also when it comes to the other teams. I was about to ask Jadel who does the shot calls, but I was not able to
Yeah.
throw out my question.
Oh,
But yeah,
sorry. Yeah. Really
it's
sorry.
fine.
Yeah.
Them being able to win, you can see how happy he was. He even does the cute piece
Yeah.
poses earlier on. But yeah, they just really deserve the win, and hopefully this will just be their momentum to keep on going and just keep on playing.
Yeah, hopefully next NCO we'll be seeing an LG Hydra still in top form, and the other teams I'm hoping that they are building up that experience and skill as well in other amateur tournaments as well, practicing, building up that infrastructure. I think is really important. So, yeah, I think that does it for NCO Season 3. Thank you so much for watching, following. All the VODs are available in AcadArena's Facebook, or more if you want specific VODs, they will be on the YouTube channel as well. Make sure to check out Logitech G at logitech.acadarena.com. And of course, go to our TikTok. Go
You
to our TikTok.
guys might see
Mhm.
Hiron dance on their TikTok, by the way. Not
Never
spoiling
in a
it, but
million
maybe.
years. Never in a million years. But yeah. And of course, app.acadarena.com. So you can like set up if you want to get collegiate esports into your campus as well. They've got acadarena.com/alliance, app.acadarena.com as well. Um, we have applications as well to help you out with tournaments, promos, scholarships. So just check that out. None of this would be possible without the organizations, the collegiate organizations that are keeping this scene thriving and active and competitive. And of course, we are powered by Globe Telecom. But I think that wraps it up. Thank you so much, Yuko, and Dash for sticking with us for the past few weeks. And we'll be seeing you in the next one. I'm Hyron. With me was Yuko, and hopefully we'll see you in the next split.